Chapter 46, Calculating the Reward. Reina noticed that Akira was using CWH anti-material rifles' specially designated ammo. All the magazines scattered on the ground were of the same type too. Reina was surprised since she knew how powerful and just how expensive those bullets were. Why are you even using CWH anti-material rifle special ammo? It's overkill to use that ammo against a Urata scorpion, isn't it? Are you here planning to hunt a tank or something? I'm just using them to complement my lack of skill. Like hell, I would fight a tank. How in the world did you get this many ammo? You would have had to pay a huge amount of money for all of these bullets. Or like, have you been earning that much money? The requester paid for them and they approved it when I told them I'll be using loads of specially designated ammo for CWH rifle. If you have any complaints, you can go ahead and say that to the requester. I thought that they would refuse when I made that demand, you know. It's exactly because they accepted my demands that I'm here right now. Now that I think about it, those people in the HQ must have predicted that something like this would happen, huh? Damn it. Akira was lamenting his situation. He vowed to himself that he would make good use of this experience. Reina turned to Shiori. She was wondering if Shiori also predicted this situation. By the way, Reina did not expect it at all. That I thought that something like this might happen, but the possibility was too small. I believed that the swarm would not be this dangerous if we faced it using all the facilities installed in the defensive point and with the help of all the hunters stationed there. Reina's eyes started getting watery when Shiori pointed out that hurtful fact. After all, Reina had nothing else to blame other than her own selfishness now that she was in this place. If only she had stayed together with Katsuya's group, she would not be in this situation now. Shiori suddenly turned her gun towards the center of the hallway in a swift motion and started shooting. Reina inadvertently turned toward that direction and saw countless scorpions creeping out from the hallway showered under the flying bullets. There was not even a single scorpion that passed through Akira. So Reina was taken aback when she saw those scorpions. Where are those scorpions coming from? Are there more holes other than this one? Milady! More are coming. Although their number was not too many, the new scorpions closing in from the left and the right side surrounded Akira and the girls. Reina and Shiori started shooting at those scorpions coming from the direction that they were facing. Akira shouted, "Their number is too small for them to come out from another hole. They might be the scorpions that are coming back after exploring the area other than the defensive point 15. Both of my hands tied right now, so you girls need to deal with them yourself, okay?" "Okay." After Reina answered back, Akira sounded really desperate when he continued, "I'm leaving those scorpions to you, all right? I'm really counting on you girls, okay? I'm really leaving those scorpions to you girls." Akira was obviously so desperate as he yelled that. At the moment, he had to deal with the swarm gushing out from the hole in front of him, so it was impossible for him to deal with the scorpions coming from his flank. He really needed Reina and Shiori's help in this situation. Reina looked amazed, but she quickly pulled herself back together and smiled confidently. "Just leave them to us." Since Akira was a hunter who was skilled enough to quickly spot that swarm of Urata scorpions and hold back that swarm all by himself, Reina was so excited that someone like him asked for her help. After all, Reina was dejected and felt inferior when Akira told her about his evaluation of her. But now, Akira relied on her. It basically meant that he recognized her skill and this fact greatly encouraged her. It cleared up her feelings of inferiority that was swelling inside her. The irritation and the impatience that had been slowing her down and causing her to make rasher decisions were gone now. Reina quickly started shooting the Urata scorpions that were coming at her. More and more Urata scorpions were appearing in front of her. In the middle of the battle, her rare talent started to shine. She herself noticed that her psyche was heightened and sharpened as she started to smile confidently while shooting at those scorpions. Because of that, she was able to quickly shoot down the scorpions in front of her one by one. Shiori, who from time to time checked how Reina was doing in the midst of the battle, was taken aback when she noticed Reina fighting so skillfully and accurately that she even looked elegant. To think that Milady was this skilled. I guess I really misjudged Milady's skill, but still, Why so suddenly? Although she was happy with the unexpected sudden growth, Shiori also found it strange that Reina suddenly got this good. Although it was totally unexpected, it was a welcome surprise. Thus Shiori did not try to think too deep about it. After all, she was not in a situation where she had the leeway to do that. Reina and Shiori were showing that they had the skills to cover Akira's back as he continued shooting desperately at the Urata scorpion swarm. Akira had emptied so many CWH magazines, he kept on using those expensive bullets without a trace of hesitation. If the requester had not paid for the ammo, Akira would have already gone bankrupt a long time ago. It could be said that he could perform this well only because of Kagomayama City's economic power. Akira was having a hard time holding the swarm from coming closer. Both Alpha's support and the economic power of the city that allowed him to survive the swarm were not of his own. And even with both of those things, he was only barely able to hold the swarm off. Alpha! No matter how you slice it, aren't there just too many of them? You're properly holding them back, so let's keep calm and hold the ground. Even if you complain, it won't reduce their number after all. At this rate, I'll run out of ammo in no time, you know. Let's run as fast as possible if that happens. I believe you'll be able to run away from the swarm if you're willing to sacrifice both of your legs. If Alpha took control of his augmented suit and made him run as fast as possible while ignoring the stress that it put on his legs, he might be able to run away from all the scorpions. But of course, it will put his body under immense stress. Akira also understood that very well. That was why he wanted to avoid that situation as much as possible. Let's do that only if we really have no other choice, okay? Of course. Let's hope that you can take out all the scorpions or the reinforcement from the HQ arrives here before we run out of reserve ammo. That's right. The reinforcements. They're coming, right? Are they already somewhere close? I still can't find their signals within my scanning range. Damn it. Even Akira did not want to get both of his legs torn off. He continued to fight back the scorpions while also trying to retain his fighting spirit. Their hard work was not for naught. The swarm finally stopped coming. They squeezed their leftover energy to clean up the rest of the scorpions. Alpha smiled and cheered the tired Akira for his hard work. Good job there. It's finished. That was rather lucky, wasn't it? It's done, huh? Akira dropped on the floor right where he was standing. He let out a long sigh as if he was expelling all the tiredness that had built up inside him. But Akira, in the end, the reinforcements didn't come at all. I wonder if something happened to them. Akira quickly reached for his terminal and contacted the HQ. This is number 27. HQ. You there? This is HQ. What's the matter? Where are my reinforcements? They're not coming at all, you know. We've told them to go to your location. They're not there yet. I don't see anyone else here. Thanks to that, we had to deal with a swarm of scorpions just with the three of us, you know. Tell them to hurry up. Roger that. Before that, I'll need to access the record from that battle, so wait for a bit. The monitor of Akira's rental terminal changed. It seemed that it was sending some kind of information. But once it was done, the HQ did not immediately answer back. He was about to say something to the HQ, but suddenly the HQ staff gasped. What the heck is this? Wait for a sec. Right after that, Reina and Shiori's terminal rang. Those were calls from the HQ. Reina answered the call and yelled. This is number 17, what's going on with the reinforcement? This is HQ. Can you tell us what's happening there? We just finished fighting against a swarm of Urata scorpions. Shiori then interjected. This is number 18. Let me give a more detailed explanation. We just encountered a huge swarm of Urata scorpions. Most of the scorpions came from the hole. It can be assumed that there's a big scale nest down that hole. With that in mind, please dispatch a search team and an extermination team this way. That I see, we're just wondering if number 27's terminal is malfunctioning. Wait for a bit while we access the record of that fight. We've contacted the reinforcement, so just wait there until they arrive. Please wait, what do you mean by malfunctioning? It's the record from number 27's terminal. The number of scorpions that he took out doesn't make sense. So we need to check the record from both of your terminals to confirm it. I believe that his terminal is not malfunctioning. We saw it by ourselves how he took out the scorpions that were gushing out from that hole all by himself. Seriously? Once you confirm the safety of that area, can you snap a picture of the hole and send it over? And also, it would be great if you could put some illuminations too. I'm not happy to do it, but I guess I have to, Well then, that's all. The HQ ended the call after that. Akira was picking up the magazines that were scattered on the ground and putting them back in his rucksack. CWH anti-material rifles special ammo was expensive already, and it was even more expensive to buy them in the form of a magazine rather than as individual bullets. Akira had used dozens of those magazines and the empty magazines were scattered on the ground. While Akira was picking up the magazines that were still loaded with bullets back into his rucksack, he imagined the money that he would have spent on those ammo if he had to pay them by himself. It did not take much time for him to figure out that there was no way he would be able to pay for it, as he looked all gloomy. Akira then turned to Alpha. He sounded worried as he asked, "With all of these ammo that I used, it's not like they would tell me to pay them myself, right? It will be okay, right?" Alpha smiled bitterly as she said, "Don't worry, it will be okay. Maybe. And maybe. I'm not a staff member of Kagomayama City's long-term strategic division after all. So I can't say for sure. But don't worry, it will be okay. I think, maybe, probably, I hope so." "You should have stopped at, it will be okay." Alpha was only teasing Akira and he too knew that, but his face twitched as he imagined what would happen if the unlikely case turned real. As for Shiori, she started scanning the inner side of the hole just like the HQ told her to. She first installed some illuminations near the entrance of the hole. When she finished, the illumination shone brightly and showed the scene inside of that hole. Reina could not help but express repugnance as she caught a glance of that scene. Due to the powerful bullet that Akira used, he blew the scorpions into tiny bits. Those tiny bits mixed together with the dead corpse of the scorpions, as both of those things were trampled by the countless scorpions that were gushing out from the hole. They were mixed together and kneaded into a single humongous pile of meat. Limbs and other parts of Urata scorpion were sticking out and formed a huge pile of flesh. It made anyone who looked at that pile of flesh wondered how the heck that terrifying thing ended up there. Looking at that pile of flesh, there was no way they could count the number of Urata scorpions that Akira had taken out. They could only approximate the number by calculating the time Akira spent fighting those scorpions, the number of bullets that he shot, and the width and height of that pile of meat. Both Shiori and Reina did not have the leeway of checking Akira in the middle of that battle, but still, they did not expect it to be this intense. Shiori regretted that she accepted that order from HQ. Shiori stopped Reina, who was about to come with her. "Milady, please wait in the hallway. This is not a place for Milady to step into." Reina winced as she replied back, "I'm okay. I can handle this. I believe there's no need for Milady to push yourself too hard. I was the one who accepted that job from the HQ, so please wait in the hallway." "It's okay. I'll help too. Since I also took this request, I might get to see this kind of thing more often from now on. So I might as well get myself used to it while I have the chance." Reina still looked scared as she squeezed out a smile and stepped forward to look into that hole. All the pile of meat that covered the ground from the dead Urata scorpions felt so squishy as it absorbed the impact from Reina's step. Reina could not help but to twitch when she felt that, but she did not step back and kept pushing forward. Reina and Shiori proceeded deeper into the hole while installing the illuminations. There were Urata scorpions' meats scattered on the walls of the tunnel too. Every time they took a step, they could feel the soft, squishy meat on the floor. They tried their best to endure the situation while continuing to install the illuminations. After Akira finished picking up all his magazines, he peeked into the hallway. It was the place that he trusted Reina and Shiori to defend. It was filled with Urata scorpion corpses. It showed the fierce fight that Reina and Shiori had while defending the place. Although there were corpses scattered not too far from him, the area around him had no corpses at all, as if it was deliberately cleaned beforehand. It was not like Reina and Shiori had Akira's extra powerful ammo. Because of that, more than half of the scorpions that they killed retained their shapes. The hallway was pretty wide, so unlike a narrow hole, they could not just randomly shoot at these scorpions just like what he did. The scene in that hallway was proof of Reina and Shiori's skill. Akira was a bit surprised when he saw it. Although he could not make an accurate prediction of their skill from that scene, he at least knew that it was amazing. Alpha then explained to Akira what he was seeing. There are not that many traces of meat or blood splattered on the wall and the floor. It shows that they did not just randomly shoot at these scorpions, they properly aimed and shot at the scorpions' weak points. Moreover, to think that both of them could defeat these many scorpions, it seems that they are pretty skilled. Is it possible for me to do something similar? It's perfectly possible as long as you have my support. You can even just run around freely without a care while carrying piercing ammo-loaded edge rifles on both of your hands with my support. So in short, I can't do that myself, huh? After all, if I do that, it just means that you'll be controlling both of my arms, and I'm sure it will leave both of my arms broken too, won't it? I'm glad that you're a smart boy. It's a good thing that you can accurately evaluate your own ability. You're mostly correct, although it might break both of your arms, it'll at least save your life. But don't worry, it's not like your arms will be completely torn off from your body. It will only cause some lacerations and you should be able to recover with some medicines. Akira sighed. That as I thought, it's too soon for me to take this request. This is a big mistake. Akira was actually asking if he could perform just like Shiori or Reina. Basically, he was trying to compare himself with one of them. But Alpha answered back assuming if he had to face all of those scorpions that the girls faced all alone. Because of that, he was actually misunderstanding Alpha's answer. Of course, Alpha knew that when she gave Akira that answer. Not too long after that, the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. It was the rest of the hunters in the defensive point 14 and some hunters from defensive point 15. When Akira saw Katsuya, he turned to Shiori and said, "Although this is a little bit different to what we agreed to, would it be okay if I assume that I already finished your request here?" The request that Akira accepted from Shiori was to provide support to Reina until they returned back to the defensive point. Although it was not like they returned back to the defensive point, their current situation was more or less the same as if they returned back. Of course, thank you for your hard works. Shiori lightly bowed to Akira and told him that he had officially finished the request from her. Akira lightly bowed back to Shiori and left the group as the girls went to join Katsuya again. Katsuya and the other hunters who did not understand what was going on looked puzzled. Watching Akira step away, Reina looked a bit disappointed. Shiori noticed that, but she felt like it would only cause unnecessary trouble if she asked her the reason, thus she decided to just ignore it. Shiori finally looked relieved. That was really dangerous, but I guess it's all right now. After this, I just need to warn Milady not to move separately from Katsuya's group again. Moreover, since Katsuya-sama is the group leader, he should have properly stopped Milady. No, that would be me just venting at someone else. It was me who should have properly stopped Milady. Yes, that's it, I should properly evaluate my own action rather than blaming it on someone else. And so Shiori reflected on her actions once more. Akira and the other hunters were keeping watch on that place for not too long before more reinforcements came. It was the exploration team and the extermination team. The place then turned into a proper defensive point and the chain of command shifted to the leaders from both teams and the HQ. The area suddenly became busy with hunters as the exploration and the extermination team were preparing themselves to explore the whole. Akira was told to clean the dead scorpions around the area. After all, those corpses were obstructing the hunters there. Not to mention that some new scorpions might conceal themselves among the corpses. But it was not like they could carry those scorpions to the surface, so these corpses were only gathered in a safe place in the underground city. Akira was carrying the scorpions one by one. Although they looked heavy, the scorpions were pretty light for their size. These scorpions are lighter than I thought. Is it because of my augmented suit? Akira thought that Alpha increased the power output of his augmented suit while he was carrying the scorpions. But Alpha shook her head and denied his guess. Nope, they're actually pretty light. They'll grow lighter if you leave them for a while. That's weird, why is that? There are various theories, but it's not like there is any definite proof which confirms any one of them as correct. So just take it as it is and don't think too much about it. One of the theories says that the nanomachines that were spread during the Old World era accelerated their decomposition process. Some of the theories even say that it has something to do with the colorless mist. Just think about it, although the hunters regularly kill a lot of monsters, you don't find that many corpses in the ruins, right? But with the number of the monsters that the hunters kill every day, it should be normal to find some rotten corpses from time to time, right? Now that you mention it, that's indeed weird. I sometimes find bones and skeletons, but I don't find rotten corpses at all. I see, so they were decomposed at an accelerated rate, huh? Wait, then how about that greedy crocodile corpse that we found not too long ago? Isn't it weird that we found it still retained its shape when it should be quickly decomposed? The outer skin does not get decomposed, so instead, it might be empty under its skin. Or maybe its skin has some kind of preserving function that makes it decompose slower. Different species of monsters decompose at a different rate after all. Not to mention that the location also affects the decomposition rate. But then again, like I said, there are many theories trying to explain it. Well, this underground city is basically the old world territory too, so the cleaning Nanamakine's density might be higher than usual down here. That might also be the reason why this place is so clean even though it's a huge amalgamation of monsters' nests. Had these monsters created a stench from their natural processes, then this underground city that's filled with those monsters would have created a stench, right? You're right? Well, it's good that this place is kept clean. It's just that I can't help but get curious about it, you know? There were a lot of weird things in the Eastern District. Most of the people in the Eastern District blamed the old world technology for those weird things. And it was true that most of it was because of the old world technology. For better or worse, Akira and the other people of the Eastern District had already gotten used to it. But if you look at it from another perspective, it meant that there were a lot of old world relics in the Eastern District. These relics contain knowledge and technology that might cause irreversible damage and chaos or maybe even destroy the world if they were misused. The people who were alive in the previous era could not fight back the destruction that these relics brought and became ruins. It could be expected that the civilization of this era would also be wiped out and become one with the ruins if the old world technology was mismanaged. As he continued talking with Alpha about the strange things in the Eastern District while cleaning the monsters, Akira thought that the meat pile that he just created would also not stay for long as it should be quickly decomposed into dust particles and vanish. After he finished his job, Akira took out his reserve ammo to confirm how many magazines he had left. Akira frowned as he noticed that he did not have much reserve ammo left. He would not be able to fight another swarm of monsters with the amount of reserve ammo that he had now. He would have no other choice but to run away if he encountered another swarm. He would have to let Alpha take over his augmented suit to help him run away, which, of course, would cause him to go through excruciating pain on both of his legs. But that was only half the reason why he frowned. Akira's rental terminal suddenly rang. It was from the HQ. Akira hesitated a bit when he answered the call. This is number 27. This is HQ. We've finished examining your battle record. We have some questions regarding the same. I won't pay for the ammo, okay? I just won't. Akira quickly said that first. He sounded desperate when he yelled at his terminal. Akira used a lot of CWH anti-material rifle special ammo to fight the scorpions. It could even be said that he was wasting more ammo than needed, and Akira himself knew that fact. It would not be strange if Akira was told by the HQ to pay for the ammo that he wasted with his own money, but unfortunately, he did not have the ability to pay for them. The HQ staff understood what Akira was worrying about. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry about that. The requester will pay for those bullets. There's no change regarding that. Even if they thought that the amount of the bullets you use don't fit the result, they would only cancel their contract and reduce your reward." Akira let out a sigh of relief. He calmed himself and asked again. "I see, so then, what do you want to ask me?" "There are no information relay stations around where you are, and you took out those scorpions when they were far away from the terminal. Because of that, we could not accurately calculate the number of monsters that you took out. And so we will only calculate your reward based on the approximated number of monsters that you killed. Do you have any request as to how we should calculate your reward?" "As long as you don't count it as 0, since you can't calculate the number of the scorpions that I took out, you can just use whatever calculation you want for the reward and then just divide it equally among 3 people, Are you sure you're okay with that? Akira believed that he did not say anything weird. So he was confused when the HQ asked for his confirmation and decided to ask the HQ, did I say something bad? The HQ staff was so surprised that he went silent for a moment. He then replied back. Nope, there's no problem. It's just that most hunters would usually complain that they should have gotten more reward the moment they see the amount of the reward distributed to them in their terminal. That's why I just wanted to make sure. So let me get this straight. We will do the calculation and the result will be divided equally between 3 people, okay? I already got your confirmation from this conversation, so don't complain afterwards, alright. After saying that HQ staff ended the call. Chapter 47, Katsuya's Complaint. Akira looked like he was in a good mood as he was stuffing his magazines back into his rucksack. He was happy that the HQ said the requester would still pay for the bullets that he used. Reina awkwardly approached Akira, Shiori and Katsuya's group followed behind her. Akira only glanced at Reina before returning back to stuffing his magazines. Although Shiori looked calm from the outside, she was actually pretty shaken up inside. Reina hesitated. She looked like she wanted to say something to Akira. But she went silent to think about it. Once she had thought enough, she said, I heard about your call with HQ regarding the reward distribution, and if I'm not mistaken, it seems like you told them to divide the reward equally for 3 people, is that correct? Yeah, they asked me what to do and I did say that. Reina looked a bit troubled. Looking at her made Akira uneasy too. Both of them were staring at each other, trying to understand why the other person said what they just said. But since their way of thinking was totally different from each other, neither could not catch the meaning behind their short conversation. But before they could clear up the misunderstanding, Akira quickly drew a conclusion and looked annoyed as he said to Reina, Are you thinking of telling me to give you all the reward from that battle since I was in the middle of your support request and what I did was just a form of support for you? Just to let you know, I won't do that, okay? Seeing how Akira's mood worsened, Shiori quickly put her guard up. The same happened with Katsuya and his team. Reina could not immediately understand why Akira said that, but the moment she did, she shook her head in panic. No. That's not what I meant. It's the opposite. The opposite. You took out more than half of the scorpions that we defeated, right? So if the reward is divided equally, it would mean that my reward will be way bigger than it should. Are you okay with that? We stopped them together, so it's only to be expected to divide the reward equally, right? Well, if I had to pay for my own ammo, I would like to divide it equally after covering for my ammo expense. But since the requester paid that for me, so I'll just divide it equally with 3 people. To be honest, I don't want to argue too much about that, or is that you have any complaints about it? Not really, but... Then you have no problem dividing it equally with 3 people, right? If the reward from the extermination request is only divided according to the number of monsters that you take out, won't the hunters who focus on scanning enemies only get a small amount of reward? It'll definitely cause a fight, you know? If not for Reina and Shiori, Akira would have found himself surrounded by scorpions back there. Reina and Shiori did work well. Akira seriously thought so. Moreover, it was not like Akira had discussed with them beforehand as to how to divide the reward. He could not think of any better way to share the reward other than dividing it equally among the members of the team that was formed on the spot. Although Reina understood what Akira was saying, it was not like that was enough to convince her. It was true that she did not want to be a deadweight for him, but she also understood that she could not produce the same result as him. Milady, since he is okay with it and it doesn't reduce the amount of reward that we receive, I believe we should just accept it. Arguing might only cause a needless fight. Shiori was signaling Reina that continuing it might cause another fight with Akira. Thus Reina quickly decided to stop arguing and said in a panic, Why, you're right. It's not something worth fighting about. So, is that all? Reina was about to answer that question, but Shiori suddenly interjected. That would be all. We're sorry to have troubled you. Milady, let's return now. Shiori immediately suggested Reina to consider withdrawing from the conversation. Reina looked a bit troubled with her sudden request before awkwardly leaving that place together with Shiori. After they walked away from Akira, Reina asked Shiori, I was trying to be careful back there. Did I do something wrong? Reina was actually trying to be careful not to cause a fight, but then Shirori suddenly pulled her away from that conversation. So she thought that she did something that she should not have done. Shirori frowned as she answered. Well, it's true that you caused a misunderstanding which worsened Akira-sama's mood, but I believe it was because of Milady's clumsiness. But again, with that being said, you can't blame your clumsiness. It's wrong to assume that the other person will always understand what you're trying to say. There's always a possibility where the other person misunderstands and their misunderstanding might not get cleared up or even become worse. But I just wanted to talk with him, you know. Milady, you yelled at him once that he can just die alone somewhere. So, I believe that you should not rush into a conversation so quickly. You should give him some time to cool himself before talking to him again. He's not like Katsuya-sama. He would not just laugh it off if you make a spicy remark about him. Why, you're right. I understand. Reina wanted to know how well she performed. She wanted to know Akira's opinion about her performance. That was why she wanted to talk more with Akira. But it seemed that she had to postpone that for now. Reina looked depressed since she understood that it was all because of her own action. Reina and Shirori had left Akira to his own devices, but Katsuya and the other two girls were still there. Katsuya looked hesitant as he asked Akira. There's something I want to ask you. What do you mean with that support request? Akira answered back apathetically. Just ask Reina. Katsuya was a bit annoyed by Akira's behavior, but he held himself back and asked Akira once more. We're hunters from Drankum and she's one of my team members. Well, I'm basically the leader of our team, so I wanted to know what she did when she was away from the team. I need to give a full report to the gang, you see. It has something to do with the reward, so, can you please tell me? Just ask her. Akira answered back again, apathetically. It was as if he did not care at all. Katsuya raised his voice and pressed for an answer again. Is it something that you can't tell, or is there anything that you're trying to hide? You can get all the details from her, can't you? Or is it like you're someone who doesn't mind leaking the request that you took from others without asking for approval? Akira, Shirori, and Reina were able to deal with a swarm of scorpions with only the three of them. It gave them an amazing accomplishment but left them dead tired. Because of that, Alpha decided not to tell Akira to watch his surroundings as a part of his training. One of the staff who had a good intuition noticed that Akira was relaxing and not watching his surroundings properly, so he yelled at Akira and asked him a question that he would not be able to answer if he did not properly keep watch of his surroundings. But Akira was able to answer him just fine. Of course, it was all thanks to Alpha. That staff looked surprised and said to Akira, "Oh, so you're properly keeping watch, huh? Sorry I doubted you." It's okay. It's true that I might look like just daydreaming, and it's also true that I'm very tired, so I might be in a bit of a daze right now. Akira answered back straightforwardly. Although that staff could not see her, Alpha was floating beside him while smiling. "Ah, I see, you're the one who found that hole connected to the uncharted area. I also heard that you went through a fierce battle too. I'm sorry, but it seems that you need to work for a little longer." "I understand." The staff then went back to continue his work. Alpha turned and smiled at Akira. "You did well dodging him." Akira smiled smugly. "Well, it's fine, isn't it? Since I can do all of these things only because I have your support, it's all thanks to you. Not to mention that I would not be able to do this request if I don't have your support, so if that much of lying is not allowed, then I shouldn't be here in the first place. I'm 100% relying on your support after all." "You're not wrong there." If Alpha stopped her support, Akira would just turn into a deadweight. So he was planning to keep on relying on her so as not to slow the other hunters down. Although in the end, it caused the staff to doubt his own intuition when he noticed Akira relaxing, it was an acceptable sacrifice looking at the bigger picture. It was way better than getting ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpions. After the small conversation, Akira kept watch of his surroundings as time passed by without anything interesting happening. The Kuzusuhara underground ruin exploration and Urata scorpion nests extermination went on for 24 hours. After all, the monsters in the underground city kept active regardless of whether it was night or day. Thus the hunters had to stand watch 24 hours to secure the area. Akira's shift lasted for 8 hours. It was the shortest working shift available. The hunters who wanted to earn more money could stay in the underground city for 24 hours. But of course, Akira was planning to immediately return back home after 8 hours. Alpha told Akira that his shift was almost done, so he pulled out his terminal and contacted the HQ. This is number 27. HQ, are you there? This is HQ. What's wrong? My shift is almost over, so please send another hunter to take my place. Oh, wait for a sec, let me check again. Number 27. You do fulfill the minimum working hours quota. And there's no problem with the number of hunters present there, so you can just go ahead and return back home. Thank you for your hard work. What should I do with my rental terminal? You can carry it around as long as you're taking this request. If you're afraid of losing it or breaking it, you can come to the temporary HQ and hand it over to our staff. If it's too much work to do, you can just carry it with you back home. For tomorrow, you just need to go to the first floor of the HQ with that rental terminal. Even if you lose it, you'll just get your reward subtracted. In the end, it's just a cheap mass-produced terminal and we have a lot of reserves left. After all, they often break in battles. Roger that. I'll return back home for today. Be careful on your way back. Remember that you won't get any reward from the monsters that you kill if you get attacked on your way back home. That's all. Once again, thank you for your hard work. The HQ then ended the call. Akira's work for that day was completed. Akira took the request for 1 week, so there were still 6 days to go. Although his bad luck was rather worrying, it would be great if he could finish his shift just fine like today for the remaining 6 days. Alpha smiled and hoped that would be the case. Good work for today. You survived another day, we just need to do it 6 more times. Let's give our best. We're not done yet for today. It's not safe yet until I'm back in the city, or at least, I should not put my guard down before I'm back to the surface. Your detection ability will turn back to normal once we're out from the underground, right? That's right, let's head to the surface as soon as possible. It's a good thing that you didn't immediately drop your guard just because the situation has calmed down. It's proof that you've grown. Alpha was honestly praising Akira's growth and he felt that it did not feel too bad to be praised. As Akira was thinking of going back, he caught a glimpse of Katsuya's team. Katsuya's team was already underground when Akira came, so if they took the same shift as Akira, they would have headed to the surface before him. Those guys are still staying down here. They're really hard-working hunters. Or maybe their contract is different compared to your contract. Well, whatever it is, whether they stay here or not, it's none of our business. You're right, let's return back as fast as we can. I can't wait to take a bath. As Akira was about to excitedly depart, Alpha suddenly reminded him. Be sure to finish the rifle's maintenance before taking a bath, okay? Judging from how tired you are, I'm sure you'll fall asleep before cleaning your rifles if you take bath first. Akira tried to negotiate although he knew it was futile. Can I do it tomorrow instead? Nope. Okay. Akira hung his head low after Alpha rejected him. He sighed and then dragged his feet back home. Alpha just smiled as she looked at him like that. Reina's eyes followed Akira's back as he left that place. It was not like she had any particular reason why she did that, or at least, she herself was not aware of any. Though, Katsuya noticed Reina's action. Reina, what's wrong? Reina looked like she was somehow in a good mood when she answered back. It's nothing. Katsuya felt a bit annoyed by Reina's answer. He thought that she was trying to hide something from him. He cast aside his displeasure and asked Reina for the second time. Really? Reina was puzzled since it was rare for Katsuya to do something like this. She then decided to say what she just thought. Well, I just thought that he went back first although he came here after us. By the way, what's going on with the people who have to take our place? When Reina said that, it reminded her that she was trapped there even though she also wanted to go back home. That was why she asked that question to Katsuya. Katsuya answered back in panic. I asked them to send someone. So just please wait for a bit more. Katsuya immediately thought that it was a big mistake when he said that to Reina. According to the contract between the city and Drankum, the hunter replacements for the Drankum hunters would be from Drankum. Because of that, they could not go back home yet like Akira who was able to go back because there were enough hunters to take his place. But still, it's already been 3 hours, you know. Don't you think you should at least check with them? Reina's mood was getting worse. She was checking the current situation while talking with Katsuya, and the result from that made her mood worse. Reina was only temporarily forgetting her exhaustion from when she fought at full power. Now, all the accumulated tiredness weighed down at her. Although they were taking turns in resting, in the end, they could only sit on the hard floor, so it was not like they could recover much. Her tiredness only caused Reina to get even more annoyed. Katsuya lamented what he just said to Reina. He looked remorseful as he tried to cheer her up. They said that they had some unexpected trouble when dispatching the hunters. But they're already heading this way, so let's just wait for a bit more, okay? Yamaina then tried calming Reina down too. Reina, calm down. It's not like he can do anything about it even if you're blaming him, right? So just be patient. Eri also joined in. It's not Katsuya's fault. Reina's face twitched. If it was the usual Reina, she would start throwing a tantrum and yelling right there, and after that, Shiori would try to calm her down while reprimanding her. Katsuya and the other two also thought that would happen as they frowned. And as they expected, Reina tensed up and looked like she was about to start yelling. But unexpectedly, she stopped and immediately tried to calm herself down. Reina was gritting her teeth as if she was holding back something. She then let out a big sigh. Did I guess you're right, I'm sorry? Katsuya, Yamaina and Eri were surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Reina was a bit displeased when she noticed how the others reacted. What's with that face? Do you have any problems with what I said? Nope, nothing, right, Yamaina? It's good that you won't cause a ruckus at every single thing. The last remark that was from Eri caused Reina's face to twitch, but that was all. Reina sighed while trying to calm herself down. It did not take long before she returned back to her usual mood. Akira judged that he would not employ Reina even if it was for free, which was the second worst possible evaluation. He did not take back that evaluation even after he was about to get into a fight with Shiori. Then Akira asked the HQ to divide the reward from that battle equally among the three of them. It showed that he judged she deserved to get the same amount of reward as him. Reina thought that he made that evaluation after seeing her skill. That was why she was in such a good mood. Shiori looked at Reina with a conflicted gaze. It was obvious that Reina's skill had grown, but the trigger of that sudden growth was because she met with Akira. Shiori actually hoped that trigger was her. After all, she stayed beside Reina in order to help and support her. Katsuya looked at Reina, who was talking with Shiori. The usual fiery Reina was no longer there. He thought that might also be the reason why she was able to hold herself back from yelling. Katsuya knew well when Reina changed. It was after she followed Akira. Back then, Reina broke off from his team and chased after Akira. And when they met again after that, she had already transformed. When Katsuya asked her what happened after she left the group, Reina proudly told him that she fought against a swarm of Yarada scorpions. She told him how she fought valiantly, and Shiori, who was with her, confirmed that it was true. By the way, both Reina and Shiori decided to hide the fact that they were so close to getting into a fight with Akira. Even for someone like Reina, she knew well that it would only cause needless trouble if she told Katsuya about that. Reina was mostly in a good mood after she met up with Katsuya's team. Many would think she was in a good mood because she went through a good battle, but Katsuya did not believe that was the only reason. Although he did not realize it himself, he actually found it rather displeasing that one of his friends went together with someone who he hated only to come back later with better skill and better mood than before. Chapter 48, Exploration Team 9. On the next day, Akira went to the first floor of the building that was connected to the Kuzuzuhara Ruins underground city. That building was the forward HQ for the hunters who went to the underground city. Akira already fully refilled his ammo in Shizuka's shop yesterday. Shizuka looked worried when he came to her shop and bought all the CWH anti-material rifles special ammo, although he already did that the day before too. In order to reassure Shizuka, Akira said that he always kept his distance and shot the monsters from afar. It was exactly because he was thinking of keeping his safety that he bought all of the special ammo. He was somehow able to convince her after explaining it to her as such. Akira was not lying. To be more precise, he knew that he was doing such a dangerous thing which left him with no other choice but to do this to ensure his safety. Shizuka's intuition picked up something suspicious, but she just told Akira to be careful and to be sure to return back alive while smiling gently at him. She did not say anything more than that. After all, it was not like she could tell him not to go. As Akira entered a room inside the HQ staff inside the room immediately noticed him. He was the same staff who assigned Akira to defensive point 14. Number 27, you're finally here. Exploration team or extermination team, pick one. Akira looked puzzled. Yesterday, he was given the choice to either join the defense team or the exploration team, but this time, he was not given an option to join the defense team. Can I join the defense team again? If it's possible, I want to join the defense team again just like yesterday. No can do. Exploration team or extermination team. You can't pick the defense team. It's because of the skill that you showed yesterday, the HQ thinks that it would be a waste to assign you to the defense team. Aren't you glad that we think highly of your skill? Wait for a sec, if you're going to evaluate me from my performance yesterday, you should evaluate it as a part of the defense team. Well, it's not like I can do anything about it anyway. It was the people on the top who decided that. There's nothing I can do about it no matter how much you complain. So just give up and choose either of the two. Well, although the level of danger varies, I believe that there is not much difference. Akira hesitated. If he did not want to travel around an uncharted area, he should join the extermination team. But if he hated the idea of fighting Urata scorpion swarms or charging into their nest, then he should join the exploration team. Since it seemed that Akira would not be able to decide on anything soon, Alpha made a suggestion to him. You might be able to avoid fighting monsters if you join the exploration team, but on the other hand, you might be thrown into unexpected battles. As for the extermination team, they should have better firepower to fight the monsters, but there's no mistaking it that you would have to fight monsters. After all, that's the main job of the extermination team. If you want to make sure you have enough support in case you get to face something like yesterday again, I recommend you join the extermination team. Akira made his decision and said to the HQ staff, I'll join the exploration team. All right. That's it, it's done. Follow the instructions on your terminal and go to the defensive point 19. Then follow your next order there. Roger that. As Akira turned around and headed to the defensive point 19. That staff looked at Akira's back while making a puzzled face. The terminal on that staff's hand was showing the data about Akira. That this is the boy who Kobayashi endorsed. He is also the one who signed the ammo waiver. Lastly, the one who's assigning this boy's post is also him. This must be the same Kobayashi. In short, it's him who sent that boy here. To think that reckless guy really took a liking to this boy. I'm not sure if this boy is actually lucky or not. Kobayashi was affiliated with both Hunter Office and Kagomayama City. He was in a position where he had the veto right in this underground city exploration joint operation. This Kobayashi guy who had met Akira in the past was pretty infamous. To go out in the world and return back alive, or to go out in the world and die, Kobayashi loved such lifestyle and he believed that the hunters who considered this as their way of life shone the brightest. He was famous among his peers for proactively pushing the hunters who he was interested in and helping them live such a way of life. There were hunters who had the skill but not the opportunities. These hunters wished for a chance to overturn their lives. When Kobayashi found these hunters, he would gleefully offer them high-risk, high-return requests. To these hunters, his offer was very attractive. There were only two possible outcomes for those hunters, either win big or lose big. Most of the hunters who took such offer from Kobayashi ended up dead. Even those hunters who had the potential to grow successful if they were given more time. Some of them went out searching for glory and returned triumphantly, while some of them died in pursuit of greater glory. I don't know if he should be happy with this chance or should he hate it. He might still be alive if he did not take this request. After all, when it comes to gambling, it's easier for him to lose his bet the more he gambles. That staff looked like he felt sorry for Akira as he mumbled. On his way to the underground city, Alpha asked Akira, Akira, is it okay if I ask you why you chose the exploration team? If you want to avoid unexpected fights like yesterday, it's better if you join the extermination team, right? But in exchange, I would have to use a lot of CWH special ammo. I want to retain as much ammo as possible, you see. Moreover, if I join the extermination team and something like yesterday happened, they might think that I'm a very skilled hunter and force me to fight monsters that I can't fight without special ammo. I want to avoid that no matter what. Akira and Alpha stared at each other. Akira's answer somehow sounded like an excuse to her. What? It's true that I can get more experience if I join the extermination team, but it would be meaningless if I die, am I wrong? You'll be contributing to her revenue if you buy a lot of CWH special ammo from Shizuka's shop, but on the other hand, it'll make her worried every time you do that. You prioritized the latter, didn't you? Akira could not answer back. Alpha then continued. It's not like I'm blaming you for picking that option. But if you ask me, I would rather you get yourself better equipment and get strong enough as soon as possible so that you can take out Urata scorpion swarms like they're nothing. That way, you don't have to worry about anything. Well, you're right. Akira replied back swiftly and bluntly. Akira arrived at defensive point 19. The defensive point 19 was located in a big hall in the underground city. It was placed there in order to secure the uncharted area around it. There were multiple hunters stationed here in order to protect this important defensive point. It was also used as a place for the exploration and the extermination team to rest. Because of that, the hall was bustling with hunters. There were some staffs from the HQ in the middle of the hall giving orders to the hunters. Akira followed the instructions on his terminal and headed to the center of the hall. One of the staff noticed Akira and called him. You're number 27, right? The exploration team that you're going to join is in the midst of an exploration right now. Wait here for a bit until they're back. You can do anything you want as long as you stay in this hall. If you have nothing to do, you can at least help us watch the place and clean up any Urata scorpions that you see. Roger that. Akira looked for an empty space and moved there, leaving the staff alone. That staff took out his terminal and contacted the exploration team. This is defensive point 19. Exploration team 9, answer me. A girl's voice was heard from the terminal. This is exploration team number 9. Isn't it a bit too soon for the regular report? Is there anything wrong? The extra hunter that you requested has arrived. Come back here if you want to pick him up. A guy's voice suddenly interjected it, inquiring about that new hunter. It better be someone useful, all right? We have enough people for scanning the area. What we need is more firepower, you know. Don't be picky. Well, he took out a whole load of Urata scorpions yesterday. I'm sure he'll be useful. If you don't like him, you can just choose the same guys that you chose before. Don't you realize that we went through all the hassle in picking him because you didn't want to go with those previous guys? That guy then replied back in annoyance. I would rather go alone than bringing those guys along. Then the voice returned back to the girl from before. We'll head back to the defensive point. Be ready to receive the data that we gathered. That's all. The staff ended the call. He then turned to another staff and said, Exploration Team 9 will return soon. Be ready to send the data to HQ. Even if the data conversion from the previous one is not over yet, be sure to at least properly receive the new data. Yes, sir. The other staff saluted him and left to make the preparations. That staff looked at his terminal and mumbled. Well, looking at that boy's battle record from yesterday, I'm sure it will be all right. His terminal was showing the hunter data for Akira. But the thing that worried him the most was Kobayashi's name there. Akira did not look that strong from the outside, but even so, he got recommended for this dangerous request, and the one who recommended him was the reckless lifestyle lover Kobayashi. His name made that staff doubt Akira's ability, but he then decided to trust Akira's battle record from yesterday. Akira looked around and checked the area around the defensive point. The route that he took to that place was very well illuminated, but the other areas around that place were still pitch black. The underground city was wrapped in darkness without any lighting. Akira did not know whether they did not install illuminations in the other places because they just ran out of illuminations or because those areas were not safe yet. Among all the hunters who were guarding or just resting in that hall, Akira found some familiar faces. It was Katsuya's group. So those guys are also assigned here. It seems to be so. But Akira, now that we know they're here, let's put more distance from them. Why should I do that? It will only cause trouble if they approach you again. Alright. Akira could not refute Alpha's words, so he moved to the opposite side of the hall from Katsuya's group. He then just stayed there while watching his surroundings. As Akira was wondering if he could get lucky such that he would just have to stay in that place until he finished his shift, all of a sudden someone called him from behind. Akira! Akira turned to the source of that voice and saw Sarah walking towards him while lightly waving at him. Akira went to meet Sarah. He made a slight bow and asked, "Sarah-san, are you taking this request too?" Yep. Although to be more precise, we took the request to guard the temporary HQ, but we somehow got assigned to explore the underground city instead. But that aside, so you're the extra hunter, huh? That was a bit of a surprise. Me? That means the exploration team that I'll be joining is. Yep, you got that right. It's the team in which Elena and I are. The team leader is Elena. Come with me. Sarah then took Akira to the center of the hall, where Elena, the HQ staff, and other hunters were. Elena immediately noticed Akira and waved at him as he was walking toward her. Welcome to the exploration team number 9. I'm the leader of the team, Elena. I'm Akira. I'll be in your care for today. Elena jokingly introduced herself. Akira followed through with that joke and introduced himself politely. Then both of them giggled. But still, I didn't expect that the extra hunter would be you, Akira. Of course, I'll help you as much as possible, but it's still dangerous out there, so be careful, okay? We're going to explore an uncharted area, so we know nothing about the monster distribution in that area. It won't be strange to find something unexpected there. So be sure to be really careful, alright? I understand. I'll be careful not to drag Elena-san and Sarah-san down. Nice, you're a good boy. You can rely on us if things get dicey. After all, Shizuka too will be sad if anything happens to you. Okay, I'll be relying on you when that happens. Elena was happy with Akira's answer as she smiled at him. Akira did not show any excessive excitement nor nervousness. He was completely calm and composed. Elena, who saw that, thought that he should be fine. Elena then went to hand over the data that she gathered during her previous exploration. She operated her information terminal to send that data to the city staff. Although the rental terminal that Elena carried could also be used to gather data, Elena mostly used her own information gathering device. The data accuracy from Elena's information gathering device was on a different level compared to the data gathered by the rental terminal from the city. But since the data format from Elena's information gathering device was different compared to the one that the city staff used, there was a need to convert the data first before the HQ could use it. Normally, the city would not accept non-standard formatted data in order to avoid having to convert them. But the data that Elena gathered was so valuable that the HQ made an exception for her and went as far as to convert the data themselves. Akira looked genuinely amazed as he listened to Elena's explanation. So the data that Elena-san gathers even gets special treatment? As I thought, Elena-san is amazing. Akira was genuinely praising Elena, to which Elena blushed a little. She felt happy that he praised her. She then proudly said, "I'm really happy to hear that. There are hunters out there who don't appreciate the usefulness of this kind of data, you know? They think that they just need to defeat any monsters that they see. Some of them even say that they never get lost in a ruin no matter how complicated the layout is, and even if they get lost, they always find the exit. There are many hunters who go to the ruin thinking like that, you know." Akira sounded surprised as he said, "Is that true? Well, for me, I rather avoid fighting any monsters, and I definitely don't want to get lost inside a ruin. I can't believe there are hunters who make light of Elena-san's job." Although every hunter had different opinions on what it meant to be a good hunter, most of the hunters evaluated others' abilities based on whether they could easily defeat a powerful monster or not. It was true that as long as they kept working as hunters, fighting prowess was indeed an indispensable skill. It was also the easiest way to show how good they were to the other hunters. Because of this reason, some hunters looked down on other hunters who did not focus on polishing their firepower. Elena had experienced such an unpleasant thing so many times in the past. When Akira was exploring Kuzuhara Ruin, he realized that he was only able to survive because of Alpha's ability to gather information about the enemies and the topography around him. That was exactly why he understood how important Elena's job was. Elena somehow could feel that Akira genuinely understood her role and its importance. She was actually very happy deep inside her heart, so she gleefully continued talking. Surprisingly enough, there are quite a lot of hunters who think like that, you see. But it does not end there. Some of them would encounter some monsters, attract more monsters from that fight, waste a lot of ammo before starting to curse and run away, and then to finally get lost inside the ruin. Not only do they waste ammo and time that could have been used to search for relics, they even have the guts to complain, saying that it's because we didn't do our job properly, you know. Those hunters are just the worst. Elena realized that she was about to start complaining endlessly, and of course, Akira would not be happy to listen to her endless complaint. So she decided to end her complaints and came up with another topic. Let me tell you this beforehand, even though it's true that I rely on Sarah for firepower, I'm pretty good at fighting too, you know? I can use my information gathering device to increase my rifle's accuracy. Moreover, I bought myself an augmented suit not too long ago. Thanks to that, I can use heavy rifles that I couldn't normally use before. So just because my main duty is to gather information, it doesn't mean that I'm bad at fighting. Now that I think about it, Elena-san, you're now using that augmented suit from before, huh? Well, my information gathering device is pretty heavy after all, so I can only use a lighter rifle compared to Sarah. But even so, it still packs quite a punch. As the subject about Elena's augmented suit came up, Akira could not help but to remember the augmented suit that Elena used when he visited Shizuka's shop. Talking about the figure of Elena in her augmented suit, it reminded Akira about her beautiful curves highlighted by her augmented suit and also the image of flustered and blushing Elena in her seductive augmented suit. On top of that, it also reminded him of the highly accurate naked image of Elena that Alpha created using her advanced image reconstruction ability. The same thing also happened in Sarah's image. Both of them had a very attractive body. Those images left a strong impression on Akira. When Akira realized that he made a big blunder, he already remembered those images in his head. He frantically tried to distract his mind, but since he was so shocked, he was not able to completely forget those images. Seeing Akira's reaction, Elena immediately realized that he was recalling the time when she met him in Shizuka's shop. Watching how hard he was trying to keep calm, she also tried her best to do so. But it was not like she could completely calm down either. Akira and Elena's conversation stopped. Both of them smiled at each other, trying to gloss over the subject. Sarah smiled mischievously, looking at both of them. She had heard what happened from Shizuka, so she knew what was going on now. Seeing how her best friend was acting so unlike herself, she felt pitiful but also found it interesting at the same time. Of course, there was no way Sarah could know that Akira also thought of her naked image. In order to change the mood, Akira also tried to come up with another subject. By the way, how many people are in Elena-san's group? Elena immediately hopped on to that subject and quickly answered back. With you included, it's 4 people. 4 people? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that smaller compared to a normal group? I think it's a good idea to get more people. Akira remembered that he had to face a swarm of Urata Scorpion only with Reina and Shirori. With 4 people including him, it would not be that much different from yesterday. With such a number of people, Akira felt like he would be brushing with death again. There were Urata Scorpion's nests located in the uncharted areas of the underground city. Although the exploration team's duty was to only scout those uncharted areas, Akira still thought that 4 people were too small. Of course, there was also a possibility that such a small number was not a problem with their abilities, but it was not a number that could reassure other hunters without any further explanation. Elena and Sarah raised their eyebrows when Akira asked them that question. They then looked at each other. It seemed that it was not a pleasant subject to talk about. Sarah answered Akira's question. Well, to be honest, we wanted to get more hunters, you see. But something happened. What happened? This time, Elena answered Akira's question. There was some compatibility problem with the other hunters who joined this team before, you see. Although such situations are not rare, I really hope they take care of things like that beforehand. Akira looked at both Sarah and Elena. Judging from their expression, he noticed that there was a slight difference between Sarah's expression and Elena's expression. He thought that Elena and Sarah had different kinds of problems. Elena's problem was with the group itself, while Sarah's problem was more on a personal level. Suddenly, the last person in the team joined their conversation. "I'm really sorry. I'll be sure to tell them to take care of that problem beforehand next time." The last member of the team was Shikarabi, a hunter from Drankum just like Kitsuya and his friends. He was the hunter who acted as Kitsuya's guardian in the past. But right now, Shikarabi had been released from that position and Kitsuya's group was already moving separately from him. Shikarabi turned to Akira and said, "I'm Shikarabi. I'm also on the exploration team number 9. Are you the hunter who will join this team?" "I'm Akira. I'll be in your care for today." Shikarabi looked at Akira as if he was evaluating him. "I do welcome an extra hunter, but I hate to get someone who would pull us down like the previous one. Are you sure you're not mistaking something?" Although Shikarabi sounded as if he was provoking him, Akira just answered back as if it was nothing. "If you think that I'm a dead weight, please tell that to HQ. It's the HQ who assigned me here after all. So if you want to complain, then complain as much as you want to the HQ and get a replacement for me." To someone who was obviously telling him that he was doubting his ability, Akira replied back telling him to blame the people who sent him to that place instead. In the first place, Akira preferred to be assigned to the defense team. So he did not want to listen to the other hunters' complaints that should have been directed to the people who assigned him to the exploration team even though he did not have enough skill. His answer was the opposite of what Shikarabi expected. He thought that Akira would start boasting about his skill or snap back at him who doubted his skill. But looking at how he reacted, it seemed that Akira did not feel any displeasure towards other people who looked down on his skill, and that was rather surprising for Shikarabi. Shikarabi tried to hide his surprise as he intentionally mocked and provoked Akira. "That sounded really pathetic. Don't you have confidence in your own skill?" But Akira replied back calmly, "I don't know what you're expecting in terms of my ability. But at least, I know for sure that I don't have enough ability to say things like everything will be okay since I'm here now, or like, don't worry, I'll do something about it. So if you're talking about that, then yes, I'm not confident enough with my skill to say things like that." After hearing Akira's answer, Shikarabi burst out in laughter. His mood turned better as he said, "It's all good, I'm sorry about that. I know a lot of foolish hunters who are so full of their abilities even though they have no proof to support their claim. At least, I know that you're not one of those fools. Well, I bet it'll be all right. The people in the HQ are not that stupid as to send someone with questionable skills here." Shikarabi said that as he grumbled and apologized to Akira. "I've already finished my preparation, I can go anytime you're ready." Elena checked her information terminal, which was transferring data. Her terminal showed the estimated time needed to finish the data transfer. "We'll go once I'm finished with the data transfer, it'll still take about 5 more minutes. Are you okay with that, Akira?" "It's okay. I can go anytime. HM." Alpha suddenly pointed her finger and Akira instinctively turned to that direction. Not too far from them, he could see Kitsuya's group walking towards him with Kitsuya leading in the front. He obviously looked displeased. Chapter 49, Elena's Judgment. As Akira turned his head, Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi instinctively followed him and saw Kitsuya's team approaching them. Shikarabi's face turned sour. Elena put both of her hands on her face while Sarah just smiled bitterly. Alpha then warned Akira, "I don't think I even need to tell you this, but be a good boy and try not to cause a fight, okay? I know Elena-san and the others are here too. I'm sure they're not here to pick a fight either." "Well, I wonder about that." Akira looked confident with his guess, but Alpha refuted him, making a serious face. From how Alpha was acting, Akira thought that she was worried if he would cause a problem. So he reminded himself to act carefully. Elena let out a sigh and said to Shikarabi, "If it's another problem among Drankum hunters, be sure to sort it out yourself, okay?" "Of course. You can just blame me for everything he says." Shikarabi stated that out flatly. Akira, who did not know what was going on, looked at Elena. Sarah noticed him and explained the situation to him. Just like Elena said, there was a compatibility problem earlier. Originally, we planned to go out with more people. But it seems that among the hunters that Drankum sent, there's a hunter that Shikarabi just can't get along with, and so Shikarabi vehemently said that he would not go with that hunter. Sarah and Elena then told everything to Akira. Sarah, Elena and Shikarabi were originally a part of the temporary base construction aid request. Sarah and Elena formed a team of 2 and were given the duty to patrol the area and take out any monsters they find, while Shikarabi was dispatched together with the other hunters from Drankum and had similar duties. In order to make a way to the deeper part of the ruin, there were a lot of people working around the temporary base in the construction site. Some of them were clearing the rubble and wreckages while some of them were paving the road. Normally, they would use tanks to clear up the wreckages, but bringing tanks inside a ruin was next to impossible. There were monsters living in the tall buildings around the area, and there were cases where humanoid weapons could not be used to deal with them because of their size. Because of that, hunters were dispatched to help in fighting against those monsters. As the road from the temporary base extended deeper into the ruin, the workers encountered more monsters, each seemingly stronger than the last. And in order to deal with those monsters, the hunters with enough skill to be stationed in the front line were dispatched. But on the outskirts of the ruins, where there should be only weak monsters, they encountered Urata scorpion swarms. Then a later investigation showed that there were multiple Urata scorpion nests in the underground city. Given the size of the underground city, it was perfectly possible for it to be connected to the deeper part of the Kuzuzuhara ruin. Because of that, the commander in the temporal HQ on the surface had no other choice but to send some of the hunters from the surface to the underground. And that was the reason why Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi were here. The 3 of them were originally skilled hunters who were stationed in the front line. They only needed to pick up some hunters immediately to form an exploration team. Since Shikarabi was affiliated with Drankum, the original plan was to team up with some other hunters that Drankum had dispatched to form an exploration team. But there was a problem. The hunters that Drankum sent were Katsuya's team. Even in Drankum, Katsuya and Shikarabi just could not get along with each other. Especially Shikarabi, he really hated Katsuya's guts. Shikarabi was strongly against the idea of teaming up with Katsuya and his friends. He said that he would step out if they joined the team, or that he would do all their worth of work too, so there's no need to take Katsuya's team. He even said that if things got really bad, he did not mind if Elena and Sarah used him as a decoy to save themselves. This was an internal problem of Drankum. Thanks to Shikarabi's highly evaluated skill and his good connection with someone among the higher-ups in Drankum, in the end, his selfish appeal was accepted. After that, the HQ sent Akira to join their team. Shikarabi and Katsuya were arguing while Akira was listening to Sarah and Elena's explanation. Katsuya suddenly yelled while glaring at Shikarabi. "Give it a break already. I'm no longer working under you. I have no reason to listen to you. Don't you know that you're troubling Elena-san and Sarah-san just because of your selfishness?" Shikarabi replied back while posing as if he was picking a fight. He was not even trying to hide his hatred toward Katsuya. "Before spouting something like that, you should know how much trouble you'll be giving them if we let you join the group. Now get lost." They sounded like they would not come to a compromise anytime soon. At this rate, they would just continue arguing forever. Katsuya was so happy when he found out that he would be dispatched together with Elena and Sarah. He thought that it was the chance to show them his growth and redeem himself from their last evaluation of him. Although he also hated the idea of being in the same group with Shikarabi, he was planning to endure it. But Shikarabi cut short that opportunity just because of his selfishness. So it was understandable that Katsuya was angry at Shikarabi. Katsuya's face tensed up as he tried to convince Shikarabi. "Are you seriously planning to go out with only the 3 of you? Drankum would not send another hunter here just because you hate me, you know. How long are you planning to be so stubborn?" Katsuya did contact Drankum's management beforehand. He was hoping that the management side would give their absolute order to Shikarabi, who was so vehemently opposed to Katsuya joining the exploration team. But in the end, the management side told them to sort it out themselves. It was because Drankum's management wanted to avoid using its right to force Shikarabi, who was a veteran and skilled hunter, or Katsuya, who was like the representative of the young hunters in the gang. Although the Drankum's management sided with Shikarabe, they did not send another hunter from Drankum here. So Katsuya thought if Shikarabe met a monster strong enough to give him a hard time, he might let Katsuya join the exploration team. That was why he went to talk to Shikarabe, who just returned from an exploration. Shikarabe smiled lightly. Don't worry about that. The HQ already sent an extra hunter. It's Akira. He seems to be pretty strong, doesn't he? It seems that he took out a huge number of Urata scorpions yesterday. Even the HQ approved him, you know? Shikarabe said that and introduced Akira to Katsuya. Katsuya and his friends turned to Akira. They did notice Akira's presence, but they did not think that he would be the extra hunter for the exploration team. They thought that he was only talking to Sarah and Elena since they knew each other. That he's not a hunter from Drankum, you know? So what? The HQ was the one who recommended him. I bet he'll do just fine. In the first place, Elena and Sarah are not from Drankum too, am I wrong? Our rule says that when we need a skilled hunter for a certain request, we'll be prioritizing hunters from Drankum. That doesn't mean that we have to take deadweight useless hunters with us and divide our hard-earned reward with them, you know. Are you misunderstanding everything that you've experienced up until now or something? Shikarabe was looking down at Katsuya, and Katsuya was glaring at Shikarabe with rage. They were totally against each other. The only reason why it did not break into a fight was because both of them knew that they should not fight in that place. If it was not for the hunters around them, it would have been a very dangerous situation. As it looked like it would not end anytime soon, Elena interrupted and put an end to their argument. It's time, let's go. Elena immediately turned and left the place after saying that. Akira and Sarah just silently followed behind her. Shikarabe smiled mockingly at Katsuya before following suit. Katsuya kept glaring at Shikarabe's back as he was leaving that place. His gaze then shifted to Akira. That boy again, huh? If Akira was not there, Shikarabe might back off and let Katsuya join their exploration team. Katsuya unconsciously thought so as he mumbled angrily. Akira, who just joined the exploration team headed by Elena, continued walking deeper into the underground ruin with a grim face. Every exploration team was given a certain job. The exploration team number 9, to which Akira was assigned to, got the duty to map an uncharted area of the underground city. In order to at least understand the rough layout of the uncharted area, they brought a survey device to map out their surrounding. But of course, they had no information about the area that they were exploring. They did not know what kind of monsters were living there nor its count. Moreover, the hallways in the underground city formed a system of a labyrinth. And on top of that, it was unlike the defensive point, where there were illuminations. The uncharted area was still wrapped in total darkness. It was the territory where those monsters which could live in dark conditions roamed around. To delve into the uncharted areas, to bring back information on the layout of the area and the monsters roaming that place, and to ensure a minimal level of safety for the extermination team that would go there later. These were the jobs of the exploration team. In other words, these were the jobs for Elena's team, which now included Akira. They continued exploring the uncharted area without a minimal level of safety like illuminations or information about the area. It was taxing Akira's physical and psychical stamina more than he thought. The team was moving with Elena in the center, Sarah on the left, Shikarabe at the front, and Akira on the right. They, of course, brought with them some illuminations, but it was far from enough to illuminate the whole area. As such, the area around them was still pitch black. They were using their individual information-gathering devices to inspect their surroundings as they moved forward. The whole team was moving pretty fast, too fast for Akira. He did not know that Elena adjusted the whole team to move slower than usual in order to check Akira's skill. But even so, it took everything that he had to barely be able to match up with their speed. Akira was scanning the area using his own ability without any help from Alpha. It was a form of training for him. But because of the difference between Akira's ability and the other hunter's abilities, it quickly made him tired. Because of that, Alpha decided to stop the training temporarily. Alpha said to Akira, "Akira, let's stop the training here. I'll be watching out for any monsters, so you can relax for a bit. If we stay like this, You might get too tired to handle the situation in case if anything bad happens. I'm sorry. To be honest, I'm already at my limit right now. So, is it okay if I leave it to you? Of course, just leave it to me and relax. Nervousness will only cause you to get tired faster. It'll be bad if the tiredness slows you down when you need it the most. I'm really sorry. I'll be leaving it to you then. Just leave it to me. Alpha replied back confidently. It gave Akira a sense of security as he obviously relaxed his guard. Akira did not know that Shikarabe was actually observing him. Shikarabe suddenly asked him, "Akira, how's the right side?" Akira was a bit surprised as he quickly replied back. There are 3 Yarata scorpions about 50 meters ahead. They're not moving, so I think they're dead. But even if they're just playing dead, since they're not in our way and it doesn't seem like they're coming here either, I think it's fine to just ignore them. Shikarabe turned to Elena. He was asking for her confirmation, so Elena quickly responded. He's right. Shikarabe looked a bit surprised when he heard Elena's answer. Roger, that's weird. Here I thought that he lowered his guard, but it seems that he's doing his job properly, huh? I guess my intuition has dulled. Of course, Akira was only repeating what Alpha said to him. Although he tried his best to hide his shock and keep calm, there was still a trace of shock on his face. That was a close call. Shikarabe was able to accurately grasp the fact that Akira lowered his guard. As Akira caught a glimpse of the skill of a real veteran hunter, he gritted his teeth to stop himself from making a bitter smile. But on the other hand, his face turned stiff because of that. It was not like Shikarabe asked Akira that question in order to warn him. Akira was added to that team as extra firepower in the first place. So even if he lacked surveillance skills, Elena could cover him just fine. If it bothered him, Shikarabe could just watch his right side too. It was only a question to help him judge whether he should do that or not. Sarah and Elena were surprised by how proficient Akira was. After all, that level of area scan was close to Elena's level who specialized in that skill. Sarah and Elena did not think that Akira's searching ability was that good, but of course, their prediction was correct. After all, in reality, it was Alpha who was scanning the area. Shikarabe suddenly said gleefully, "What a jackpot, to think that not only he's good with fighting, he's also good with surveillance too. I'm glad we decided to bring him rather than Katsuya." Elena jabbed. She sounded a bit annoyed. "But I really hope you stop roping us into your gang's problem, you know? Don't say that. I did volunteer myself to be in the front as an exchange for my selfishness, right? And in the end, you being the leader of the group also approved it, didn't you?" Akira turned to Elena in surprise, and that remark by Shikarabe meant that she decided to bring Shikarabe alone rather than bringing 5 people in Katsuya's team. Akira did not think that Katsuya was that weak, and he also did not think that Shikarabe was so strong. Elena could catch Akira's line of thinking from his expression. So she decided to explain it to Akira. "Well, it's not like I was taking Shikarabe's side. I decided that based on all the advantages and disadvantages that we would get if we replaced Shikarabe with Katsuya's team. For example, in a small narrow underground hallway or room, it'll diminish the advantage of bringing more people. In that case, it's better to bring one skilled person who can deal with various situations. Moreover, it's hard to move fast when you bring a big team. Then also..." Elena hesitated. "That I'm not sure if they would listen to my command in case if we're in a pinch, you see." It seemed that Elena knew that she made a difficult choice. Sarah smiled bitterly and joined their conversation. "Well, Elena is a worrywart after all, but you decided to take that option thinking that it was the best option for our safety. This team was formed on the spot, so it might be a bad idea to suddenly form a big team. So please don't think bad of her, okay?" Akira smiled as he answered back. "Of course not, it's just that because of my inexperience, I thought that more people would definitely mean it would be safer. That was why I found it a little strange. It's not like I'm doubting Elena-san's decision. If Elena-san thinks so, I'm sure that it's the correct decision." Shikarabe then said in a good mood, "I agree with that. I can assure you that it was the correct decision. I used to work together with them, you see. So I know a lot of things about them. Katsuya often takes action without approval thinking that he's absolutely correct. Yamaina and Eri are only there to support him, so they obey whatever he says. Reina is impulsive and hot-tempered, while Shiori is only there prioritizing Reina's safety. All of them are full of problems. Especially that Katsuya, if he finds something that he doesn't like, he'll always go with voting and take over the command. Since the other four are always backing him, his opinion will always come out on top. He would not even notice that and insist that it's a decision they made together. I can guarantee that. If they do something like that in the uncharted area of the underground city, it'll definitely break the team. In the worst-case scenario, it might even cause the whole team to get wiped out. That's why it would be a big mistake to bring them here. Although he still did not know for sure whether that was correct or not, Akira at least knew that Shikarabe really hated Katsuya's guts after listening to what Shikarabe just said. Elena sighed. Leaving aside whether that information is accurate or not, I wanted to cut off the need to worry for something like that, and that's the biggest reason why I decided not to bring them here. I'll be very careful not to give any bad orders, so Akira, be sure to obey my orders, okay? If you want to know why I give you a certain order, you can just ask me and I'll explain it to you. I understand, don't worry, even if you make a bad decision, I'm sure that it's still better than if I were to make the decision myself. And when I ask you about your reason, that's not because I want to complain. Please think of it that I only ask the reason just in order to learn. Akira was being honest when he said that. He did not think even for a second that his judging ability was better than Elena. Moreover, Alpha herself also recognized Elena's skill. So he had no reason to doubt her decision. Elena blushed as she replied back. I'll give my best to answer your trust. Sarah was smiling mischievously when she saw how Elena was acting. Elena noticed her and returned with an intimidating smile, so Sarah quickly turned her face back to watching the hallway. They continued their exploration without any trouble. The underground city had a very complex design in the first place, and on top of that, the crumbled rubbles blocked some hallways and there were shutters that sealed some areas. Because of that, the underground city felt like a labyrinth. The only reason why they could venture safely deep into the underground city without getting lost was because of Elena's information analysis skill. She used the gathered topological information of the area to create a rough map and used the special features of the area around them in tandem with the direction and distance they traveled to accurately ascertain their position. She was also avoiding areas with monsters and any other dangerous areas where other hunters had encountered monsters, to pick the safest route. They encountered some monsters during their exploration. Most of the time, Shikarabe, who was in the front, would take them out all by himself, and when the monsters were too many for him, four of them would work together to repel the monsters. Most of the monsters that they met were Urata scorpions, but their numbers were not huge. They continued exploring the underground city without facing much trouble. Among all four of them, Shikarabe was the one who worked the hardest since he was in the lead position. Just like he said, he took Katsuya's team's worth of work too. That was why he had the biggest workload. Of course, it put Shikarabe under more stress. It shaved his physical and psychical stamina as well as his ammo reserve faster. Elena thought that it was time to rotate the position as she said to Sarah. Sarah, can you take the lead now? Sure. I'm not that tired yet, I can still go on. Although Shikarabe said that, Elena immediately rejected his suggestion. Even if you have the stamina, it's not like you have an unlimited amount of ammo, right? It's better to rotate when we have the chance. Not only can you take a rest, but it'll also conserve your ammo too. I see, alright. In that case, how about Akira takes the lead? Elena looked puzzled when Shikarabe made that suggestion. Akira, I want to confirm his ability. Since we're not in a relatively dangerous area, we can handle the situation even if he misses something and gets ambushed by surprise. So what do you think? Well, I won't force it if Akira doesn't want to do it though. It was true that it was a good idea to confirm whether Akira would handle well during a real fight or would drag them down. Akira also thought so as he said to Elena, I don't mind. In the end, Elena had the final say in that team. Even if she judged that he did not have the skill to do that job, Akira did not mind at all. Elena looked at Akira's face. She planned to reject that suggestion if there was even the slightest annoyance or nervousness in his expression. There was no nervousness in Akira's expression even if he was about to be put in the lead position. But on the other hand, there was also no trace of excitement either. So Elena thought that he really did not mind whether he was put at the front or not. Elena also agreed with Shikarabe's suggestion, so she decided to rotate Akira's position to the front. Alright then, Akira, exchange position with Shikarabe and take the point. Be sure not to do anything reckless, okay? Also, Sarah and Shikarabe, if you think that Akira is in danger, there's no need to wait for my orders to help him, okay? Akira, I understand. Sarah, okay. Shikarabe, roger that. Akira was completely neutral. Sarah and Elena smiled gently to reassure him, while Shikarabe sounded as if he was looking forward to it. Alpha then asked Akira before he changed position. Let me ask you this while we still have the chance, how much support do you want from me? Akira did not understand why Alpha asked that question. He looked puzzled as he answered back. How much you ask? Full support, please. This is just an idea. If you want, you can lower your performance so you might get assigned to the defense team next time. On the other hand, if you do too well, they might send you to a more dangerous place next time. So, with that in mind, what do you want? Akira finally understood why Alpha asked that question after listening to her explanation. He realized that he had such an option after he understood what Alpha actually meant. He then said, it's true that I can do that, but if I do that, I'll be causing more trouble for the others. So give me full support, just like usual. Well, I knew you would say that. Alright then, just leave it to me. Alpha smiled as she said. She now understood bit by bit how Akira's thought process worked. Chapter 50, Underground Exploration. Elena's team proceeded deeper into the underground city with Akira leading the front. With Akira leading the team, they moved more or less at the same speed as when Shikarabe was in the lead. Moving with that speed was completely above Akira's ability, so he relied fully on Alpha to watch for any monsters. Although Akira had limited visibility through the darkness thanks to his enhanced vision, it was not like he used that to spot monsters. It was Alpha who was using the information from that enhanced vision to detect monsters. From the other person's point of view, it looked like Akira was moving forward without even checking his surroundings. The only reason why the other hunters did not say anything about that was because Elena was also scanning the area and Akira was able to answer correctly when Shikarabe questioned him. And even if Akira missed something, the other hunters thought that it would not cause a fatal situation. That was why the other hunters let him take the lead. Alpha suddenly said to Akira, Akira, there are 3 scorpions up ahead. Take them out before they notice you. Akira's vision was enhanced by Alpha. Thanks to that, he was able to see clearly the scorpions up ahead amidst the total darkness. It also allowed him to spot rubbles and wreckages that would block his aim. His distance from the scorpions was considered a bit far. Akira had no confidence to be able to accurately shoot from such a distance, but he believed that it was not a problem with Alpha's support. Not to mention that since Alpha told him to shoot at those scorpions from such distance, he thought that it must be the best option to do it from here. Roger that. Akira readied his H rifle and aimed at those scorpions. He lined the TPL added into his vision by Alpha to the head of one of those scorpions and calmly pulled the trigger. Thanks to Alpha's support, the piercing bullet which flew out from its muzzle hit the scorpion right where Akira was aiming and blasted the scorpion's head to pieces. The other scorpions jumped into action as their friend was killed in an instant. They started looking around for enemies, but Akira quickly released the next volley of highly piercing bullets at them. Those bullets pierced through the scorpion's shells and slowed their movement. When those scorpions' movements had dulled significantly, Akira released the finishing shot at them. Those scorpions then fell down and twitched before they completely stopped moving. Akira lowered his rifle and sighed. It did take them out, so this is the power of the high piercing ammo, huh? It's on a different level compared to the normal bullet. Akira remembered the time when he had to fight a swarm of Urata scorpions using only normal ammo. At first, he was rather skeptical if he could fight Urata scorpions without CWH anti-material rifle. But after seeing the power of the piercing ammo, he understood that it should not be a problem. Alpha smiled at him and said, It seems that the piercing ammo works well against the scorpions. Let's keep using it for the time being. I understand. Seeing how Akira was acting, Alpha thought that his worry must have been cleared up. It was a good thing since unnecessary nervousness would only cause needless tiredness. Sarah relied mostly on Elena when it came to detecting monsters. After all, compared to the information-gathering device that she was using, Elena's information-gathering device was way better. In case if Elena noticed something, she would send that data to Sarah, and then Sarah would be able to accurately spot any monsters around her. But Sarah did not get any information about the scorpions that Akira just took out, so she turned to Elena and asked her, "Elena, can you send me the data about those scorpions?" "Sure." Elena then sent the data about the area ahead of them to Sarah. The new data that Sarah received was displayed on her visor. "Thank you. Yep, I see it. 3 Urata scorpions. They're already dead. He's pretty good." Sarah looked at the dead scorpions and mumbled out her amazement. Shikarabe used his own information-gathering device to confirm the scorpions that Akira just took out. Is there any need to shoot them from such distance? If it was me, I would move closer first. Elena answered Shikarabe's question. We're in a one-way hallway. There are wreckages and rubbles blocking our way. Those monsters are also basically in our way. You can either move closer to them using those wreckages to hide and take them out when you have the chance, or you can also bait them to closer before finally killing them. It's up to you whichever you want to choose. Well, it's true that everyone has a different sense of distance. It's not like he missed his shots anyway, so I guess it's not a problem. Shikarabe thought that it was not like Akira's action caused a fight that could have been avoided, and it was true that they might have to fight those monsters later, so it was a good idea to take them out when they had the chance. Elena also agreed with Shikarabe's opinion. But there was one thing that bothered her: how was Akira able to spot those scorpions? The information-gathering device Akira was using was originally the device that she sold to him. So she knew well the ability of that information-gathering device. If Elena asked herself whether she could do the same thing with that information-gathering device, she could answer the question immediately with a resounding no. It should be very difficult to detect those scorpions from this distance using the device that I sold him. That information-gathering device is not so powerful. It might be possible to do that on the surface, but in this dark underground city where information-gathering devices' effectiveness is greatly reduced, it should be near impossible to do that. So how in the world? Elena actually had a guess as to how Akira detected those scorpions. There's a good chance that Akira can connect to the old world domain. That might be the reason why he can do this. It does pique my interest, but if that's true, then I can't just carelessly ask him. Elena had promised Akira not to ask him any unnecessary questions. Although she was interested in him since he had better detection ability compared to her who was the team's main in surveillance, it was not enough of a reason to break her promise with the person who saved her life. On top of it, if she really asked him if he could connect to the old world domain, it might cause a fight in which they were forced to kill each other. If he could really connect to the old world domain, Akira might have slowly but surely noticed the fact that she and Sarah were suspicious of him. Thus, if she asked him in order to confirm her guess, it might cause their relationship to immediately turn sour. Sarah was not that knowledgeable about information-gathering devices compared to Elena, while Shikarabe believed that Akira must be using an expensive information-gathering device. So Elena thought that there should be no problem if she did not say anything as she put a lid on her curiosity. They continued their exploration with Akira still positioned in the front. They encountered monsters a few times, but Akira could handle them just fine. He was at least able to avoid being a dead weight to the other hunters. Because of the layout of the underground city and the number of rubble scattered in its hallways, they were forced to fight monsters in a close range for a few times, but again, Akira was able to handle those fights without any problem. They delved deeper through the darkness of the underground city. Traces of advanced civilizations could be found around them together with the inactive advanced technologies that were waiting to be reactivated. These silently revealed the glory that once prevailed in the past as these were now warped in total darkness. Akira and the others used their lights to scan the area and caught a glimpse of those remnants from the old world civilization's glorious era, They could see countless old-world relics that were left there. Akira then found something that resembled a shop's ruin. When he checked the insides of it for monsters, he was stunned as he found a huge amount of relics. Oh! What a find! There are these many relics lying here. Akira could not help but imagine just how much money he could get if he brought back all these relics. Seeing that, Sarah smiled bitterly and warned Akira. I can understand your feelings of wanting to bring them back, but remember that our contract says all the relics that we find during this request are fully owned by Kagemayama City. I do understand your feelings, I really do, but you can't carry them with you, okay? There was a trace of disappointment in Sarah's face, which was saying that it would have been really great if they found those relics while not in the middle of this request. She was enduring the evil whispers urging her to take those relics. She somehow ignored those whispers in order to stop both Akira and herself from doing something stupid. Don't even think of carrying just a small amount of those relics or mixing them with your ammo thinking that they won't notice them. It's a bad idea, so just don't, okay? When Sarah said that to Akira, she was actually reminding herself. Elena joined in. That's right, Akira. It's not like they would do a full body search on you, but still, if you take some of them, it almost always has some kind of effect on your behavior. So it's more or less guaranteed that they will notice it. And when they do, they'll confiscate those relics from you and make you pay a huge amount of fine that it'll completely screw your life for good. So don't do that no matter what, alright? Elena sounded like she was giving warning to a small boy. Akira also did not wish to be a bad boy, so he answered back obediently. Okay. Judging from how Akira replied back with no trace of displeasure or discontent, Elena and Sarah believed that there was no need to worry about him. Shikarabe also joined in their conversation. I don't know exactly how much the relics from this area is worth, but I believe the city thinks that they are worth enough to even make them spend a lot of money to build a forward outpost here, clear up the rubbles to make a road, and pay a lot of hunters to exterminate the monsters. They collect those relics to pay for our rewards after all. So if you have any complaints, you should direct that to yourself for accepting this request for the amount of reward they are giving out. Well, if you don't want to do that, you also have the chance of coming here alone. I don't know whether it is worth the expense or not, but if someone can do that, then that person must be a first-rate hunter. Akira did not need too much deliberation to come to the conclusion that it would be impossible for him to come all the way here by himself. That would be impossible for me, that just means that these relics are not something that I can get yet. Alpha smiled provocatively. You would be able to do that one day. But don't worry, I'll be giving you my full support, so it's not something that's too far in the future. Is that so? In that case, let's survive the request that I'm taking right now so I can still meet that future. I'll be relying on your support so I can survive until that day comes. Just leave it to me. As Akira was listening to Alpha's reassuring answer, he cast aside all his worries about the hardships that were lying in front of him until that day came and focused on surviving today. After all, that day would not come if he died in the first place. Shikarabe looked at those dusty relics which reminded him of something. Ah, I see. That might be true, I guess that's also an option. Shikarabe was talking alone as if he just came up with something, but he immediately noticed that the others were looking at him. Since it would be bad if they mistook him for thinking of a way to bring those relics, Shikarabe was a bit flustered as he explained. It's not what you think. It just reminded me of that news about a boy who exchanged an expensive relic in the exchange center not too long ago. Because of that, there was a rumor about an unexplored area in Kuzusahara outskirts, and a lot of hunters went out to search for that area, remember? The other 3 hunters made a weird face when Shikarabe said that, after all, it reminded them of bad memories. Sarah and Elena went to the ruin after hearing that rumor, got attacked by some thugs, and almost got killed. As for Akira, he was followed in the last half of his search and almost got killed too. These were the reasons why all 3 of them made difficult faces. Shikarabe looked at their faces and found it weird. What's wrong? But Elena prompted him to continue. Don't worry, it's nothing. So then, what do you want to say about that rumor? Ah, right, about that boy, you see. I bet he found a way underground. This place is still in the outskirts of the Kuzusahara ruin, right? So I just thought that he must have found an entrance somewhere and got his relics from the underground city. There were still not that many Urata scorpions at that time, so there were almost no scorpions on the surface. That would explain why that boy was able to come back alive. That sounds like a good explanation, don't you think? Akira, who knew exactly what had happened, feigned ignorance. He had no wish of saying anything since it might reveal his secret. Elena thought for a while before replying. Well, that sounds reasonable enough. You're not thinking of looking for another entrance to carry those relics, aren't you? Just so you know, I'm not going to help you. Elena firmly told Shikarabi that she would not help. She was collecting layout and topological information of the area and making a rough map using that information, so she might be able to find another entrance if she used that rough map. I know. I have no plan to pick a fight with the city either. I'm just saying that out since I thought that it might be a good explanation for that rumor. Calm down, I'm not planning to cause any trouble. Elena then told Shikarabi why she was in a bad mood. It is good that you are not planning anything dangerous. Now that you brought that rumor up, it reminded us of the past. We also followed that rumor and something bad happened because of that. Shikarabi finally understood why Elena was in a bad mood. Ah, I see, sorry about that. You too, Akira? Yeah, something similar. In reality, Akira actually was the source of that rumor. He was attacked by some hunters when he was just starting out without any real equipment. He then got attacked once more by former hunters looking to rob him of his relics when he returned back. That rumor only brought trouble for him. Shikarabi knew how powerful Sarah and Elena were. Even if they went to the outskirts of Kuzuzuhara ruin where the rumor was referring to, it should not cause them any trouble. That was why he was rather curious why Elena and Sarah were in such a bad mood. But still, I never thought it would bother you that much. What exactly happened? Did you miss a good request just to chase that rumor? Sarah went silent for a few seconds before answering. Well, a lot of things happened, but in the end we came back with more money, so I guess it's a plus in the end. Not to mention that we got to meet someone nice and got valuable experience. It was a good trigger to reevaluate ourselves. Result-wise, it ended up well, so I think that's good enough. But of course, I can only say that now after all is done. How about you, Elena? Elena smiled and replied. That you're right. I guess it did end up well. I guess I'll settle with that since it'll only keep bothering me otherwise. So yep, I think I'm glad I went behind that rumor back then. Sarah laughed. Yep, that's right. Not to mention that our luck got better since then, or more like, we're doing pretty well since then. Now that you mention it, that's true. I guess we really started doing well since that happened. Elena and Sarah remembered about that time. It was when they were having money problems and a lot of other things to worry about. Now that they thought about it, they realized that they started doing better since the moment Akira saved them. At that time, their luck was at the all-time low. But then Akira saved them and they were able to get over their situation. After that, things always went smoothly for them. Seeing how Elena and Sarah quickly cheered up, Shikarabi found that a bit weird. But he then turned to Akira and asked him, How about you, Akira? Well, despite all that happened, I guess it ended up well too. If Akira did not help Sarah and Elena at that time, he might have gotten killed when he was attacked by a swarm of monsters as he was traveling together with Katsuragi. Putting the motive aside, what he did back then allowed him to survive the other day. Elena and Sarah cheered up while Akira returned back to his usual mood, but in contrast, Shikarabi's mood worsened. Oh great, so in the end, I'm the only one who ended up with a big loss, huh? At that time, I was dispatched by Drankum to search for relics which also doubled as training for the young hunters in the gang. I was dispatched together with those. They just wouldn't listen to me and it was a huge pain in the ass to assist them. Shit, remembering it makes me angry again. Let's just end this topic here and continue the exploration. I'll vent this irritation on any monsters that I can find. Akira, let's switch positions, I'll take the front. Shikarabi took the front position again as they continued their exploration in the underground city. They got to meet some monsters just like Shikarabi hoped. As such, he was able to vent all his pent-up anger. During their exploration, they often encountered Urata scorpions. Akira shot the head of a Urata scorpion that was about 5 meters ahead of him and instantly killed it. He then continued showering the other scorpions with his piercing bullet, fatally wounding them and rendering them unable to fight. The swarms that they encountered were annihilated without even a chance to retreat. They were able to easily take out a swarm of 30 scorpions without any problem. Although they were unscathed, their faces were grim. Shikarabi looked at the corpses of scorpions that were scattered around. He kicked one of those corpses and said, "Their numbers keep increasing. It doesn't seem to be decreasing at all even after we killed this many. I wonder if there's a big nest around here somewhere." Elena re-evaluated their situation. If there was really a big nest around them, they should leave that nest to the extermination team. They had moved away quite far from the nearest relay station. Because of that, it would be impossible to contact the nearest relay station in case anything bad happened. Elena decided to order the whole group to return back. "Let's return back for now. We already got quite a lot of information and we're close on finishing one whole shift. This is a good place to finish the exploration." And so, the whole team headed to the nearest safe place, which was the defensive point 19. Elena relied on the rough map that she made to navigate through the total darkness. Akira thought that their exploration would finish without any trouble at this rate, but Elena suddenly stopped and tilted her head. That's weird." Elena's words somehow felt like a bad omen. Akira, who noticed that, asked her, "Is something wrong?" "The route is blocked by rubbles, but these rubbles weren't there when we passed through it." Elena rescanned the whole area using her information-gathering device before continuing. The scan radius was pretty wide that it allowed her to check the area around her for monsters. When she looked at the rescan result, she noticed that there were wreckages and rubbles blocking the route back. Shikarabi then came up with a guess. Other exploration teams might have encountered some monsters and used explosives in fragile points of the underground city. This ruin should not be so fragile originally, but with the scorpions digging holes all over the place, it's no wonder some areas became fragile. Sarah flustered as she asked Elena, "Elena, is there any roundabout route that we can take?" Their way back to defensive point 19 was already closed. She hoped that she did not have to wander around the underground city to look for another entrance. Elena gave a positive answer, but her answer did not make Sarah feel any safer. "Don't worry, there are many other routes that we can take, but we actually have changed the route thrice, you see." Elena's words made the other 3 hunters tense up. It had happened 3 times, so it was impossible to rule it out as a mere coincidence. Shikarabi then calmly said, "There might be battles happening on the upper floor of the underground city or maybe even on the surface. That might be the reason why some weak points of the hallways crumbled. I don't want to get buried alive down here." It was the right decision to head back. After all, even if we decide to look for another route, we need to conserve our stamina and ammo. All of them understood that getting panicked there, even if it was an unconscious one, would be very dangerous given their situation. Elena tried to calm herself down as she said, "You're right, let's go. The next route we'll take will be a longer one, but let's keep calm as we move forward." Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi readied themselves to start moving again. As Akira was about to follow them, Alpha suddenly stopped him. "Akira, tell Elena to stop and to take the shortest route instead. I'm sure we're already doing that even without you telling us." "That's not what I meant." Akira looked a bit confused, so Alpha explained everything to him. Although her explanation included a lot of assumptions, if those assumptions were correct, it would be really bad unless they came up with a solution soon. His face immediately turned grim. Akira sounded dreadful when he called Elena. "Elena-san, can you stop for a bit?" When Elena looked at Akira's serious expression, she immediately tensed up. It was not because she put up her guard on Akira, but it was because of the situation that they were in. "Akira, what's wrong?" "I want to check the rubbles blocking the route back to defensive point 19. They were not there when we came here. If it's possible, I want to go there as soon as I can. Is that okay?" Of course, Akira could not tell Elena that it was because Alpha told him to do so. He was actually worried if Elena would demand him the reason since he asked her without explaining anything at all. Elena stared at Akira. She looked deep into his eyes trying to understand the meaning behind his words. She then made her decision. Very well, let's go then. You're in a hurry, right? I bet you're in such a hurry that you don't have the time to explain your reason. Yes. This way then. Elena only said that before quickly starting to run. Akira and Sarah immediately followed behind her. Shikarabe also followed suit, albeit a bit late. The team ran fast through the underground city with Elena leading them. Because of that, they did not have the leeway of checking their surroundings. They could be ambushed anytime. In the worst-case scenario, the situation might turn fatal. Although Elena knew so, she paced the team faster. Shikarabe did not understand why Akira came up with that suggestion, and he was surprised that Elena took Akira's suggestion even without asking his reason. He then shouted from the back while watching the flank. Hey! Can you at least tell me the reason why we are doing this? It was completely understandable that Shikarabe would ask that question, but Elena immediately shot his question down. Do that later. You promise to obey the team leader's order, right? If you don't want to, you're more than welcome to stay behind, but I'll be sure to ask you later, alright? After he said that, Shikarabe clicked his tongue and continued running. Since they did not spend their time scanning their surroundings, they were able to reach their destination faster. Akira reached that place first since he already overtook Elena. He suddenly stopped not too far from the wreckages that were blocking their way. Elena and the other hunters who saw him also stopped behind him. Alpha looked worried as she said to Akira, Akira, take out your CWH anti-material rifle. You can thank the requester for paying your ammo expense again later today. Akira's face turned grim. Is it that again? Yep. Akira changed his rifle from AAH assault rifle to CWH anti-material rifle. He then readied his gun and aimed at the wreckage in front of him. Elena, who saw that, was surprised. Akira, what are you doing? Those things are not wreckages. Akira only said that before pulling the trigger of his rifle. The CWH special ammo left the gun's muzzle and pierced through the thing that blocked the hallway. That bullet pierced and tore through the scorpion's shell and blasted it to small pieces. Chapter 51. The Ability of the Hunters. The wreckages that Elena thought to be just crumbled walls were actually Urata scorpions. Since it was a hallway that they had passed through once, she only made a quick scan of the area. If she had done that close enough, she would have noticed that they were monsters. As Akira and the others saw through their camouflage, the scorpions jumped into action and charged toward Akira. There were so many scorpions in that place that they fully blocked the passage through the hallway. Sarah, Elena, and Shikarabe quickly picked up their rifles and started shooting at those scorpions. Although all of them were caught by surprise, there was almost no lag time before they started shooting. With the overwhelming firepower from Sarah and Shikarabe, they were able to push back the scorpions without any trouble. Countless bullets rained down on those scorpions. The biggest danger of a swarm came from its sheer number, but that number folded like it was nothing in front of the powerful bullets that rained upon them. It only took a few minutes for Elena's team to completely annihilate the scorpions that filled the hallway. Without their camouflage, these scorpions were no match against their opponent's firepower. The whole team confirmed that it was over as they let out a long sigh. But Akira, who had not lowered his guard even after the battle was over, spoke in a serious tone. Elena-san, let's head to defensive point 19 as soon as possible, or at least we should get close enough to contact them. In the worst-case scenario, we might have already been surrounded right now. I want to break off from their encirclement before they close in. We'll depend on you to lead us while adjusting our pace. Elena quickly ordered the rest of the team. All right then. Sarah and Shikarabe take the lead. Kira, you watch our flank. Assume any wreckages that weren't there before as Urata scorpions. Let's go. Sarah smiled at Akira as she moved to the front. Akira, I'll leave the flank to you. Shikarabe annoyedly moved forward too. Well, I guess this is at least better than wandering in the underground, huh? They then quickly started moving again. On their way back, they met so many scorpions that made them wonder just where exactly those were coming from. Elena picked a route that allowed them to reach the defensive point in the shortest time and with the least risk of getting ambushed. Thanks to that, They were able to rapidly close the distance to the defensive point 19. Sarah used her overwhelming firepower to devastate the scorpion swarm. The rifle that she was using had a size that reflected its superior firepower. The only reason Sarah was able to handle and endure the kickback from that massive heavy gun was because of her nanomachine's augmented body. The scorpions were not even able to get close to her before they turned into minced meat. As for Shikarabi, he accurately shot at the weak points of those scorpions. He used the minimum amount of ammo to produce the greatest result. The countless dead scorpions' corpses that looked unscathed at a glance testified his amazing accuracy. Sarah scattered the big group of scorpions with her firepower while Shikarabi nitpicked the scorpions that were left alive after that. As he was running behind the team, Akira was amazed when he saw the scene of Sarah and Shikarabi taking out all the scorpions ahead of them without even missing a beat. Amazing, unlike me yesterday, they are actually charging right into the Urata scorpion swarm. But even so, they keep pushing forward without slowing down at all against such a number of scorpions. As Akira looked amazed at how Sarah and Shikarabi were fighting in the front, Alpha said to him something that was obvious. It's because they have better skills and equipment than you. So it's nothing to be surprised about. You'll be able to do that too, eventually. With my own power. Of course, with your own power, you'll have to do something like that in places where you can't get any support from me, you know? Akira reconfirmed again as if he was doubting it. Are you really sure that I too would be able to do that eventually? Alpha smiled confidently and said, Yep. Who do you think is training you? But well, of course, I won't say that you would be able to do that next month or something like that. I said, all right then, I'll be relying on your guidance. As Akira smiled and replied back, it seemed that his doubt was cleared completely. If Alpha was to be honest, she actually did not think that Akira would be able to do that, but she decided to say otherwise. Akira fully thought that Alpha's reasoning weighted heavier than his own. He fully believed everything that she said. Although it did not sound that serious, but to Akira, Alpha's words were almost absolute. There were many people who ended up being unable to do anything because they thought that it was impossible for them, and it would be very hard to change such an opinion once it had settled in. Oftentimes, they only considered their present conditions and abilities to arrive at such a conclusion. Since they could not even imagine themselves doing it, this further reinforced their belief that it was impossible to do and they would never attempt to do it. But here, Akira's subconscious was rewritten from impossible to possible. It changed the upper limit that he had set for himself, then one day, that possibility would turn into reality since Alpha had the means to do that. Alpha smiled and said to Akira, all right then, let's focus on the monsters behind you and immediately take them out for now. Akira was still running as he looked behind him, his face quickly turned grim. There are so many already. There was a swarm of Urata scorpion chasing after Elena's team behind Akira. When they were breaking through the encirclement, more and more scorpions joined in from the other hallways as they slowly built up their number. Akira stopped and readied his CWH anti-material rifle. He then quickly pulled the trigger as his rifle spat out CWH special ammo at the ever-increasing scorpions. The bullets tore through the scorpion swarm in a straight line. But that crack in the swarm formation was quickly filled by the scorpions behind it. After Akira shot a few bullets into that swarm, he would quickly turn and run as fast as he could to catch up with Elena and the other hunters before turning back at the swarm again. He was basically stuck in that loop. I feel like I've done the same thing yesterday too. In that case, you can just do what you did yesterday. Although, unlike yesterday, you have an escape route this time. But on the other hand, this hallway is a little wider than yesterday's tunnel. So which one is it? Is it harder than yesterday? Or is it easier? Which one do you think it is? No idea. If you ask me, it's actually not that much different from yesterday, so it'll be alright. That's good news. Akira got a little bit desperate and smiled while still shooting at the scorpions. Shikarabi, who was busy in the front, got a bit curious about what was going on in the back and took a glance. As he saw how Akira was acting, he thought, this boy is smiling, it seems that he's enjoying this. In that case, I guess there's no need to worry about the flank, huh? It's pretty impressive for a boy his age. In reality, Akira was not smiling because he was enjoying it. But looking at his movement that was enhanced with Alpha's support and the number of dead scorpion corpses that he was producing, it made Shikarabe misunderstand that Akira was smiling because he was enjoying the fight. But still, if Akira is really this skilled, it's weird that it doesn't cause any rumor. There's indeed a rumor about a skilled young hunter circulating, but I guess it gets mixed with Katsuya since their age is not much different. It's hard to believe that there's such a coincidence where two skilled young hunters exist at the same time. So I guess it's nothing strange that most of the people would think the boy from that rumor is Katsuya rather than him. After coming to that conclusion, Shikarabe completely stopped thinking about it. After all, he too was still in the midst of a battle. It had been 30 minutes since they started running. The number of scorpions coming at them had greatly decreased. Then eventually, there were no longer any scorpions trying to attack them. They were finally able to break off from the scorpions' encirclement. They were already close enough to defensive point 19 to contact them, so Elena pulled out her terminal and tried to contact defensive point 19. This is Exploration Team 9. Defensive point 19, can you hear me? This is defensive point 19, are you guys on your way back? That's correct. And also, we just fought against a huge amount of Urata scorpions. They might be a swarm coming from a big nest somewhere around this area and we might be bringing that swarm with us, so be ready if we do. I'll fill you in on the details later after we return back. That's all. Roger that. After Elena ended her call, she sighed in relief. Seeing that, Akira lowered his guard and returned back to his usual mood. Elena smiled and spoke to her team. It's all right now. Let's take it easy and walk back to the defensive point. The rest of her team agreed as they walked back to defensive point 19. When they reached defensive point 19, they were ordered to stand by. Elena was reporting the details of the exploration to a city staff while waiting to finish transferring the data that she gathered from the exploration. Elena, Sarah and Shikarabe had fulfilled the least needed working hours for their shift. As such, they planned to disband the team once Elena finished transferring the data. But until then, they were to be on standby, ready for action. Shikarabe approached Akira and asked him the reason why he suddenly decided to do what he did back then. Elena and Sarah were also curious, so they joined in and listened to Akira's explanation. Akira then explained to them about the time he was attacked by a swarm of Urata scorpions on the surface. He said that he got encircled before he realized it, and the things that he thought to be just wreckages turned out to be Urata scorpions. That was the reason why he was suspicious if the wreckages that were blocking their route were actually Urata scorpions that were camouflaging themselves. And he thought that if those wreckages were indeed Urata scorpions, then there was a good chance that they were already surrounded back there. Although Akira omitted everything about Alpha, Shikarabe was somehow convinced by his explanation. He then asked Akira one more question to clear up his suspicion. Well, although it sounded as if you came up with that excuse after going through it, the logic is all there. It's true that your decision back then was the correct one. But still, what would you do if your guess was wrong? Or is it that you were 100% sure you were correct because of something? Akira did have something that guaranteed he was correct, and that something was Alpha. But of course, he could not say that to Shikarabe. So instead, Akira answered back in a fashion as if he was trying to gloss over that question. If I was wrong, then it would clear up one of my worries, that's all. But there's no mistaking it that it would lower your evaluation, you know. Yeah, I bet it will. I'm sorry to say this, but in that case, give your complaint to the HQ and tell them not to put me in the exploration team again. Akira said that as if it was nothing. But Shikarabe was surprised when he heard it. Akira did not care about his evaluation, or at least, that was how it seemed to Shikarabe. There were many hunters who could not stand other hunters looking down at their ability. There were also cases where something like that would affect the amount of reward that they would receive. Being looked down could be a fatal thing. The young hunters received favorable treatment in Drenkum. Because of that, they often overjudged their abilities, and most of those young hunters could not stand when looked down upon by others. The other young hunters took examples from the young hunters in Drenkum and behaved like them. And so, hunters who reacted like Akira were very rare, and it caught Shikarabe by surprise. Shikarabe's suspicion was not fully cleared yet. He understood that Akira did that while fully knowing that he might be mistaken. But even so, from his point of view, Akira seemed to act as if he had known for sure. Shikarabe asked Akira another question. Is that all the reasons? Did you just really want to confirm your worry even though you knew that you might be mistaken? It seems like you're still hiding something from me, you know? Even if you say so, I can only say that I followed my intuition. There was no way Akira could tell Shikarabe that he knew everything from Alpha. So he could only come up with that random excuse. But surprisingly enough, that was able to clear up all of Shikarabe's suspicions. Intuition, huh? I guess there's nothing more to say if that's the case. There were many top-tier hunters who had sharp intuition. Some of them could feel the position of the monsters that were too far to be visible, some of them could feel others' gaze from positions that were impossible to spot, some of them could feel when monsters were trying to ambush them in an area that looked completely safe. Some of them could just simply feel the monsters around them. Their ability to read and understand others' moves was closer to a prediction rather than just a guess. When others asked them the reason behind their decisions or how they knew all of that, they could only say that it was because of their intuition. There were many cases where hunters with good intuition decided to follow their intuition, which allowed them to miraculously survive a very dire situation. Thanks to that, a lot of first-rate hunters had very good intuition. Shikarabe was also one of those hunters who often followed their intuition. So when Akira said that he was only following his intuition, Shikarabe could not question Akira's answer at all. Akira might be hiding something from him and had a different reason why he did that. But whatever it was, his decision was the correct one. So Shikarabe thought that there was no need to chase that subject any further. After he decided to just drop that subject, Shikarabe changed the mood by coming up with a new topic. Well, that aside, when you're working in a team, the result is not everything, it's also important how you produce that result. But again, I guess I'm not in a position to say that, huh? Elena, I'm sorry, but is it okay if I go ahead and leave first? I need to go back to the HQ and write a report for Drankum. Sure. Thanks for the hard work. Sorry about this, I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Shikarabe turned and left the group. Shikarabe packed his things and was about to leave the defensive point when Shirori suddenly approached him. Shikarabe-sama, would it be okay if I ask you some questions right now? He looked around and saw Katsuya's team not too far from there, watching him. He thought that Shirori might have told Katsuya not to come here. He looked slightly annoyed as he answered back. Make it quick. I need to write a report back in HQ. I'm pretty busy, you know. Certainly. Shikarabe-sama, how is your evaluation for Akira-sama? What are you planning to do with my evaluation? I don't think, even for a millisecond, that it would have been better to bring Katsuya's team rather than bringing Akira, you know? I'm sorry, but no matter how incompetent Akira is, I would still pick him over Katsuya's team, that I didn't think about that at all. I only want to know Akira-sama's real ability. Why do you want to know that? I think it's none of your business, isn't it? It's just to be safe. I'm ashamed to say this, but I was so close to getting into a fight with Akira-sama yesterday. Thankfully, I was barely able to avoid it, but it was indeed a dangerous situation. In order to not make the same blunder again, I want to know about his ability. Since it seemed that I mistakenly judged his ability, I decided to ask you, Shikarabe-sama. Shikarabe was surprised. He knew well how skilled Shirori was. But even so, something bad happened between her and Akira yesterday that made her even call it a blunder on her part. It was hard to believe that Shirori, who was working as Reina's bodyguard, would misjudge someone's ability. Shikarabe thought for a moment before answering back. Akira's skill? Well, I would not say that he's as good as me or the other two, but he at least did not slow us down at all. This might be a little bit of exaggeration, but even if I don't have any problems with Katsuya, I might still pick Akira over them. Does that mean that Akira is better than Katsuya? When Shirori asked that, Shikarabe hesitated for a bit. His expression then turned serious. That my intuition is saying that Katsuya is stronger. I also recognize Katsuya's ability. But if I bring Katsuya, then he would be bringing extra deadweight with him too, you see. Because of that, I think it's better to bring Akira alone. The reason why Shikarabi hesitated was because he knew his intuition was wrong, but even so, he decided to trust his intuition. If he doubted his intuition that had saved him numerous times in the past now, it would affect his judgment in the future. So he did not say anything to deny it in order to reconfirm his own intuition. That I've answered your question. Is it okay if I go now? Thank you very much. Shirori bowed deeply at Shikarabi. He passed beside her, but he suddenly stopped. Shikarabi did not turn back as he said, I guess you're having it rough too, huh? Shirori raised her head. She also did not turn back as she smiled and replied, It's my duty after all. Duty, huh? I don't know how much you get, but I don't think it is worth all the problem looking over other children too. Please don't worry, my main duty is to protect Milady and it's only a trivial thing that comes along with my duty. I see. After that, Shikarabi started walking again toward the hallway. Shirori realized what Shikarabi was trying to say to her and sighed. She noticed that Reina and the others were approaching her, so she quickly returned back to her usual self. Reina hesitated when she asked Shirori, what were you talking about? I was asking Shikarabi-sama about Akira-sama who they brought with them in place of Milady's group. It seemed that he did not slow the team down at all and the exploration went well without any trouble. I see. Well, they were exploring in a team of 3 before, so I guess that's to be expected. That judgment was a very naive one. Saying that Akira did not slow them down at all meant that his skill was better than most of the other hunters in that place. Shirori understood that fact very well, but she refrained herself from explaining it to Reina. Katsuya looked displeased as he mumbled, I see. Shirori heard Katsuya's mumble, but she tried to be careful not to change her expression. Akira was still talking with Elena and Sarah. The data transfer was still not finished yet since there was a huge amount of data from their battle with the Urata Scorpion Swarm. Sarah, who was asking Akira's opinion about the exploration that they just went through, looked a bit surprised and said, Is it really that bad? I think you did very well, or at least from our point of view, it seems that you still had some leeway back there. There's no need to try to be humble. Don't worry, we won't think that you're being cheeky or something. Akira looked flustered and shook his head. I'm not being humble at all, I was barely able to catch up with the whole team. As I thought, it's still too soon for me to join the exploration team. Is that so? Elena, what do you think? Elena thought for a moment before answering. Let's see. Shikarabi did not complain at all, so I think Akira did pretty well back there. Putting aside what you think about your own performance, since today's exploration went well without any problems, I think that you'll be assigned to the exploration team again from now on. Is that so? Elena looked at Akira's expression. To her, he sounded as if he was only being humble, and there was also a trace of happiness since his skill was recognized. Elena smiled mischievously and said, In that case, as the leader of the Exploration Team 9, I can mention in the report that you weren't of much use, you know? You might be assigned to the defense team next time if I do that. If Akira was only being humble there, he would start making a troubled face. Elena was looking forward to seeing it. She believed that too much humbleness could sometimes cause a loss. But Akira replied with something that completely went against her expectation. Akira made a serious face. Please do that for me. Elena and Sarah were stunned. Elena then asked Akira, if you really prefer the defense team that much, why did you join the exploration team? Since you can even get assigned to the exploration team, you should be able to work in other teams too, you know? The staff on the first floor only gave me 2 options, whether to join the exploration team or the extermination team. When I told him I wanted to join the defense team, I got scolded instead. It seems that it was because of their evaluation of my performance yesterday, although to be honest, I was only able to do that because the requester paid for my ammo expense. If I had to pay for the ammo myself, I would have gone bankrupt by now. Now that you mention it, the requester pays for your ammo expense according to your contract? Huh. Normally, using CWH special ammo on Urata Scorpion would only make you end up losing more money after all. Akira nervously asked Elena again. So then, can I ask you to do that for the report? Elena and Sarah looked at each other. Sarah asked Akira for a confirmation. Are you sure you want us to do that? You can definitely earn more money if you join the exploration team or the extermination team than the defense team, you know? Well, it's true that you would spend more ammo, but it will leave a good record in your battle history and give your rank a boost. Yes, I don't mind. I can only enjoy my reward if I'm alive. It's still too soon for me to join the exploration team or the extermination team. From how Akira was acting, Elena and Sarah understood that he was being serious. Judging from his performance that day, most of the people would think that he was being a coward by saying those words. Sarah thought that it was rather strange for him to do that, but to be honest, she was not bothered if Akira really wanted so. Elena thought that it might have something to do with him being someone who could connect to the old world domain, so she decided to stop questioning him. Elena smiled at Akira to change the mood and said, "Okay then. But since it's not like I can lie in the report, I'll say something like you felt it was too soon for you to get assigned to the exploration team or like you were still lacking the skills to join the exploration team. It would sound as if you really don't want to get assigned to the exploration or extermination team though. Are you really okay with that?" "Yes, I don't mind at all." As Akira answered back promptly and without any hesitation, the girls smiled bitterly. Sarah then said, "Normally, people would ask the opposite, to say things that would make them sound better. You're a peculiar boy, Akira." Akira looked puzzled and asked Sarah, "Is that so? It seems that there are a lot of hunters out there who would jump to their own death." "Well, since I'm also a hunter, I guess I'm not the one to say that." Akira smiled bitterly at the other two. They too gave out a similar smile. After that, they headed to the surface. Akira lightly bowed at Elena and Sarah before they went to the surface. The girls waved at him as they left the defensive point. Akira's next job was to join the defense team. He was positioned not too far from the defensive point. He was staring at the darkness of the underground city while looking out for any monsters. To be precise, it was Alpha who was looking out for monsters. Akira was only standing there in silence. But for the other people, it looked like Akira was seriously watching his surroundings. If anything happened, Alpha would immediately warn him. As such, he was actually doing his job properly. Akira and Alpha were talking to each other while waiting for his shift to end. They were talking about Sarah, Elena, and Shikarabi. But still, Sarah-san, Elena-san, and Shikarabi-san are really strong. So that is the real ability of first-rate hunters, huh? Akira remembered the time when those 3 hunters plowed through the Urata Scorpion's encirclement. It felt like he just caught a glance of first-rate hunters in action. But Alpha refuted that. Unfortunately, their skill and equipment are still far away from being first-rate hunters. But they are at least strong enough to stick out among other hunters in Kagomayama City. Akira was shocked. He did not expect that such a level of strength was not even close to being a first-rate hunter. Even though they are that strong? Most of the first-rate hunters live in the far east of the Eastern District. They are working in the front line. The level of their skill and equipment, and the monsters that they are fighting, all of them are at a level that you can't imagine. In the front line, they'll only treat you as a greenhorn unless you have your own tank, you know. You can't call yourself a first-rate hunter if you are not active in the front line. There are so many things that I don't know about this world. Wait, doesn't that mean that Katsuragi and Darius frequent such dangerous places? Akira worked together with Katsuragi before. He did not imagine that Katsuragi was that strong. Even though it is called the front line, it's actually a large area. There are places in the front line which are not that dangerous. I bet he used to stay in the safest place guarded by a lot of bodyguards. But even if he does so, it's still a dangerous gamble whether he can return back alive from there or not. You should ask him yourself if it was worth the gamble or not. Just because he returned back alive does not mean that he got the money worth all that risk. Just coming back alive did not mean that they won their gamble. They could only declare so if they earned big enough money which was worth taking that risk. Akira then mumbled, "I guess that's also the case for the hunters, too, huh?" "Yep, that's correct. So let's work to become a hunter who can earn a lot of money, okay?" Or more like, "I'll be sure to make you do that." Alpha smiled confidently. In order to do that, Akira would have to go through an enormous amount of strict and vigorous training. Although it was a kind of blessing to be able to undergo such training, It did not change the fact that it would be very harsh. Akira laughed lightly and replied, I already resolved myself for that. After all, resolve is my responsibility. So the rest depends on your support, right? There's nothing to worry about my part. And I'm glad to hear that. Akira and Alpha smiled at each other for different reasons. Akira did not understand what Alpha was thinking. If she was actually tricking him, there was nothing he could do about it. But even so, he decided to trust her. As for Alpha, she did not tell Akira about what she was thinking, and he would not notice it as long as she did not leak anything out. Akira finished his shift without any trouble after that. Chapter 52: The Suspicious Person Underground. On the next day, Akira quickly packed his equipment and headed to the Kuzusahara Ruins underground city again. The HQ assigned him the job of installing illuminations in the underground city. The illuminations also doubled as an information-gathering device and communication relay. It allowed the hunters to contact the HQ as long as they were close to it. Some of them were also equipped with a camera and motion tracker to watch out for the monsters around the area. Most of the illuminations installed in the underground were just normal illuminations, so Akira's job was to replace those illuminations with these new high-tech illuminations starting from the area around the HQ. The underground city was way larger than what the people from Kagemayama City had predicted, and the number of the monsters inhabiting it was also more than expected. At first, the city only planned to destroy Urata scorpion nests underground until none of these monsters could venture to the surface, before pulling out from there. But now the city had decided to change its stance and fully explore the underground city in order to get full control of the area. Akira and the other hunters were carrying handcarts full of high-tech illuminations and replacing the old illuminations. Once their handcart was filled with the old illuminations, they would return back to the HQ to get a new batch of high-tech illuminations before heading out again. As Akira was replacing the illuminations, something came up in his mind. I wonder why they did not use this high-tech illumination from the start. Alpha thought carefully about his question before answering. Rather than telling Akira the truth, she prioritized on telling him an answer that could convince him. She wanted to observe how he would react to her answer in order to confirm how much she understood how his mind worked. Alpha answered back smiling. The whole operation cost them more money than originally thought, that is all. If the underground city was not this large and if there were not this many monsters here, I bet they would have kept the old illuminations. I see. Akira was convinced by her answer. Alpha was slowly but surely getting closer to fully understanding his mind. There were other hunters around Akira. Some of them were also working on replacing the old illuminations, some of them were pushing the carts, some of them were watching out for monsters. From time to time, some hunters left after completing their shift and were replaced by new hunters. Since the areas where they needed to replace the old illuminations were considered as fully controlled areas, they were in a relatively safe area. But there was no guarantee that nothing would happen. Urata scorpions might burst out from a new hole anytime. The wreckages that were scattered around the narrow hallway might also be Urata scorpions. These were the reasons why the HQ sent many hunters just to replace the old illuminations. Akira continued working for some more time. Since some of the other hunters were about to finish their shift, he was thinking of returning back to the HQ with them. So he contacted the HQ, but instead, the HQ told him to continue working and stay there until the new hunters dispatched from HQ met up with him. And so he did not have any other choice but to wait there. In the hallway illuminated by the lightings that he just installed, Akira was waiting for the new hunters dispatched by the HQ. But no one came even after some time had passed. No one is coming. Let's wait for a bit more. I'll handle the enemy detection, so there's no need to worry about getting ambushed by monsters. Just count it as your luck since you only need to stand here without doing anything while waiting for your shift to end. Alpha smiled at Akira to reassure him that there was no danger around him. Looking at that, Akira held back all his displeasures, but he was still bored since he had nothing to do. Alpha's face suddenly turned stern. Akira, just to be safe, get your weapon ready. What's wrong? Aware of her sudden change, Akira quickly put his guard up. Alpha never made such an expression when she detected Urata scorpions that were far away from him. So in short, it must be something more dangerous than that. Alpha pointed her finger toward the hallway. There was a small opening not too far from where Akira was standing, and there was a shadow of someone in that opening. There's someone armed over there. Akira looked puzzled as he asked Alpha. Wait, it's not anything strange, isn't it? Including Akira, all the other hunters in the underground city were armed. Thus, there was nothing strange with carrying a weapon in this area. You do know that the terminal lent to the hunters here are sending signals to ascertain their position so that the hunters won't mistakenly shoot at each other, right? But nothing as such is coming from that person. There are only a few reasons for it. Either his terminal ran out of battery or it has been destroyed, or maybe he doesn't have one in the first place. If it was because their terminal ran out of battery or because that person was not carrying a terminal in the first place, it would make that person suspicious. In short, there was a 66% chance that the person was suspicious and he was armed too. Akira quickly understood the situation and readied his rifle. Akira focused his gaze on that person. His vision was enhanced to see the area around that person. It seemed that the person was alone. Since he was quite far away, he did not seem to notice Akira yet. Akira hesitated for a moment before contacting the HQ. There was a possibility that it would turn into something troublesome. Although he had the choice of ignoring that person since it seemed like that person had yet to notice him, Akira thought that his current situation was enough of a reason to contact the HQ. This is number 27. HQ, can you hear me? This is HQ. We've dispatched some hunters and sent them your way. Just wait for a bit more. The staff thought that Akira was calling the HQ to ask about the hunters, so he just said that and was about to disconnect the call. That's not it. Don't disconnect the call. I found someone who doesn't give off a hunter signal. Tell me what to do. If you don't, I'll just leave that man alone. Seriously. I won't come up with a lie like that just because I'm bored. I see. It might be because of some kind of error in the terminal. Can you check on that man? If he turned off his terminal by mistake, tell him to turn it on again and immediately contact the HQ. What should I do if that's not the case? Bring that man to the HQ if it's possible. In case if he retaliates, you're allowed to use violence to deal with him. Work with the other hunters around you and report to me on the progress later. Roger that. Akira disconnected his call and let out a big sigh. Alpha floated in front of Akira and warned him. You already got permission from HQ, so you can kill him if you need to. Don't hesitate when you really have to kill him, okay? As I thought, that was what the staff actually meant, huh? In short, the situation might really turn into something troublesome to even make the HQ give him that permission. Akira looked around and made a mental note of the positions of the rubbles and wreckages around him. It was so that he could quickly jump behind them to hide in case that person suddenly started shooting at him. Akira then moved and positioned himself better before taking a deep breath. Alpha, I'll be counting on you if things go bad. Don't worry, just leave it to me. After hearing her reply, Akira calmed himself down and made his resolve. You there? Your terminal is off, you know. Akira's voice echoed through the hallway. The person ahead of him started looking around confusedly, but it did not take long for him to notice Akira. That man smiled and waved at Akira. He then pointed his finger at his terminal a few times before waving at Akira, urging him to come closer. That man was signaling that his terminal was broken, so he was telling Akira to come closer since he wanted to contact the HQ. But that man did not take even a single step toward Akira. Akira just stood there and was watching how that man was acting. That man's face suddenly changed from smiling to puzzled and started walking toward Akira. I guess I worried too much. Akira thought that the reason why that man did not approach him was because he was trying to lure him. But now that the man had started walking toward him with a puzzled face, Akira stopped suspecting him. Akira started swinging his legs toward that man, leaving the wreckages around him. That man smiled as he saw Akira walking toward him. After a few steps, that man pointed at his terminal again. Akira lowered his guard as he slowly lowered his rifle that he was gripping. The muzzle of the rifle in his right hand shifted from pointing at that man to the ground. The very next moment, that man pulled out a handgun and released a few shots toward Akira. Gunshots reverberated through the hallway. Akira could not react in time to that handgun which was suddenly pointed toward him, nor the bullets that were released from that gun. The first bullet grazed his cheek, the second bullet hit the information terminal on his left hand, and the third bullet hit the closest wreckage from Akira. All the bullets were accurately aimed at Akira. He was not able to react at all. It was Alpha who operated his augmented suit and forcefully moved his body from the bullets' trajectories. Alpha controlled Akira's right hand through his augmented suit to quickly grab his rifle and started shooting back at that man. Piercing bullets flew straight from the rifle's muzzle, but that man was already hiding behind a cover and removed himself from the bullets' trajectories. Thus the bullets only ended up hitting the walls and the floors and ricocheted. The aiming device of Akira's rifle was connected to his terminal. Alpha used that to capture images and analyze the data from it. She then confirmed that none of the bullets hit that man. Even after knowing that Alpha made Akira shoot at him, it was to prevent that man from shooting back. It was also to buy more time until Akira returned back to his senses. Akira moved behind wreckage in the midst of that chaos. He had finally come back to his senses. It was thanks to Alpha, who was moving his body through his augmented suit, that he was able to survive. Because Alpha was moving Akira's body forcefully, his body was put under immense stress. But even so, that was still 1,000 times better than having holes in his body. That man's skill was a real thing. If Alpha had not moved Akira out of the way, he would have been immediately killed right there. Akira asked Alpha while enduring pain. "Alpha, what's going on here? That man is proficient with a handgun and he just shot a few shots at you. I controlled your body through your augmented suit to evade the bullets and made you shoot back at him, but nothing hit him. I also used the terminal to shield your body, so it might be broken now. That man is so fast that I did not have much leeway. Looking at how fast he moved, it seems that he's a physically enhanced human. That's why he could execute such accurate quick draw. I believe that his skill and equipment are tailored to kill other humans, basically, a skill set for a murderer. I bet he used a handgun to maximize speed in place of firepower, since he understands well about the differences between fighting a monster and fighting another human." From Alpha's explanation, he understood that his opponent was someone above him, and it was someone who would not lower his guard even when fighting against a boy like Akira. "I see. Is it possible to win against him?" "Of course. The moment he wasn't able to finish you off with that surprise attack, that man had run out of luck." Alpha smiled when she said that. Hearing her confident answer, Akira lightly smiled. "That's great news. My whole body is hurting like crazy though. This isn't anything bad, right? Don't worry. Take the medicine while you're hiding here. Be sure to take the expensive one, okay? The cheap one won't do." Alpha smiled. "Sure, if you don't mind getting your arm or leg torn off." It meant that there might be a need for him to make extreme maneuvers that would put his body under immense stress. Akira smiled bitterly knowing this fact. "I'll take the expensive one." Akira only had a small amount left of the medicines that he found in Kuzuhara Ruin, but it would be stupid to get himself killed here just because he did not want to use it. He pulled out the medicines from inside a small pouch hanging on his hip and swallowed them. He also put some in his mouth and held them there. After Akira had finished all his preparations, Alpha said to him, "All right then, Akira, let's start fighting back. Ready your resolve." "Yeah, that's my responsibility after all." Resolve was Akira's responsibility. He had resolved himself that he would kill in order to survive. It was something that he had always done until now. He lightly smiled, thinking that he might have to keep doing that from now on. Yajima, the person who shot Akira, was shocked by what just happened, but he calmly looked around for Akira. There's no mistaking it, that surprise attack was perfectly executed. His face didn't show that he was acting at all. "My shots really caught him off guard and my quick draw was perfect, just like always." So how in the world he evaded that? "He had the reflexes to evade my shots. Is he always using an accelerator that can only be bought using Chrome? Or is it that he has an enhanced brain?" The Eastern District had analyzed all kinds of old-world relics to create drugs and medicines. Some of them provided temporary physical enhancement, some of them increased cognitive ability. There were all kinds of medicines ranging from only healing fatigue to recovering from serious wounds. Among all of those drugs, there was a type of drug that caused the users to feel time move slower around them. This drug was known as the accelerator. Many hunters used this accelerator so that they could make an important decision faster than their opponents during a dangerous situation. Among the Old World relics, there was an accelerator that would even make the user able to follow a flying bullet with their eyes. On the other hand, using such a drug would put the user's brain under immense stress. If it was a high-quality, expensive drug, it would leave almost no backlash. At most, it would only leave the user a little tired. But if it was a strong drug or a cheap, low-quality drug, it might leave the user crippled after using it or even cause brain death. Moreover, there were a group of people in the Eastern District who were dubbed as the brain-enhanced people. These people put modifications inside their brain to accelerate their brain functions. Some of them used nanomachines to do that, while some of them stuffed a mechanical processing unit into their brain. They did that in order to accelerate their cognitive processing ability or to add new functions into their brain and gain a better brain than a normal one. But of course, it was very dangerous to mess with the brain. Not only with money, but they also had to pay for such enhancement with their flesh or even psyche. Each and every person had different opinions whether such an enhancement was worth the sacrifice or not. Since Akira could connect to the Old World domain, it could be said that he already belonged to that group. Without his ability to connect to the Old World domain, Akira would not be able to enjoy all of the support that he was receiving from Alpha. So Yajima's guess that Akira had an enhanced brain, in a sense, was actually correct. There should only be hunters assigned to replace the old illuminations around this area. There's no way someone who could explore the inner part of the underground city is assigned to this place. So why would someone like him be here? Don't tell me that he's a secret agent from Kagemayama City? Did the city discover our plan? He might be a child-type cyborg with someone actually skilled controlling his body. Whichever it is, this is not good. I have to take care of him as soon as possible. Yajima decided to contact his friends. Since he was using the communication device installed inside his brain, he did not make any sounds at all. It's me. How is it going over there? Did you already open a hole to the surface? Yajima's friend replied. We haven't even started yet. Aren't you the one who told us to wait until all the relics are gathered? Yajima clicked his tongue. We have a change of plan. Start digging a hole now and tell the truck to hurry up. Also, send Kane and Nelia here. Wadash. What's going on there? The city might have noticed our plan. There's someone who could evade my quick draw loitering in this place. It's suspicious that someone like him is even here. In the worst-case scenario, that person might be an agent sent by the city, an agent from the city. Are you kidding me? I have no plans on picking a fight against the city, you know. Didn't you say that it's going to be all right? Just shut up. We're already picking a fight with the city the moment we decided to snatch the Old World relics owned by them. This won't be a problem if I can kill him and escape this place. Just hurry up with the hole. Yajima then disconnected the call. Yajima and his friends were planning to smuggle the Old World relics from inside the underground ruin to the surface. They were working in the exploration team before and had explored the underground city. During that period, they found an impressive amount of expensive Old World relics. They knew that they could definitely earn a huge load of money if they sold those relics. But it was almost impossible to bring all of those relics through the entrance that was located in the HQ. So, they hid all of those relics in a certain place in the underground city and hatched a plot to carry them out. And since then, Yajima and his friends continued exploring the underground city while also filling up their hidden relics repository. They found way more relics than they expected and their plan was going well. But then came a big threat to their plan. The HQ decided to replace the old illuminations with new ones. The new advanced illuminations were equipped with a surveillance camera and motion detector, thus it would be almost impossible to carry all of those relics secretly once the new illuminations were installed. It was already difficult enough for them to move the relics from their hidden repository. And if their hidden repository was discovered, Yajima and his friends who were assigned to explore the area around it in the past would be the first ones to be suspected. Thus he decided to execute the plan sooner than they had originally planned. Yajima was monitoring the area around their hidden relics repository. He turned off his terminal so that the HQ would not be able to track his position. Although it might make the HQ suspicious of him, it would at least prevent the HQ from pinpointing his location. He already knew about this when he turned off his terminal. On top of that, Yajima was also being careful not to get discovered by other hunters. Since if someone found him, the HQ would quickly notice that he had left his station without permission and it might jeopardize his plan. The reason why Akira was able to spot him was because of Alpha's superior detection ability, and Yajima, who was in the middle of executing his plan, was anxious and nervous. In Yajima's eyes, Akira looked like just a common young hunter. He bet that Akira was a hunter from Drankum and that he was only able to join the Urata Scorpion Nest extermination request due to the gang's influence. Which meant that he just needed to kill Akira if Akira had noticed him. Yajima's wrong guess led to the current situation. Akira was hiding behind a pile of rubble while Yajima was hiding behind a pillar. Both of them were peeking and checking each other. Akira used his right hand holding an AAH rifle to peek out. The aiming device of his AH rifle that was already connected to his information terminal sent the image of the pillar where Yajima was hiding to Akira's information terminal. Then that data was reflected onto his enhanced vision. It was so that he could put holes on Yajima's body the moment he jumped out from that pillar. Thanks to Alpha's superior detection ability, he could even clearly see what Yajima was doing behind that pillar through his enhanced vision. So, what do you want to do? Want to try approaching him? Since both of them were hiding behind an object, they had to move if they wanted to be able to have a clear aim at the other person. Akira sent Alpha an image of him moving quickly from one wreckage to another while pointing his rifle at that pillar, following a route that he planned. Thanks to his telepathic training that started with Akira sending the image of Alpha's dress through telepathy, he was able to send accurate images now. Akira's suggestion was perfectly sent to Alpha, but she shot it down. No, let's make good use of your equipment advantage first. Take out the CWH anti-material rifle. Roger that. Akira exchanged the AAH assault rifle in his hand with CWH anti-material rifle loaded with special ammo. Of course, he never thought that he would be using it against a human. But suddenly Yajima shouted, "I'm really sorry. Things happened to me, so I thought you're an enemy. Please don't shoot. Let's talk. I'm sure you'll understand if you just listen to me. I'm a hunter assigned to the exploration team around this area. My terminal was destroyed by another hunter and I can't contact the HQ. So can you please contact the HQ? I'm sure it'll clear up the misunderstanding if you call the HQ." Akira replied to that plea with a simple answer. He started unleashing CWH special ammo to that pillar. A loud bang echoed through the underground city with each shot followed by a big crack on the pillar. But the bullets were not able to penetrate it. That's one strong pillar as expected of the old world ruin. Let's keep shooting. Akira kept shooting at the pillar and all the bullets that he shot hit the exact same point on it without even the slightest error. The special ammo would instantly kill Yajima once it was able to penetrate through the pillar. Even if Yajima jumped out from that pillar in panic, Akira, who could completely see his image, would immediately shoot and kill him. But if he stayed there, Akira would eventually destroy that pillar and kill him. It was checkmate. Yajima was able to gauge his situation from the tremors of the pillar. He didn't say anything and started shooting. It seems like he's using some kind of anti-material weapon, which means that this pillar won't hold for long. But he didn't contact the HQ or try to tell the HQ what's going on here. In short, either his terminal is broken because of that surprise attack or he got suspicious of me because I told him to contact the HQ. Whichever the case, this is a good thing. I just need to kill him here to keep my plan hidden. Yajima laughed. He thought that his situation was not that bad. His face showed a twisted expression as if he was enjoying the situation that he was in. Akira saw something fly out from behind the pillar. He thought that it was some kind of explosive and quickly shot it down. But rather than exploding, it spread some kind of smoke. Yajima quickly moved behind another wreckage the moment that happened while pointing his handgun at Akira. CWH anti-material rifle was not built for continuous shooting. As such, Akira was not able to shoot at Yajima when he jumped out from behind the pillar. But it was not enough of an opening for Yajima to reach behind another wreckage as Akira aimed his next shot at Yajima, ready to pull the trigger and shoot through that smoke. But suddenly Yajima's image from the aiming device blurred. Akira was surprised but managed to pull the trigger. The bullet spat out from the muzzle but did not hit Yajima. It stirred the smoke and flew straight before vanishing into the dark hallway. Yajima released a few shots at Akira to keep him in check while still running. Akira quickly evaded and hid behind a wreckage. Yajima too used that small opening to hide behind another wreckage. Alpha, what was that? That's a jamming smoke. It reduces the effectiveness of information-gathering devices. It was made using the technology obtained from analyzing the colorless mist. The reason why your vision blurred is because your enhanced vision is based on the data gathered by the information-gathering device which is affected by that smoke. Normally, it's used to reduce the detection ability of mechanical monsters, but since most of the monsters in the underground city are biological monsters, it means that he was expecting to fight other hunters down here right from the beginning. What a pain in the ass. As I thought, fighting against another person is different compared to fighting against a monster. But that's the reason why humans survive this long. Well, you're not wrong. Akira smiled bitterly. He had thought that he would mostly fight monsters after getting his augmented suit, but instead, he had to fight against another human now. Because of their tenacity and craftiness, humans were able to survive in the Eastern District, which was filled with monsters. Although they had to deal with all of those monsters, they still had the leeway to fight and attempt to kill each other. Humans were still trying to kill each other even now. This might be one thing that would remain unchanged even after they exterminated all the monsters. Chapter 53, Turning Point. Multiple grenade-like objects flew out from behind the wreckage. Akira quickly grabbed his AH assault rifle and shot all of them while they were in the air. One of them was a hand grenade. Due to the impact trigger function of the grenade, it immediately exploded instead of bouncing back to the person who threw it when it was hit by the bullet. The rest were information interference jamming smoke grenades. The explosion from the hand grenade caused the jamming smoke to expand very fast. The jamming smoke not only spread around Akira, but it even blanketed the whole area. Akira noticed that and found it suspicious. Alpha, this will also make it hard for him to ascertain my position, right? Is he planning to use the smoke's cover to escape? Akira thought that much of the jamming smoke would affect the information-gathering device of both sides, and so his opponent was planning to use that chance to escape. But Alpha replied with an unfavorable answer. The composition of the jamming smoke can be adjusted to increase or decrease its potency. So in short, he could have adjusted its composition to only have a minimal effect on his own information-gathering device. If my prediction is correct, he should still have a good ability to ascertain your position. Doesn't that mean that he can clearly see me while I can't? That's really convenient. In the worst-case scenario, it would be as if Akira was fighting without any information-gathering device support. He understood the graveness of the situation and made a cynical remark of it, to which Alpha just smiled. You can just let him think so and take him out when he lowers his guard, that I don't really know what's going on, but I'll be counting on you. Leave it to me. Akira quickly moved following Alpha's order. Akira's visibility was not affected by too much within that jamming smoke. Since it was not thick, he could still see up to a little distance in front of him. But even so, his ability to detect what was around him was greatly reduced. After all, he did not have the advanced image analysis support from the information-gathering device. Akira grabbed his CWH anti-material rifle and shot at the wreckage where Yajima hid. The CWH special ammo flew at high speed and stirred the smoke before blasting the wreckages, making a loud banging sound. He did get some hit on the wreckage where Yajima was hiding, but Yajima quickly moved to the other wreckage before getting hit. Yajima thought that Akira kept on shooting to smoke him out from the piles of wreckages. He was able to confirm Akira's position while hiding himself. It was because his information-gathering device was not affected by the jamming smoke. He was searching for a chance to return shots at Akira. He had absolute confidence in his quick draw skill, at least, until Akira evaded his quick draw. But even so, he did not think that there was any need for him to try other kinds of attacks. There was no mistaking it that the quick draw technique was the most powerful technique that he had. As such, he had no other choice but to kill Akira in order to regain his confidence. Yajima carefully gauged his chance. He's just randomly shooting at the wreckages thinking that I might be hiding there. Judging from the fact that he started shooting in a wider radius, he doesn't know my location yet. The jamming smoke is working as intended. He doesn't know my location, but I know his location precisely. He's one of those hunters who does not use a helmet, and looking at the way he evaded my shot, he doesn't have an enhanced body. It'll only take one bullet to his head to kill him. I have the upper hand here. The reason why Yajima did not run away was because he had to kill Akira. If the HQ discovered anything about him and his friends, it would be extremely hard to execute their plan. In order to avoid such a situation, he had no other choice but to kill Akira. Yajima could accurately see Akira's movement with his information-gathering device. He even knew exactly where Akira was hiding. Yajima blended in with the smoke and carefully moved from the wreckage he was hiding. Yajima had ascertained Akira's location. He knew for sure where Akira was hiding. What he just needed to do next was to shoot in that direction. He could see a faint shadow of Akira in the middle of the smoke that was slowly dispersing. Although it should be impossible to see Akira without any support, Yajima was able to clearly see him. Akira took a shooting stance. He was aiming at a wreckage in the opposite direction to where Yajima was. Yajima, who saw that from behind Akira, smiled. His years of experience and his own intuition were saying that he had already won. Yajima jumped out from behind the wreckage where he was hiding, and at the same time, he quickly grabbed his handgun and directed it at Akira's head. He had already lined his aim. He only needed to pull the trigger next and it would confirm his victory. But no bullet flew out from its muzzle. Both his handgun and his whole arm was torn off by CWH anti-material rifle's special ammo. The moment Yajima lined his aim, Akira suddenly pushed his augmented suit to the limit to turn his CWH anti-material rifle to the opposite direction. He supported the CWH anti-material rifle with only his right hand and took a shot at Yajima without even looking back before Yajima could even pull the trigger. The blast from the bullet smacked Yajima to the ground. He still could not process what just happened. In the middle of that chaos, he inadvertently mumbled his first impression of his current situation. "You gotta be kidding me." Yajima's right hand that was blasted to pieces left mechanical parts scattered on the ground along with his destroyed handgun. He was a cyborg. Akira looked like he was in pain. His whole body was pulsing with pain from all the stress that the augmented suit put on his body. Especially his right arm. It was to be expected since he used only his right arm to hold the kickback of his CWH anti-material rifle. The medicines that he consumed beforehand started taking effect. But it was not like it could immediately heal his injuries. He felt like he would collapse any time, but he was able to somehow hold his body up. Akira looked at Yajima, who was lying on the ground, and asked Alpha, "Did I do well?" Alpha smiled and said, "Yep, you did a splendid job." To be perfectly honest, it was Alpha who aimed at Yajima and shot him down. She controlled Akira's augmented suit to execute that highly accurate shot. Alpha was able to completely grasp Akira's 5 senses. In short, she was able to extract information directly from his sensory organs. She used the image information sent from his eyes to search for any smallest suspicious shifts in the smoke, and thus she was able to guess where Yajima was hiding. Alpha also had readjusted the setting of the information-gathering device, thus keeping the effect from the jamming smoke to the minimum. Although its effectiveness was still reduced, she could fill that hole with her advanced calculating ability. So just like Yajima, who knew precisely where Akira was, Alpha also knew Yajima's exact position. The only person who did not know was Akira. Judging from how Akira was acting, Yajima thought that Akira did not know where he was hiding and got lured into coming out from the wreckage. Akira kept his eyes on Yajima, who was lying on the ground, and asked Alpha, "Why didn't you aim for his head?" "There are 2 reasons. First of all, it might not stop his finger from pulling the trigger even if you blast his head off. If he pulled the trigger the moment he got shot or before the bullet reached him, he might get a shot on you. So I shot his arm instead, just to be safe. The second reason was because he might still be alive even without his head. No, there's no way he can survive without a head, isn't it? That man is a cyborg. It might be possible that he has a remote control function. There are cyborgs with no brain in their heads, you know. If it's just a remote body, then even if you destroy his head where the control unit is, he might have another support unit that can act as the control unit substitute. He's a cyborg after all. But whichever the case, I was worried that he might still shoot back even without his head. That's why I decided to prioritize taking out any possibilities of him shooting at you. Akira took a closer look at the still shocked Yajima. Although he blew Yajima's arm to pieces, there was no blood splatter at all. But he could see some mechanical parts peeking out from Yajima's open wound. Just like Alpha said, Yajima was a cyborg. His body was composed of a mix between mechanical and organic parts, but the only organic part of his body was his central nervous system. Although he had lost his right arm, he did not feel any pain at all. His body was adjusted so that he would only feel minimal pain. But even so, he could feel the impact when the bullet tore his right arm. It caused enough damage to render him unable to continue fighting. Akira never thought the possibility that Yajima was a cyborg. He looked a bit surprised as he asked Alpha, "How did you notice that he's a cyborg?" There are a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason is that he's too good at lying. You got tricked and caught off guard back there, remember? I'm really thankful for saving me there. You're welcome. Akira conveyed his gratitude and Alpha replied back with a content smile. That's so, how is his lie connected to him being a cyborg? I can get an inkling whether someone is lying or not from their expression. Like if they make a strange expression, or if they make any suspicious gestures, or if there's an inconsistency in their tone. In that case, you should have told me back then. Believe me, I also got tricked, but you just said that you can tell if someone is lying, right? There was no sign in his expression that he was lying. But in truth, he was actually lying. This means that his expression was not connected to his inner mind at all. The only people who could do that are either cyborgs who can completely control their facial muscles or remote mechanical bodies. I bet he recorded his normal expression and was applying it on his face. I see. Well, you're really amazing. It goes without saying. Alpha smiled at Akira in response to his compliment. As Akira approached Yajima's body without lowering his guard, he heard Alpha's warning. Although it wasn't fatal, the CWH anti-material rifle's special ammo has caused him significant damage. But even so, don't drop your guard. I know. And also, reload a new magazine. Although it's not completely empty, the loaded magazine has but few bullets. Roger that. Akira followed Alpha's suggestion and reloaded a new magazine. Although Yajima was badly wounded, he was still someone who was more powerful than Akira. He kept that in mind as he carefully approached Yajima. Yajima was not dead nor was he knocked unconscious. He was lying there on the ground, completely conscious. And he was thinking hard about how to escape his current predicament. Although he was badly wounded, it was not fatal. It might be hard to fight Akira without one arm, but he still could run away from Akira. But of course, he needed to think about what to do since Akira definitely would shoot him from behind if he started running. Yajima had requested reinforcements from his friends, but he did not know for sure when his reinforcements would arrive. No matter how he calculated the estimated time for his reinforcements to arrive, it would only happen after Akira shot his head. So in short, Yajima was already in checkmate. After Akira took a few steps closer to Yajima, he readied his CWH anti-material rifle and pointed it at Yajima. Akira understood Yajima was someone stronger than him, thus it did not seem like he had any plan on lowering his guard yet. He stood at a distance where he could safely kill Yajima even if Yajima suddenly jumped and charged at him. His gesture and expression were saying that he would not hesitate to pull the trigger if Yajima made any suspicious moves. Yajima looked meek as he raised his left hand toward Akira, expressing his surrender while still lying on the ground. Please stop. It's my loss. Please don't shoot. Why did you attack me? Like I said, it's a misunderstanding. Please. Listen to what I have to say. If you just listen, I'm sure you'll understand. Yajima was trembling as he was pleading for his life. He made a plea for Akira to listen to his explanation. Akira had the upper hand here. He basically had Yajima's life in his hands. His situation gave Akira a leeway to reassess and think about his next actions. What to do here? He's sincerely pleading for his life, but that meek look is a lie. His plea for you to listen to him is also a lie. He might be planning to talk his way out, or he's planning to buy time. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira turned to Yajima and asked him, "You're planning to buy time, huh? So how long do you need to wait until your friends come here?" "Buying time? It's a misunderstanding. I have no plans to do that. I swear. I'm not lying." "Akira, that's a lie." Yajima was spouting excuses in panic. Alpha quickly pointed out to Akira that it was a lie, and he believed her. "I'll just shoot all his limbs and carry him to HQ. I bet he won't die even if I do that anyway, and that would also render him completely harmless. Not to mention that HQ did tell me to bring him back to them if it's possible." "You're right. I don't think he won't fight back if you're going to carry him to the HQ. It's rather dangerous to carry him around if we don't do that much at least." Akira pulled up his CWH anti-material rifle and lined his aim at Yajima's left arm. But the pain on his right arm caused him to stop his action and made him twitch. "It hurts. I can still feel the pain though. What's going on? Shouldn't the medicine already be working by now? Even with your augmented suit, it seems that it's still impossible for you to shoot CWH anti-material rifle with a single hand. Your muscles and bones are at their limit. You might need to take more medicines." "Then why did you do that?" "It was because that was the shortest and quickest way to execute that shot. It's also because you were facing the opposite direction from where he was in order to lure him out. Other than that." Since it looked like it would be a long lecture, Akira quickly interjected. All right. Basically, you had your reasons for doing that, right?" "Yep. If it's too painful, you should take more medicines now while you have the chance." Akira pulled out some medicines and swallowed them. Since he had no idea how long it would take for the cheap medicines to start having any effects, he chose to use his precious expensive medicines instead. With this, Akira had exhausted all of the medicines that he found in Kuzuhara Ruin. He let out a sigh. "That it's all gone now, damn it. Rather than only paying for my ammo expense, I should have made them pay for my medicines too. It can't be helped, Akira. Like I told you before, don't do anything dangerous from now on. Remember to be very careful." "Roger that." Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle back at Yajima's left arm. Yajima understood Akira's plans from his behavior. He has no plans to listen to me. I guess it's obvious that I'm trying to buy more time, huh? It's thankful that he's not planning to kill me here, but it'll be game over if he brings me to HQ. He's planning to destroy all my limbs before carrying me, huh? He's one careful boy. What should I do now? If he's this careful, even if Nelia and the others arrive to save me, he would kill me first before moving to fight them. I still can't contact them because of the jamming smoke. I'll again once I'm out of the jamming smoke's range." Although Yajima's expression looked like he was scared and in so much pain, he was still thinking calmly inside. He was trying to find a way to avoid having to pay the expense for fixing all his 4 limbs and escape that dangerous situation. Yajima had no way to escape from his predicament. He could not change Akira's position as the one with the upper hand no matter what he did. In short, he could not turn the table with his own power there. It was also unthinkable that Akira would do anything stupid that would endanger his position. The situation there would not change with only 2 of them. But it was a different case with a third person. "What are you doing there?" Reina's voice echoed through the hallway. Akira and Yajima could see Reina and Shirori running towards them. Drankum sent some young hunters from the gang to help replace the illuminations. Katsuya's team was among those young hunters. The HQ told Katsuya's group to send 2 of their members to another team. Katsuya tried hard to negotiate with the HQ to rethink, but in the end, it did not work at all. And so he reluctantly sent Shirori and Reina. It was because, amongst all of his members, Shirori was the only person who could handle the situation in case something bad happened when they were in another team. Reina and Shiori did not know that Akira was in the same team where they were sent to. When they arrived at their assigned station, they only found a cart filled with illuminations and no one around. When they decided to look around for the other hunters, they saw Akira pointing his rifle toward another hunter. Akira and Yajima turned towards Shiori and Reina. His expression turned stern the moment he saw Shiori and Reina. He thought that it would be a huge pain in the ass to explain the situation to them. So those two are the hunters that the HQ sent, huh? It would have been great if they had come sooner while I was in the middle of that fight. Normally, Alpha would quickly notice those two and inform Akira about them. He thought that it was strange she did not do that, so he asked her, "Now that I think about it, Alpha, didn't you notice them before?" As I said before, the jamming smoke reduced my detection ability. Ah, you're right. Akira was convinced by her answer. Alpha did not lie. It was true that the jamming smoke reduced her detection ability. But she did not say anything about the fact that she was hoping Akira would at least destroy Yajima's 4 limbs before Shiori and Reina arrived there. Of course, Alpha could just control Akira's augmented suit to immediately kill Yajima. But doing so would mean that she would ignore his will, and to do so, there were many requirements that needed to be satisfied first in order to release her from her bind and execute that action. But more than that, Alpha had to prioritize Akira's wish. That was why she could not just ignore his will and force him to do something. Akira was still looking at Reina and Shiori when Yajima turned to Akira. He looked at Akira's expression and found a ray of hope to get out of his crisis. He knows them, but they're not his friends. Or at least, they are not close enough for them to believe his explanation without questioning it. And this boy just thought that it's a pain in the ass to explain what's going on, didn't he? He thought that those girls won't believe him even if he tried to explain the situation. Although he was snickering inside, his face still looked desperate as he shouted at Shiori and Reina. "Help me. He'll kill me." Akira inadvertently turned his gaze back to Yajima. Yajima was trembling and shouted again. "This boy shot me out of the blue. He's trying to kill me. Although I was just working on replacing the illuminations." Akira denied in panic. "That's not true." "Well, it's true that I shot him, but it's because he tried to kill me first." "He's lying. I only fought back because he tried to kill me." "Are you fucking kidding me? You were obviously trying to kill me, weren't you? And you're the one who shot at me first too. That's because you pointed your rifle at me." Akira and Yajima were yelling at each other. Reina and Shiori were confused. They were only sent there to help with the work to replace the illuminations. They did not know who was saying the truth. Judging from the situation, they only knew that those two fought and Akira won. But they could not tell which one was lying and which one was saying the truth. Reina was confused and asked Shiori for help. What do you think? Even if Milady asks me, I myself don't know for sure." Shiori did not know what to do. It was at least obvious to her that something had happened which triggered a fight. Since she was once so close to getting into a fight with Akira, a part of her was actually suspecting him. But with that being said, Shiori did not think that Akira was lying. After all, when she asked him in the past, he once told her that he would rather answer truthfully even if it might cause a fight with her rather than coming up with a random answer to evade answering the real question. No matter which one of them was lying, or even if it was just a big misunderstanding between the two of them, there was no way Shiori could tell, and she understood that. Shiori looked at Yajima and Akira with a serious face. "I believe that I have to contact the HQ first. Will that be all right?" Shiori thought that if any of them looked troubled when she wanted to contact the HQ, then that person would be the one who was lying. Or at least, the possibility for that person to be the liar would be high. So she stared intensely at Yajima and Akira. Akira answered back swiftly. "Ah, right, you can go ahead and contact the HQ. I did report to the HQ that I found a suspicious person who's not using the terminal from the HQ, then HQ gave me permission to deal with that person even if it meant that I need to kill him. You'll understand the situation once you contact the HQ." Yajima shouted. "That's my line. Just contact the HQ. I'm sure you'll realize that I'm saying the truth." Akira and Yajima were glaring at each other. Reina pulled out her information terminal to contact the HQ, but her call would not go through. I can't get any connections to HQ. Yajima, who heard Reina's mumble, said. That's because this boy used jamming smoke. You knew that this would happen when you told them to contact the HQ, didn't you? You're the one who used the jamming smoke. I don't have any grenades on me. Just check me if you don't believe. That's only because you used all of your grenades. Just stop lying already. Akira and Yajima glared at each other again. Both of them encouraged Reina to contact HQ, but she could not get any connection. Reina and Shiori came there to help with replacing the illuminations, which were the same excuse as to why Yajima was there. On the other hand, Akira said that he was told by the HQ to deal with a hunter who was not sharing his position through the same network, but Shiori did not hear anything about that from the HQ. Thus there was a discrepancy with what Akira said. Shiori took another careful look at Akira and Yajima. Both of them did not seem like they were lying. Reina looked confused as she was observing Akira and Yajima. She could not tell which one was lying. After racking her brains out and still unable to come up with an answer, she turned to Shiori for help. Shiori came up with a suggestion. Well then, let's bring everyone back to HQ first. Or at least get away from the jamming smoke until we can contact the HQ. Shiori turned to Akira and carefully said to him, Now then, Akira-sama. Could you please lower your rifle? Akira's face was grim, his rifle was still pointing at Yajima. That I should have killed this guy before they came here. It can't be helped, it's not like you can kill him now in this situation. Don't worry, it should be recorded just fine. It's highly unlikely that you would get framed. Since we were also originally planning to bring him to the HQ, let's think of it as a good thing now that you got more help to bring this man to the HQ. Akira calmed down after Alpha said that to him. Since Akira did not lower his rifle, Shiori put up her guard. Akira-sama? I already heard you. Akira then lowered his rifle. But Shiori still had her guards up against Akira. Shiori knew about Akira's ability and personality. And so she thought that in this situation, Akira was the one that she should be putting her guard against. Thus it could not be helped as she lowered her guard against the other guy, who was still lying on the ground trembling in fear with his right arm missing and unarmed. With Shiori keeping her eyes on him, Akira's focus shifted to Shiori. It meant that both of them were not watching Yajima. Akira! Stop her at once. It was already too late when Alpha alerted him. Get up. Reina was already standing next to Yajima and extending her hand. It was completely normal to do that to someone who had lost his right arm, lying on the ground without any weapon, and looked completely scared. But it was a fatal mistake. Yajima pulled Reina's hand and made her lose balance. At the same time, he stood up, circled behind her, and used his left arm to restrain Reina, choking her. Yajima smirked vilely and said, Don't move. The fear that was on Yajima's face until a few seconds ago had dissipated. Chapter 54, Their Respective Decisions. Looking from Akira's expression, Yajima understood that Akira did not think Reina and Shiori as his friends. While from Reina and Shiori's expression, he understood that they too did not regard Akira as their friend and they did not understand the current situation. Yajima knew that he could use Shiori and Reina to get out from this dangerous situation. So he decided to exploit them. When Akira lowered his rifle, Yajima was actually celebrating inside. After all, he at least was able to get out of the situation where he could be killed anytime. He now just needed to wait until the effect of the jamming smoke weakened to contact his friends for help. And so, he decided to start acting in order to buy more time. But fortunately, someone who did not have her guards up suddenly approached him without suspecting anything. Yajima was thankful for his devil's luck. Reina, who was captured by Yajima, squeezed out some words while in pain. What are you doing? Yajima laughed vilely as he replied back. He was obviously mocking Reina. Are you seriously asking me what I'm doing? Do I really have to explain this? I didn't think there's someone that stupid, you know? I think this situation explains itself really well. But I guess, Just to be safe, in the rare case if those two also don't understand what's going on. I'm basically holding you hostage to threaten the other two people in this place. Yajima stopped smiling and turned to Akira and Shiori. Don't move or I'll kill this girl. Although his voice was calm, it was clear that he was serious. Akira and Shiori did not make any moves while staring at Yajima. Akira's face was stern as he glared at Yajima. As for Shiori, she was obviously directing her killing intent toward Yajima. Although she tried hard to keep a calm expression, she was actually furious inside and it was projected from her eyes. She glared intensely at Yajima as if she was trying to bore holes through him with her gaze. Yajima looked at Akira and Shiori, who just stood there, and said, "Very nice. It's really helpful that you guys are smart enough to understand what's going on." Yajima still kept his eyes on Shiori and Akira as he said to Reina, "Now then, since your sorry brain can't understand what's going on, I'll let you know about this too. I can easily crush your neck with my hand. So don't do anything stupid. It might be true that I've lost my right arm and was lying on the ground until a few minutes ago. So it's completely understandable if you're thinking of waiting for a chance to escape. But that would be a big mistake. I won't lower my guard and I'm not so weak that you can break away even if there's an opening. If it seemed like I lowered my guard to you, it's just because I look so from your point of view, and you were completely mistaken. You might not believe my words. But looking at how the person who's wanting to help you is just standing there obeying my words, I hope you understand the meaning of that." A moment of silence drifted. After confirming that Reina did not try to fight back, and Akira and Shiori did not do anything suspicious, Yajima continued. That's good. Then throw down your weapon." Shiori quickly dropped the gun that she was holding. She also dropped down the gun in her holster and any other weapons that she had on her. After she removed all of her weapons, she took a few steps back. Shiori kept her eyes on Yajima for even the slightest opening. When she removed all of her weapons, she noticed that he frowned slightly. Yajima turned to Akira. Shiori looked puzzled and turned towards him too. Akira was still gripping his rifle. He still had his guards up as he was staring at Yajima. "Akira-sama, could you please drop your gun?" Shiori pleaded with Akira to drop his gun. But he did not say anything while still staring at Yajima. "Akira-sama? I hear you." Akira only said that, but he did not look like he was going to drop his rifle anytime soon. Yajima frowned. He tightened his choke on Reina and made her groan in pain. Shiori looked hurt when she heard Reina groan. Yajima calmly said, "I'm sure you heard what I said, or is it that you wouldn't listen to me? Are you saying that you don't care if she dies? How much more would you demand from us? Is it until your friends come here and kill us? I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't have friends. If you drop your gun, I'll just withdraw to the hallway and let this girl go after I gain some distance from here. I promise you that." I didn't tell you that I'm going to release her if you drop your gun. My bad. So, do you get it now? You're thinking of stealing relics, aren't you? Yajima slightly reacted when he said that. Akira then continued. "I got that right, didn't I? Back then when you tried to kill me, you didn't try to make any excuses and instead immediately tried to kill me without hesitation. Which meant that the moment I saw your face, you had no other choice but to kill me. You're a cyborg, so you can freely change your expression the way you want. But even so, you still tried to kill me when I wanted to contact the HQ. I bet there's something down here that you don't want the city to notice no matter what." Akira's guess was correct. Yajima and his friends had hidden relics in multiple places in the underground city, and one of those places was around that area. His friends should already be transporting the relics from the other places. His job was to guard that place until his friends came there to carry the relics. Akira continued. "You're planning to kill everyone who saw your face, aren't you? Since we know your face, the city staff would easily identify you after all. You're basically picking a fight with the city. They would have a bounty for your head. So in order to avoid that, you have no other choice but to kill us. Am I wrong?" Yajima, who was only listening without saying anything, replied as if he was reproving someone that would not listen to him. "It seems that you're misunderstanding a lot of things here. I don't mind telling you where you went wrong with your guess that is full of holes, but I have a feeling that you would not listen to me no matter what I say. So, for how long do you need to buy time? How strong are your friends? Seeing how you're taking this slowly, it seems that they're strong enough to be able to kill us easily. Even if I go along with your rubbish talk, one thing for sure is, this girl will die if you don't drop your gun. If you kill that girl, there's no mistaking it that you won't leave this place alive. But you'll still kill her even after knowing that, huh? I guess you're confident that you have enough power to deal with us then. Akira and Yajima locked gazes with a serious face. There was a moment of silence before Yajima coldly said, "This is the last warning. Drop your gun." "No thanks." Akira swiftly refused Yajima's demand. They stared intensely at each other. Shiori's face was already turned pale as she was watching them. Yajima sighed. Is this boy for real? He knows my plan and also knows that I'm not planning to leave anyone alive. What should I do now? I don't know for sure when Kane and Nelia will arrive. This boy might decide to shoot me on the spot the moment he sees Kane and Nelia. My cyborg body is badly damaged. I don't think I can evade if he shoots at me. Yajima looked exasperated. Although I'm taking hostage a beautiful girl like her here, you're really a cold person, you know. Don't you have any sense of righteousness in your heart? I don't want to hear that from the person who's taking that beautiful girl hostage. It's fine for me, I'm a villain after all. I can do bad things without feeling guilty at all. It's the special right only for villains, so a hero can't afford to do that. Well, putting that aside, since it seems that this hostage isn't important to you, I'll just ask the other person who cares for the hostage. Yajima then turned to Shiori. If you don't want this girl to die, go kill that boy. The moment Yajima said that, Akira put up his guard against both Yajima and Shiori. Yajima noticed that slight change and inadvertently took a step back while still holding Reina. Akira still had his CWH anti-material rifle pointed downward. If he had pointed his rifle at Yajima, Yajima would have reacted with something more extreme. Shiori was in dismay and exchanged glances between Akira and Reina. She was shocked and confused as she was put in that absurd situation. Akira chose not to drop his gun. The rest was up to Shiori to decide, and all the available options that she had were hopeless. Akira was waiting to see what Shiori would do as he asked Alpha. "Alpha, what do you think?" Alpha replied back almost instantly. "I think she'll decide to attack you. And the reason for that? It'll allow the hostage to live longer by attacking you. If she doesn't follow what he said, he would realize that there's no meaning in holding the hostage and kill the hostage. Even though she knows that he plans to kill everyone, as long as the hostage is still alive, there's a hope that she would be able to save the hostage. Looking from that point of view, there's no way she would let this chance to keep the hostage's life slide. I totally agree with you for the same exact reason. Damn it, I should have not worried about explaining the situation back then and just quickly killed this man. Nothing will change even if you regret it now. Let's just do what you can do right now. In the worst-case scenario, you'll have to kill everyone, okay? Roger that. Akira had made his resolve. While on the other hand, Shiori still could not resolve herself to decide on anything. If she lunged at Yajima, he would immediately kill Reina. But even if she killed Akira, there was no guarantee that Yajima would not kill Reina. She believed that Akira's guess was correct. Yajima planned to kill everyone in the end. Looking at Shiori, who was still standing frozen in place, Yajima acted angrily and said, "What the heck, so taking this girl hostage is basically meaningless, huh? I guess I have no other choice but to kill her then. I'm sure I'll be dead too afterwards, but my friends would definitely avenge my death when they get here." Yajima's words were just a bluff. He had no plan to die in that place. Shiori understood that well, but if she just stood there and did nothing, it would be only a matter of time before that bluff turned into reality. Looking at how Shiori was in so much pain, Reina tried to say something. Akira finished reloading the magazine and pointed his rifle at her in point-blank range. Gunshot echoed through the area, but it was only after Shiori kicked the rifle. The stray bullet ripped through the air and hit the ceiling. Shiori looked relieved for a few seconds after disarming Akira. But he did not let her get away with that and swiftly kicked her rifle too. Both of them lost their weapons as their rifles landed on the floor away from them. Both Akira and Shiori did not think even for a second about picking up their rifles as they quickly decided to continue the fight with CQC. They both had non-enhanced bodies and were using augmented suits. Since both of them were not using a helmet, single hit on the head using the augmented suit would spell instant death. They leapt forward with the goal of inflicting that single fatal blow. Their fight shifted from shooting bullets to throwing punches. Even though the distance between them had reduced and the weapon they used had changed, they still tried to kill each other just like before. Reina could see blurry images of Akira and Shiori trying to kill each other through her teary eyes. It was a fight that happened because she was taken hostage. She knew that both of them would stop if only she died, but she was still alive at the moment. Reina's feelings were in chaos. The fear of getting killed as Yajima literally had her life in his grasp. The regret of doing something stupid. The guilt from seeing Shiori who was fighting in order to save her and Akira who was dragged into this situation. And lastly, the feeling of powerlessness for not being able to do anything in such a situation. She was desperate and wanted to do something, and also the hatred toward Yajima made Reina use all her power to swing her elbow at him. Reina was using an augmented suit. So her elbow swing smacked Yajima with more power than from a usual human, but it was only enough to make him stagger a bit. It did not make his left arm move at all as it was still firmly holding her neck. Yajima's expression did not change as he applied more power in his left arm, tightening the choke on Reina. She gasped in pain. Yajima kept his choke tight as he said to Reina, "Did you think that there was an opening? Or is that a plea to just kill you? Well, either way, that was pointless, you know? My cyborg body won't even get damaged with that level of attack and I won't easily kill you since you still have your use as a hostage. It seems that your body is an organic body. Are you planning to bite your tongue and kill yourself? Well, if you do that, I'll just move your body to make it look like you're still alive. Don't worry, I've been making sure that you don't make any sound, so I'm sure they wouldn't notice it right away." Yajima laughed mockingly. Reina heard clearly that he was ridiculing her futile effort. With that, she completely stopped trying to fight back. As Reina stopped struggling to fight back, she could only just silently cry there. Seeing how Reina had stopped, Yajima sneered at her and thought, "She lost her will to fight back just because of that bluff. She's naive, way too naive. If she resolves herself to die and fight back, she might be able to create an opening. There are also so many other ways for the others to notice if she's already dead or not. Well, this stupid girl was someone who would come to me and basically offer herself to be the hostage after all. I thought that I've run out of luck when that boy was so close to killing me, but at this rate, I guess it'll be all right now." Yajima was observing the fight between Akira and Shiori while holding Reina as his meat shield. But still, those two are pretty strong. There's no way hunters with that much skill gets assigned to replacing the illuminations, so what exactly is going on here? Before losing his CWH anti-material rifle, Akira was actually looking for a chance to shoot Yajima. Shiori thought that Akira might shoot and kill Yajima there even if it meant that Reina would be killed in the process. That was why she regularly shot at Akira to prevent him from shooting at Yajima. In the end, her actions allowed Yajima to survive. In front of Yajima's eyes, Akira and Shiori were evenly matched. If both of them worked together to attack him, his winning chance would be extremely slim. But that chance got better and better the more they injured each other. Just keep on fighting like that until either one of you can't move or run out of energy. That girl, is this the best she can do? Try harder, will you? If that boy is dead, it's basically my win. And as a reward, I'll give you a painless death." Yajima laughed while still gripping hard on the useless girl who was also acting as his life insurance. Shiori's teary face looked pained as if she was crying like a little girl while still throwing deadly swift attacks at Akira. While on the other hand, Akira's expression looked grim while desperately blocking and evading her attacks and throwing counters. Even a single hit from their attack would inflict a fatal injury. A straight hit on the head would not end with only a stinging pain, it would blast their head and scatter their brain matters. Akira was actually surprised by Shiori's strength. He thought that he would win the fight the moment they switched to CQC. Akira was trained in CQC by Alpha. Although it was a virtual training, Alpha demonstrated an overwhelming fighting strength against him. So if she took control of his augmented suit, he thought he would be able to perform in that level of strength too. Although it might put his body in more stress, he would at least be able to easily win this fight. But something unexpected happened. Shiori was able to hold off his attacks although Alpha was helping him, or more like, Shiori was actually slowly pushing him back. I never thought she's this strong. Alpha, is this going to be alright? Don't worry, it's going to be fine, just endure the fight for now. Please do something about it before my limbs get torn off, okay? They're already hurting like hell, you know. I would even believe you if you tell me that they're already torn off. As Alpha was controlling Akira's augmented suit, the more he made a maneuver that was above his ability, the more it put his body under stress. And the harder the maneuver, the higher the stress on his body. His and Shiori's CQC abilities were obviously not at the same level. In order to fill the big gap in skill, Alpha pushed his body to its limit. Alpha smiled as she replied, "It'll be alright? Maybe." "What do you mean with that, maybe?" Seeing how Alpha answered back with something worrying while looking completely calm, Akira twitched and yelled in response. In order to avoid getting hit by Shiori's high-speed consecutive attacks, Akira had to evade on the same level of speed before readjusting his stance and attacking back. Because of that, his vision changed really fast, enough to make him dizzy. He could no longer discern the floor or the wall or the ceiling. But even so, Akira was able to see Alpha's smile because she anchored her image onto his vision. Even if he was upside down, or made a 360-degree spin, or even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to clearly see the image of Alpha smiling. If there was someone else who could see her, Alpha would look as if she was floating around, detached from what was going on there. As Akira's body was flung around to avoid Shiori's attack, Alpha, who was floating beside him, said, "It seems that she's using a drug to enhance her ability. I don't know how long that drug will be in effect, that was why I said maybe." She looked desperate, trying to end the fight as soon as possible. Looking at how she was able to evade your shots and how she's avoiding your attacks now, it seems that it's a drug that focuses more on the strength of its effect rather than the duration. It'll be your win once the effect wears off. That's why it'll be alright, maybe? Akira readjusted his stance and quickly asked back, "Wait, but I'm also using a drug, right? That medicine that I took before the fight. It's still in effect right now, that's why I can continue fighting like this without tearing my limbs off, right? So it's a matter of whose medicine's effect wears off first between us, huh? Are you sure this is going to be alright?" Thanks to the medicine that he took beforehand, the micro-injuries created from the stress put on his body were continuously getting healed. This was why he could keep fighting without tearing his limbs. But of course, the effect of that medicine would not go on forever. "It's alright, maybe. Just stop with that maybe already. I don't know how much drug she took beforehand, that's why I can only say maybe. But don't worry about that, just focus on the fight. Complaining won't change your situation." Akira saw Alpha's smile, which cleared up his worry. After all, according to his experience, everything would be alright as long as she was still smiling. Alpha was still smiling. As long as making a grim face would not help Akira's situation, she would keep smiling. As long as it might bring about a good turn of events, she might still smile even when he was on the verge of death. She was giving her best to help with the current situation. It was like what Alpha had guessed. Shiori was actually using an accelerator. Even if the augmented suit could increase its user physical ability, the user would still need the required speed and cognitive ability to control and match the movement speed. She was only able to evade bullets because of the time dilation effect from the accelerator drug. But even so, Shiori was having a hard time fighting against Akira. Although it looked as if he had a lot of openings, the moment she tried to strike during that opening, he would block or evade her attack and strike back. His attacks that looked amateurish at a glance would turn into sharp and deadly strikes the moment they almost hit her. It threw her off guard and made it extremely hard to evade those attacks. For her, all of his openings already looked like nothing but baits to lure her. The moment they changed into CQC, Shirori was sure that she would have the upper hand. The fighting techniques that the hunters learned focused on fighting monsters. Basically, it was to kill monsters from afar before they could get close, or to fight monsters in close range using a gun in case they encountered monsters in a closed space when exploring the ruin. Those were the usual skill set for the hunters. In short, they were not usually trained to fight another human. But that was not the case for Shirori. She might be registered as a hunter, but she was not just a hunter. She was Reina's maid and bodyguard. She was only going along with Reina's hunter activities. As a bodyguard, Shirori was trained on how to fight another human. It included methods to deal with the situation when she lost her weapon and had to fight unarmed. Because of that, when the fight shifted to CQC, Shirori was thinking of holding back and making it look as if she was fighting the best she could in order to buy time. She thought that something might change if she did so. But it was immediately obvious that she did not have to do that. Akira was strong enough to kill her if she held back. He came at her with moves showing that he was obviously trained as he was trying to kill her. To think that he's this strong. I never thought that there was this big of a gap between my guess and his real ability. I was thinking to look for an opening to save Milady while fighting against him, but it seems that it's impossible now. Once the accelerator runs out of its effect, I would not be able to fight anymore. Milady, I might not be able to save you this time. What should I do? What should I do? Helplessness continued to corrode Shiori's heart. The feeling of despair started dominating her sense of loyalty. She kept on struggling while making a pained expression. She would not give up until there was nothing that she could do. But that end was already creeping close. Chapter 55. How the Fight Ended. Yajima was watching the fight between Shirori and Akira. Since he thought that there was no longer any need to keep his eyes on Reina, who was just meekly and obediently hanging her head low, Yajima had the leeway to start thinking about something else. His gaze naturally shifted to Akira's CWH anti-material rifle that was lying on the ground away from Akira and Shirori. Yajima noticed that Akira was slowly but surely getting closer to that CWH anti-material rifle. Although he could not pick up that rifle because he had his hands full with Shirori, it was only a matter of time before he could pick up that rifle. If Akira defeated Shirori, he would be able to quickly pick up that rifle and shoot Yajima. Since he was already fighting her at this point, Yajima thought that there was no reason for Akira to hesitate to shoot at him the moment he picked up that rifle, even if that would hurt Reina too. There was still a plausible chance that Akira might defeat Shirori before Yajima's friends reached their current location. With that CWH anti-material rifle, Akira would have enough firepower to kill Yajima. After all, it was the rifle that blasted his right arm off. Yajima imagined how satisfying it would be if he could kill Akira with his own rifle. His mind started to focus on thinking how he could do that. That rifle is also a threat to my friends. It was able to blow my right arm easily. Is it loaded with special ammo? If I don't take it for myself soon, it might cause a problem later. While his attention is preoccupied with something else, I might be able to take that rifle and get the upper hand. Yajima's mind was already unconsciously urging him to take that rifle before Akira could. He started sneaking closer and closer to Akira's CWH anti-material rifle while still firmly gripping Reina. Reina already had no more power to fight back. Even if she squeezed all her leftover power, she would only slightly disrupt Yajima's movement. Aware of her situation, he started to sneak faster and faster. He was already closer to that rifle than Akira. Calm down, it's still too far away. If I rush myself to pick up that rifle, there's no mistaking it that he'll charge at me even though he's not watching his back at the moment. Carefully and quietly, don't let him notice me, just a little more. Yajima kept his eyes on Shirori and Akira while slowly approaching the CWH anti-material rifle. When Yajima judged that he was close enough, he rushed to pick up that rifle. Akira was beaten by a few milliseconds before he turned around. Forgetting Shirori, who was behind him, he ran toward Yajima. Too late. It's my win. Yajima threw Reina aside and picked the CWH anti-material rifle from the floor. With his cyborg body, he was able to use CWH anti-material rifle with only one arm as he quickly pointed the rifle's muzzle at Akira, who was running toward him. There was no obstruction between him and Akira. He had a clear shot. With his shooting skill, there was zero chance that he would miss his shot from such a distance, and Akira did not have the skill nor the ability to evade his shot. Yajima quickly pulled the trigger, but no bullet flew out from its muzzle. Huh? Yajima could not help but to leak out what he was thinking. This unexpected scenario caught him completely off guard and erased the smile from his face. He was stunned with what just happened. The shocking turn of events froze his expression as well as his brain. During that short opening, Akira quickly closed the distance between them and threw a punch straight to Yajima's face with full power. The augmented suit enhanced Akira's physical strength to its limit for a few milliseconds. That punch blew Yajima's heavy cyborg body away and threw Akira's CWH anti-material rifle into the air at the same time. After he was sent flying, Yajima was back to his senses and thought while still flying in the air. It didn't shoot any bullets. Shouldn't it be loaded with special ammo? That rifle was just loaded with a new magazine, right? Wait, was that rifle a trap's? Did he throw it away from him in order to lure me? So rather than changing rifles back then, he chose to load a new magazine, although he knew how dangerous it was, just in order to trick me. So that's why he made that gesture and intentionally showed me when he loaded a new magazine that was actually empty. And he also shot once in order to use the last bullet that was already loaded in that rifle before throwing the empty rifle away, so that he could catch me off guard. Yajima flew and landed on rubble. He already completed his guess in that short amount of time when he was in the air. Although his guess might be correct, it would not be able to save him now. He crashed into the rubble so hard enough to even crack open the rubble. Although it only inflicted a small amount of damage thanks to his cyborg body, it was enough to create a fatal opening. Akira quickly leapt and grabbed the CWH anti-material rifle that was still spinning in the air. In one fluid sweep, he grabbed a new magazine and loaded it into the rifle. This time, it was not an empty magazine. The special ammo was automatically loaded the moment Akira stuck in the new magazine. He then aimed his special ammo-loaded CWH anti-material rifle at Yajima, who was still stuck on the rubble. Let's finish him before we get any more hindrances. I know. When he was back to his senses, Yajima saw Akira and found CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle pointing at him. He at least wanted to know if his guess was correct as he opened his mouth. But before Yajima could say anything, a CWH special ammo blew his head and scattered his brain all over the place. He was dead before he could even utter his last words. Just to be safe, Akira also shot and destroyed Yajima's limbs. With this, even if Yajima was a remote mechanical body that could move without a brain, he would not be able to pose any threat now. Shirori was stunned by the sudden turn of events, but the moment she was able to return to her senses, she quickly went to Reina. Reina was coughing intensely. Shirori looked worried as she inquired, "Milady, are you all right? That are we saved?" Reina, too, could not follow what just happened. She mumbled to Shirori, looking for an answer. Shirori said to Reina that it was already fine. She was about to smile at Reina when she noticed that Akira had not lowered his rifle yet. Although Shirori no longer had any reason to fight Akira, it did not erase the fact that they did fight each other just a few seconds ago. She thought that it was fully understandable considering his disposition that he would still put his guard up expecting that they would continue their fight. Shirori already had no wish to fight Akira. After all, he was the one who saved Reina. She did not mind getting killed by Akira if it would satisfy him. But there was no guarantee that was the case. Akira quickly dropped his CWH anti-material rifle and exchanged it with two AAH assault rifles. One of them was pointed at Shirori and another pointed at Reina. Akira's fingers were already resting on the triggers. Shirori understood that Akira knew the easiest way to kill her, which was to shoot Reina and make her cover Reina. She slowly moved to the front of Reina. Akira's aim followed her. Eventually, both of Akira's rifles that were pointed at Shirori and Reina were pointed only at Shirori. Akira was breathing roughly while supporting the rifles in his both hands. Because of his crazy moves not too long ago, his body had hit its limit. Although the medicines that were still active in his body were desperately healing his micro-wounds, it would run out of its effect eventually. At the moment, even pulling the trigger would be a difficult task for him. Of course, it was impossible for him to fully get back to tip-top shape, but the medicines that he took beforehand should at least be enough to mend his body from the backlash of the crazy maneuver that he just pulled. He hoped that Shirori would not make any moves until then. Alpha, what do you think of her situation? Do you think the effects of the drug that she took has already run out? I don't think so. I feel like my medicines would run out of its effect soon though. You're right. Akira, just stay like this and don't move so that the medicines can have the optimum effect. Depending on what happens next, you might have to start the fight again, but we have no more reasons to fight, right? I wonder if it would end the fight if I just lower my gun. Although you've won that fight, they messed everything up since they did not believe what you said. The situation was even turned 180 degrees because of their mistake. Then Shirori opted to attack you to make sure of Reina's safety. In this situation, there were no longer any reasons why she should kill you. So, if you lower your gun, she might quickly evacuate Reina to somewhere safe. But she would take more accelerator and come back to kill you in order to confirm Reina's safety, thinking that you might be holding a grudge against her. With your current condition, this would be her perfect chance to kill you, you know? Well, if you believe that she would not do that no matter what, you can go ahead and lower your rifle. No thanks. I'll stay like this. Akira replied back instantly. Although he had no will to continue the fight, it was not like he could trust them. And it was the same for Shirori and Reina too. Shirori looked at Akira with a grim expression. He was still pointing his rifles toward her and Reina. Although she was forced, she did fight with him not too long ago, and it was not like she could do anything about that now. The real question was why Akira did not pull the trigger. Shirori frowned while trying to understand his reason. It would be fine if he's only being cautious of us. But the real problem is why he isn't pulling the trigger. What if he knows that I'm using an accelerator and is waiting for it to run out of its effect so that he can finish me off for sure? There was a trace of fear in Shiori's face. It was not because she was afraid of losing her own life, it was because she feared she had lost any possibilities of saving Reina. Shirori would be more than glad to give up her life if it meant that Akira would not kill Reina too. She would not mind if he chose to finish her with one shot or by beating her to death. But if Akira's grudge also included Reina, it would be a whole different story. Shirori would do anything to make sure that Reina would escape alive. Although, it was a different problem whether that was possible or not. Personally, Shirori did not believe that Akira would stop with only killing her. After all, Reina was the main reason why they were in that situation. Not only did she aggravate the fight that Akira already won by not believing his words, she even carelessly approached Yajima and was taken hostage, which in turn triggered the fight between him and Shirori. She just could not believe Akira would let that slide. Shirori said to Akira with a serious face, "Akira-sama, could you please lower your gun? I have no wish to continue fighting with you." Akira did not move at all. He only glanced briefly at Shirori. "Akira-sama, I can understand that you're angry. I'm really sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you." Akira remained motionless. His rifles that were pointing at Shirori also stayed still. "It's all my fault for everything that happened. So please let milady go." Akira still did not move. His expression also did not change at all. He only glanced at Shirori, showing that he was listening. Shirori thought that Akira might change his mind if she prostrated in front of him and begged him with a trembling voice. So she started to move in order to do that. Akira finally showed a movement. His aim shifted straight at Shirori and stopped her from moving any further. Shirori still had some accelerator drugs left with her. Although the backlash from using that drug continuously would definitely kill her, she would not hesitate to do that if she had the chance. But in the end, those were her spare drugs. So it was not like she could use it right away. She would have to reach for them and pull them out before putting them in her mouth. If she prostrated in front of Akira, she might be able to do that in secret. But with that slight move from Akira, Shiori was no longer able to do that and stopped midway. She thought that not only did Akira know she was using an accelerator, he was also trying to prevent her from taking more accelerators. Her guess was partially correct. It was not like Akira knew that, it was Alpha. Alpha was also the one who shifted his aim to Shiori. Akira did not notice that at all. After all, he was busy enduring the extreme pain that was assaulting him since the medicine that he took beforehand just ran out of its effect. Shiori knew that if she made any suspicious moves or said anything carelessly, it might cause Akira to pull the trigger. As such, she was only able to keep quiet while making a stern expression. And with that, she was rendered powerless. She could not do anything. Her expression distorted as she looked to be in pain. Reina, who thought that she was saved, realized that she was mistaken after seeing how Shiori and Akira were acting. She was shocked when she saw Akira fought evenly against Shiori. As such, she was afraid of angering him. And even now, Shiori was trying her hardest to protect Reina from Akira. But even Reina understood that it was not going well. Reina did not want to die, and she did not want Shiori to die too. If Shiori could not do anything, then she might be able to do something. Reina, who was hiding behind Shiori's back, decided to step up. But the moment she stepped out from behind Shiori, Akira's aim swiftly shifted to her and stopped her midway. She thought that she should say something to Akira to convince him. Although she still had no idea what to say, she already took a step out from behind Shiori. But since he stopped her from going any further, it also stopped her from saying anything. As such, she could only repeat what she wanted to say inside her head. Shiori only tried to kill you because she wanted to keep me alive. So please forgive her. I know it's my fault. I know that it's because we didn't believe your words that the table was turned and you almost got killed, although you already won that fight. I'm really sorry, so please forgive us. Reina frowned as she realized what she had to say to Akira. She finally understood the graveness of her mistake. Although it was hypothetically speaking, Reina thought that if it was Katsuya rather than Akira who was in front of her, he would have just smiled, or at least looked slightly annoyed, and forgave her and Shiori. Shiori suddenly collapsed. The accelerator already ran out of its effect. The backlash caused all the accumulated tiredness to assault her body at the same time. Although she was able to somehow stay conscious, she could not stand up from the ground. With this, Akira knew for sure that Shiori's accelerator had worn off. Her face was filled with hopelessness since he could easily finish her and Reina off now. Reina panicked and quickly ran to Shiori. She then tried helping her to stand. Shiori? Are you okay? Hang in there. Shiori was trembling meekly as she glanced at Akira. Reina was supporting her so that she could stand. She saw Akira lower his rifle while looking toward the hallway. When Shiori collapsed, Alpha said to Akira, "Akira, it's okay to lower your rifle now." Is that so? She still has spare accelerators, right? I won't make that mistake of allowing her to take more accelerator in this situation. But of course, I also don't mind if you want to shoot her instead. I don't think she would fight back in this situation if you shoot her. Nah, that would be a little bit too cruel. In that case then, let's get ready to face the next problem. I still can't confirm the situation in this area since the effect from the jamming smoke has yet to completely disappear. So don't drop your guard. How long will it take before the jamming smoke is completely gone? Will it be gone if we just wait for a bit more? Or will it still stay here for a few hours? I don't know for sure. It depends on the type and the composition of the smoke as well as the topology of the area. But one thing for sure is that it'll stay longer down here compared to when it's on the surface. We're in an enclosed space after all. It's faster if you try to confirm it yourself. Let's try if you can contact the HQ or not. You're right, let's at least start from there. Akira, who was watching the hallway, suddenly turned to Reina and Shiori. Reina flinched seeing that. Reina thought that she should at least say something to calm Akira down. Thus she tried to squeeze out anything that she could think of in a panic. But Akira quickly interjected. Try calling the HQ. Reina was surprised when Akira suddenly said that. There was obviously a gap between his behavior and what she was expecting. As such, she was so stunned that she froze. Akira repeated what he said. Try to call the HQ now. The effect from the jamming smoke might have weakened. You might be able to contact the HQ. So, can you try calling the HQ? That guy shot and destroyed my terminal. So try contacting the HQ in my place. Do it quickly. Akira strongly urged her, so Reina operated her terminal in a fluster. I still can't get any connections. I think it's because of the jamming smoke. Shiori reported the result to Akira before Reina could. She was already trying to contact the HQ when she was back to her senses. Akira immediately told them what to do next. Let's head to the HQ for now. Keep trying to contact the HQ on our way there. Let's go. Move your legs. Quickly. Shiori immediately understood that there was no need to be worried about Akira. At least, it did not seem like he was thinking of causing a scene here. Which means, it would be best for them to follow his instructions. It was also the best for Reina if they could contact the HQ or at least meet up with the other hunters. Shiori, who had already calmed down, came with such a thought. I understand. Milady, let's go. Shiori grabbed Reina, who was still confused, by her hand. But she suddenly collapsed again. Shiori? I'm all right. Milady, we should hurry up and leave this place too. Shiori's whole body was screaming in pain from the backlash of the accelerator. She was barely able to move thanks to her augmented suit. Her tired body felt like it was as heavy as lead. The stinging pain that ran through her body was telling her to stop moving, and her tired brain was trying hard to shut down. Shiori used her sense of loyalty in order to maintain her consciousness. But she knew it was only a matter of time before she reached her limit. She was obviously in pain as she was pushing herself past her limit. The fact that even Reina could tell showed her current state. After all, she normally would be able to hide it from Reina, and Reina knew that too. Reina was lending her shoulder to Shiori. Shiori looked apologetic as she said, "That I'm really sorry, milady. Don't worry about it, let's go." Reina looked at Akira. She wanted to ask him if they could take a short rest. But she stopped when she saw his expression. She knew that he would just turn her suggestion down. Akira, Reina and Shiori quickly left that area. When Yajima's friends, Kane and Nelia, finally arrived there, Akira, Reina and Shiori had already left the place and were on their way back to HQ. Kane was using a large-sized heavy armor-type augmented suit, better known as a powered suit. Although the underground hallway was rather wide, his powered suit almost blocked the whole hallway. It was equipped with 2 extra arms in each side, and all of those 4 arms were carrying heavy weapons. The lower part of his powered suit formed reverse joints. Although it was a type of augmented suit, it was closer to a battle-oriented mechanical suit for a cyborg. Kane folded all his mechanical limbs and stored them into the powered suit's torso. Unlike the augmented suit for cyborgs that made its user look like a normal human from the outside, it was obvious from the first glance that this was a mechanized augmented suit that only a cyborg could use. Their original plan was to have Kane and Nelia guard the truck after the relics were carried to the surface. That was why they were heavily armed, but they could not wander around the underground city with such equipment. After all, the underground work was actually Yajima's job. Kane and Nelia came into the underground city through the hole that was originally created for carrying out relics. At first, they planned to open that hole after the relics were transported into its position. But there was a change of plan and they had to open that hole sooner than they scheduled. They already carried as many relics as they could to the surface. Kane looked over the area and said, "I found Yajima's body. Or to be more precise, it's a pile of destroyed cyborg body that I believe belonged to Yajima. Since his head is blown to smithereens, well, he's dead for good, no doubt about it. It's not like we can just carry his brain either." Nelia replied back lightly, "You're right. He was a pretty useful guy, but it's not like he can help us with anything now that he's dead. Let's just go back. What are we going to do with the relics in this area? Did you find any other corpse other than Yajima's?" "Nope, none at all. That means the person who killed Yajima is still alive and has already left this place. Which means that the HQ at least knows that there was a fight here. I'm sure they'll send some hunters here to check this place. So, after knowing that, are you planning on carrying the relics from this area while fighting those hunters?" If Kane's memories served him right, Nelia and Yajima should be lovers. But it seemed like she did not care that Yajima was dead. Are you not thinking of revenging him or something? You guys are lovers, right? Me? I don't let myself stuck in the past. Nelia answered back casually. Suddenly, some hunters also arrived in that location. The HQ found it suspicious that Akira did not contact them again after that. As such, they decided to send some hunters to check that area. Of course, it was suspicious to find someone equipped with a powered suit and not showing his location through the shared network. So one of the hunters shouted at them, "You there? What are you doing there?" Kane aimed his heavy weapons towards those hunters and started shooting without saying anything or giving any warnings. Loud explosions echoed through the underground. The hunters were showered in explosions and it wiped them out in an instant. Nelia exasperatedly sighed. Good grief, can you do that more quietly? It's as you can see, I'm not good with details and minute things. Some of the hunters who survived that bombing started shooting back. All of their shots were focused on Kane, but those bullets just ricocheted when they hit his formidable powered suit. Some of the rebounded bullets hit Nelia too, but they also ricocheted just like when they had hit Kane. Whoa there, some of them ricocheted at me, you know? Nelia said those words as if she got splashed by mere rainwater. It's not like I can do anything about it. You should say that to them instead of me. After that small and casual exchange, Kane started shooting back at those hunters. The 4 heavy weapons Kane was carrying unleashed hell on those hunters with its overwhelming firepower. He launched countless warheads toward those hunters and blew them off together with the wreckages and the rubbles in the area. Chapter 56, Postmortem Revenge Request Program. Akira, Reina and Shirori were still on their way to the HQ. Reina was supporting Shirori, who was on the verge of collapsing as they were walking through the underground hallway. As for Akira, he was walking a little further away beside Shirori and Reina. His distance showed that he was still cautious of them. Akira was regularly consuming medicines while keeping his eyes on his surroundings. The medicines that he was taking were the ones that he bought from Shizuka's shop. Compared to the medicines found in the Old World ruin, their potency was extremely low. But even so, if he chugged a significant amount of that medicine, it would at least speed up his fatigue recovery and the healing of his wounds. He glanced at the warning printed on the medicine's packaging. Thanks to Alpha's training, he was able to recognize words, and so he was able to understand the warning. But even so, he kept on chugging that medicine frequently. Akira was weak. He understood that well, and so, it was important for him to maintain his body in the best possible state. Even if it meant that he would definitely die 10 years later from the side effect of the medicines that he was consuming. He knew that he had to do crazy things to survive the present, to stay alive tomorrow, and to keep his body functioning next week. Reina watched Akira chugging medicines and asked him, "That I noticed that you've been regularly consuming a lot of that medicine. Are you all right with consuming that many at once?" Akira answered back swiftly, "I bet it's not all right." Reina was surprised by his answer. "And not all right, huh? Although it doesn't say how many is too many, it does warn to not consume a large amount of this medicine in a short time. So I bet it's bad for my body." Then why? Shuri thought that if she let Reina and Akira continue that conversation, the subject of their conversation may turn into something that was not pleasant to talk about between the 3 of them. So she squeezed her leftover power to interject in their conversation. "Milady, we've moved quite far from that area. I know it's rude for me to ask, but can you please check if we can already contact the HQ or not?" The reason why Akira was consuming such an excessive amount of medicines, even though he knew that it was bad for his body, was because he was injured and extremely tired after his fight with Shirori. He did it so that he would be in the best possible condition in case they encountered monsters on their way back. So in short, it was Shiori's fault as well as Reina's too. And it was not something to discuss in that situation. Shiori's mind was still slightly numb as she thought that she should have stopped Reina sooner, or at least warned her not to talk about anything sensitive. If she was in her usual condition, she would have warned Reina way sooner than that, but the current her was unable to do that. It was because she was focusing all of her remaining energy to keep herself awake and not to fall unconscious in that place. Akira understood why Shiori suddenly interjected, but since he also did not want to cause any fight there, he just kept quiet. Reina was the only person who did not notice that as she focused on her terminal. A voice came out from her terminal. "This is HQ-. It's connected." The moment Reina confirmed that her terminal was connected to the HQ, Akira immediately yelled at the terminal. "This is number 27. We've got 3 injured hunters after fighting against that suspicious person. We're not in a condition to face any more fights. The suspicious person is dead. There's a good chance that he brought more of his friends from underground tunnels. It seems that they're planning to secretly carry relics out from the underground city. Send us hunters who can fight well and are proficient in providing support. My terminal was destroyed by that suspicious person when I fought him. That's why I'm contacting you from another hunter's terminal." There was a brief pause before the HQ staff replied back. "Number 27, explain what happened. First of all, about that suspicious person dash. Give us permission to return back to HQ first. Number 27, we need to confirm the situation first before we can do that, so answer our questions first dash." "The permission first." Akira was yelling. From his voice, it was obvious that he was tired. The staff understood that it was pointless to argue back, so he just gave them permission to return. "Very well, you're permitted to return back to the HQ. But answer our questions while you're on your way back, understand?" There was a slight intimidating nuance coming from his voice. "This is number 27, roger that." Akira took a deep breath in order to calm himself down. They could hear sounds of a commotion leaking out from the terminal. It seemed that there was something going on in the HQ. Akira was answering the questions from the HQ staff while walking back to the HQ. He told the staff about Yajima, who suddenly attacked him out of the blue, about the jamming smoke that prevented him from contacting Shiori and Reina, about the fact that he killed Yajima, and about the reason why he thought Yajima and his friends were planning to secretly carry out old-world relics from the underground city. He properly answered all the questions that the HQ staff asked him. The staff was also thinking of asking Shiori and Reina too. But Reina still could not fully recover from that chaos and was still a bit dazed by everything that just happened. Not to mention, she was really worried about Shiori. As such, she was not in a condition to answer the staff's questions. As for Shiori, she was barely conscious. She was also not in a position where she could properly answer his questions. Thus he was only able to question Akira. Akira was giving his report while carefully moving forward. He then noticed a group of hunters running towards them. Reina and Shiori were relieved that their rescue finally arrived, but in contrast to them, Akira frowned. "Reina! Shiori! Are you guys alright?" The reason why Akira looked slightly annoyed was because it was Katsuya's group who came running. Shiori was so relieved that they were finally able to meet up with the other hunters that she immediately lost consciousness then and there. Reina panicked and tried to hold her up as she was about to collapse. Katsuya and the others quickly surrounded her and helped Reina support Shiori. Alpha then said to Akira, "Let's just leave her to them. We should leave quickly. If you stay around them, it would be a pain in the bum when they start asking you about the situation." "You're right. It's not like they told us to go back to the HQ together anyway. And I want to avoid anything troublesome if it's possible." Akira was quietly walking away from Katsuya's group, but Katsuya noticed him and tried to stop him. "Wait! Where do you think you're going?" Shiori was obviously in a bad shape as she fell unconscious, and Reina panicked when that happened. The only person who was completely calm, Akira, was trying to sneak away from the situation that they were in. Plus his distrust of Akira, Katsuya thought that Akira was the real cause of that situation. He thought that Akira did something bad and caused Shiori and Reina to get injured, or even maybe it was he who attacked Reina and Shiori. Akira was already running away from that place. Alpha smiled at him and warned him, "You can't stop running, okay?" "I know." Even without Alpha telling him, Akira ignored Katsuya's voice as he kept on running towards the HQ. Katsuya was at a loss whether he should chase Akira or not. Then suddenly HQ staff's voice came out from Reina's terminal, and the staff was unaware that Akira was already gone from that place as he asked a question. Number 27, what was that sound? What's going on over there? Katsuya sounded obviously angry when he replied back. This is Katsuya from Drankum. We just met up with the injured hunters. Who? What number? It's number 52. Where's number 27? Is he not there? I heard that there were 3 injured people including number 27. Katsuya realized that number 27 was Akira as he answered back as if he was venting. If it's that guy, he looks completely fine and ran away. I don't even know where he's going. That I see. The rest of the injured hunters are from Drankum, right? Number 52, I'll put the other 2 back in your team, you take the command from here and on. That's all. Katsuya yelled at the terminal. Wait! Are you telling me to bring Reina and Shiori around rather than sending them back? Your duty is to confirm your situation. Check how bad their injuries are and decide whether to bring them along with you or to let them rest in the defensive point. You can even bring them to the medical team if their injuries are serious. You guys decide what to do from there. Whether you would send some people back or not, or proceed with your duties with the remaining hunters, or whether you bring your whole team back since it doesn't seem like you can continue with your current situation, it's up to you guys from Drankum to discuss and decide on your own. Don't ask us for every single thing on what to do. Ask Drankum instead. Only inform the HQ if you decide that it's necessary to do so. We're all so busy here, you know. That's all. The HQ staff ended the call after saying that. Katsuya could feel that the HQ was taking Shiori and Reina's situation lightly. His face was twitching with anger. He then quickly decided on what to do next. We'll take Shiori and Reina back to the HQ. Taking everyone back to the HQ could be interpreted as abandoning his duty. Eri understood it, so she asked Katsuya, "What about our duties?" Katsuya smiled as he answered back. "They told us to decide on our own. We'll return back to HQ, leave Reina and Shiori with the medical team, and then return back to our duty. After all, our friends' lives are much more important than our duty, right?" Seeing how Katsuya prioritized his friends' lives over his duty, the other young hunters in his team looked at him with approving gazes. Although Yamaina was not sure whether it was a good idea to bring everyone back, she felt like Katsuya would decide to be the one staying behind if she said anything, so she just kept quiet. She knew how skilled Shiori was and something had happened to render her in such a bad shape, so she did not want to let Katsuya take any risk by going alone. When Akira arrived at HQ, he went on to give his report about Yajima. He thought that the staff would be asking him a lot of questions again, but instead, he was let go after giving a simple report. It was because they had already asked the necessary details when Akira was on his way back to the HQ together with Shiori and Reina. And also, while Akira was on his way back, the situation had changed. There seemed to be more of Yajima's friends found in the underground city, and they killed some hunters that the HQ had dispatched. Akira let out cold sweat when the HQ staff told him that there were some deaths reported after the clash between them. If he had encountered more people who were as strong as Yajima on his way back, there was no doubt he would have been dead by now. He barely dodged the bullet back there. Looking at Akira, who was lightly shivering, Alpha just smiled and consoled. "I'm glad we quickly left that place." "You can say that again. I wonder why I'm always pushed into this kind of dangerous situation? Is it because I really ran out of luck?" Alpha replied back as if she was cheering the mumbling Akira. "I'm sure it's because you were thinking of leaving a beautiful hostage to die back then. You might need to do more good deeds in the future." Akira looked annoyed. "Don't be crazy. If I had threw down my weapon, there was no mistaking it that he would have killed me immediately, you know." "I bet you're right. Although you somehow saved her, that might not be enough to balance everything. Or it may be since you were able to save her ultimately, your luck increased and were able to get out from that unlucky place right before anything troublesome happened." Akira mumbled. "That's just unreasonable." While it was true that if he had stayed together with Katsuya's group, it might have turned into something troublesome, Akira did not want to think that it was because of luck that he was able to escape. If it was possible, he wanted to use his accumulated luck for something better. He understood that Alpha was only joking in order to cheer him up. But for some reason, she sounded really convincing to Akira. Although there were only a few minor external wounds, Akira's body was actually in a terrible state. The cheap medicines were not enough to heal his wounds. So he asked the staff about the medical team, and the staff explained to him about the details. I don't mind if you want to meet the medical team. But let me tell you this beforehand, it's not free. There are a lot of hunters who misunderstand this point. So be careful with the bill. What should I do to pay the medical bill? You should negotiate it with the medical team. Most of the hunters have their medical bills subtracted from their rewards. The amount of the bill depends on the medical services you seek and whether you have taken the insurance or not. Ah, your terminal was broken, right? You should go and get a replacement first. The medical team won't help you without the terminal. If you don't share your location through the shared network, they might think that you're going to run away without paying. So be careful about that too. Akira followed the staff's suggestions to first get a new terminal before heading to the room where the medical team was on standby. Although they were called as the medical team, there were many other hunters who did not have a biological body like Akira. Some of them used nanomachines to enhance their bodies, some of them were cyborgs with human-like appearance, and some of them looked completely mechanical from the outside. These types of hunters needed fixing rather than healing. As Akira followed aboard saying biological body is this way, a man wearing a white coat welcomed him. That man, Yatsubayashi, looked more like a scientist who loved to do human experiments rather than a doctor. He was stationed there to heal hunters with biological bodies. Akira looked worried when he saw Yatsubayashi. Although he never went to a doctor before, it did not take him much to notice that Yatsubayashi was obviously a shady person. Yatsubayashi welcomed Akira in high spirits. Welcome to Yatsubayashi Clinic, Kuzuharu Ruin Branch. Sorry to cut the chase, but how are you going to pay for the bill? Subtract it from my reward. Alright, got it. Thanks to the aid from Kagomayama City Management, you can get a free checkup. Checkup is free of cost, but my other services costs money. Don't hold any grudge against me if I don't fix your body because you don't have enough money, okay? Alright then, remove your clothes. Akira followed Yatsubayashi's instructions and took off his augmented suit. Yatsubayashi used a strange camera-like tool and some kind of scanner to check Akira's body. He also used other weird tools to do the checkup. With his current knowledge, Akira had no idea if all of those tools were really for checking his body or not. It took about 10 minutes to finish the checkup, after which, Yatsubayashi gave Akira the result. I'm glad that it's nothing serious, but I suggest that you get some treatment. So, what kind of treatment would you like to take? My wounds are nothing serious? My limbs are screaming in pain though. I can only move around thanks to the cheap medicines that I'm taking. Akira seemed to doubt what he just heard. Yatsubayashi just smiled and answered. Serious injuries are those cases in which you have lost your limbs or have your internal organ gouged out or even destroyed. Basically, they're injuries that win you a straight ticket to the hospital. Just a few cracks on your bones, or some internal bleedings, or damages from tired muscles are all small injuries. It seemed there was a big gap between Akira's and Yatsubayashi's standard for light injuries. But from the perspective of the hunters, Yatsubayashi's line of thinking was the correct one. Akira smiled vaguely. He sounded as if he was half convinced. Can you heal my wounds at least so it won't lower my fighting ability? I see. There are various treatments that you can take, but I suggest you take the one for which normal insurance doesn't apply. I'm not in any insurance. Yatsubayashi looked surprised. After all, most of the hunters in that place were in some type of insurance. Yatsubayashi seemed delighted. It was at least an expression that a doctor would not make. That sounds great. In that case, how about taking this medicine that I'm developing? This is my recommendation. You're not in any insurance, right? So I'll let you buy it for cheap. Yatsubayashi grabbed a small container near him and showed it to Akira. The container was filled with a green liquid. It was a very dubious-looking medicine no matter how you slice it. No thanks. Since insurance doesn't apply to that thing, it must be something unsafe. It's fine, don't worry. It's not like I made it from nothing. I made it by breaking down and analyzing the old-world medicine, then using that data to imitate its effect. I can guarantee its effect since I've already tried it on myself before. The reason why insurance doesn't apply to it is because of the influence of the big companies. It's set like that so people would choose the medicines manufactured by those big companies instead. This medicine is better, I can guarantee you at least that much. So, what do you think? It's not like I can get the certification unless I have enough data and samples from people using it. It'll also be better for the world if people can buy a cheap but powerful medicine, right? It'll provide a better healing effect that might even save people's lives. Just think of it as a good deed to regain some of your humanity that you guys tend to lose when you do dangerous works as hunters. Yatsubayashi was trying hard to convince Akira. From her observation of Yatsubayashi, Alpha said to Akira, "Akira, I'll at least tell you this, he's not lying. He's not trying to scam you or squeeze your money. I don't think he's planning of tricking you at all. Even if you tell me so, it's just that, you know. Well, that's completely normal. Even if that medicine could not become mainstream because of the influence of the big pharmaceutical companies, if it was a medicine that had spread among the people and had earned a certification, then it at least should not have any bad side effects. No matter how many times Yatsubayashi used that medicine on himself in the past, it was not enough to convince Akira. Yatsubayashi knew that Akira was hesitating. But hesitation was not equal to refusal. Yatsubayashi thought so as he urged Akira further. I know. If you buy this medicine, I'll also sell the old-world medicines that I have with me. These are medicines that you can't usually buy unless you use Chrome. But I'll sell them to you in Orem. What do you think? Yatsubayashi pulled out a box from a bag near him and showed it to Akira. Akira was familiar with that box. It was similar to the medicine that he found back in Kuzuzuhara ruin. Akira confirmed that with Alpha. Alpha, isn't that? It doesn't seem like he's lying and that box is still sealed. I think it's the real thing. You would want to get that if it's possible. Alpha and Akira agreed with each other. He knew well how powerful that medicine was. As such, he really wanted to get some of those medicines if it was possible. How many boxes are you willing to sell? Just one for 2 million Orem. This medicine is usually used only for serious injuries, so it's not like I can sell it for cheap. To be honest, it was actually a kind of insurance in case his medicine did not work. But of course, Yatsubayashi would not say that to Akira. The price was reasonable. Although Akira was hesitating at first, he ended up taking that offer. Alright, I'll take that. Please subtract the payment from my reward. Alright then. Yatsubayashi seemed delighted as he started to prepare for the treatment. Seeing that, Akira felt like he just made a bad decision and looked slightly worried. But he then resolved himself and accepted the treatment. The treatment itself was finished in no time. They only put bandages soaked in that green liquid and injected that green liquid at some points in Akira's body. That's it. Just take a rest for the time being. Let's say for about the next 1 hour. It won't kill you if you move around, but its effect will be maximized if you just take rest. And also, don't tell anyone that I sold you that medicine, okay? It's not something that I usually sell, you know. So it would be troublesome if other hunters come to me asking for the same thing. Alright. How much for that treatment? 100,000 Orem. You can look forward to its effect. Since insurance doesn't apply for this one, I gave you a big discount for the treatment here. Thank you very much for cooperating with the treatment. Yatsubayashi smiled suspiciously. Akira frowned since he found some words that Yatsubayashi just said to be very questionable. Akira did not know whether it was expensive or not. If it would recover his body to the point that his injuries would not lower his fighting ability in 1 hour, he thought that it was rather cheap. Not to mention, he also got a powerful medicine, so he could use that in case if anything bad happened. Alpha also did not stop him, so it should be okay. So he just decided not to worry about that in order to conserve his mental strength. Suddenly things got pretty busy around him. Akira looked over to the source of the commotion and saw some hunters with severe injuries being carried to the medical team. Some of them were drenched in blood, some of them lost all of their 4 limbs, there was even a hunter who had lost half of his body. Yatsubayashi looked at those hunters and said, "Whoa, we have an emergency here. Everyone with light injuries would only get in the way. I'm sorry, but can you guys move somewhere else? I want to save as many people as possible, Even if you say so, some of them are already dead, aren't they? That might not exactly be the case. Some of them have half-mechanized brains, and some of them are using nanomachines that would allow them to stay alive even after losing their neck for a short time. We might still be able to save those people if we hurry up. Well, of course, that is if they have enough money to pay us, though. It's not like we can turn you into a cyborg with zero cost after all. They might have to work for their whole life to pay the debt, but it's not our problem. So there you have it, make way, make way. Akira took another look at those hunters. He was surprised to know that hunters with that level of injuries could still be saved as he moved away so that he would not get in the way. Alpha smiled at Akira, who was looking at those hunters. It's good that you only get light injuries. Yeah, you're right. Akira would have joined that line of hunters if he had made even the slightest mistake. He even bet that he would be dead if that had happened. Before putting back his augmented suit, Akira replaced the energy pack in his augmented suit with a new one. He noticed that he had used way more energy than he had expected. We've used quite a lot of energy, don't you think? It's because I took control of the augmented suit to execute crazy maneuvers. So it can't be helped. It's a good thing that it's not broken because of that. In order to make sure that Akira would survive the fight, Alpha controlled the augmented suit in a way that would definitely shorten its lifetime. Although it allowed Akira to survive, it was not cheap at all. Akira could feel that the augmented suit was a bit stiff as he walked back to the HQ. The checkup result from Yatsubayashi was a good excuse to explain about Akira's injured state to HQ. As such, the HQ only assigned him to keep watch around the area near the HQ so he could take rest. He hoped that his shift would end without any more bad things happening. There were a lot of crumbled buildings in the Kuzusuhara ruin. Behind one of those crumbled buildings, a big-sized transport truck was parked as if it was hiding from sight. There were heavily armed people near that truck. It was Yajima's friends who were planning to carry out old-world relics from the underground city. Since the mastermind of that plan, Yajima, was dead, the plan continued with Nelia and Kane at the helm. Kane and Nelia had exited the underground city carrying the relics that Yajima had hidden. After they reached the surface, they blew up the hole to cover their tracks. Their original plan was to run away to another city after retrieving all the relics that they had hidden in the underground city. The truck itself was well prepared to traverse the wasteland. It was big and very durable. There was a huge amount of expensive old-world relics piled on its tray. They only needed to escape that place together with their friends and they would be rich. Of course, that was if they could escape that place with those relics. For some reason, they were still gathered in that place. It was because they encountered a problem. Countless terminals that were fixed into Nelia's powered suit were connected to the truck. She was connecting to the truck's control device. Among all of them, she was the second best when it came to operating the control device after Yajima died. She was now trying to take control of the truck's control device. While Nelia was still trying to take control of the truck, Kane asked her. He did not even try to hide his displeasure. So, how's it going, Nil? Nelia waved her hand as if she was giving up when she said that to Kane. Hearing those words, Kane vented the feelings inside his heart. Damn it! That damn Yajima, how dare he leave us with this shitty souvenir? Kane smacked the truck. His powered suit was big-sized with equally big power. Thus it made a loud sound when he smacked the truck. The truck was originally Yajima's. It had an advanced control unit so that even an amateur would be able to drive that truck just fine. But the very source of their problem was that advanced control unit. The control unit prepared by Yajima was installed with an extra program from him. It was the Post-Mortem Revenge Request program. It was a program that the hunters could download from the dark web of the Eastern District Network. It was a program used by the cyborgs to collect the data of the person who killed them and send them over the network to make a request to kill that person. By killing that person, the one who completed that request would get rewards such as money from the requester's hidden account or locations of hidden properties of the requester. Yajima installed this program to the truck's control device in case Kane or any of his friends betrayed him. But Yajima was killed by Akira. That program had set Akira as the most likely person who killed Yajima. After all, He was the last person that Yajima met before he died. He was also the closest person to Yajima before the program's connection was interrupted by the jamming smoke. The control device of the truck was set to freeze until the target from the program was killed. Of course, they could just rip out the control device, but in order to install a new one, they would need a special set of skills. And they did not have that skill nor a spare control device that they could use. The program could confirm the target's death using different methods depending on the setting of the program. Some badly made programs could be fooled using a similar mannequin doll. It might also be unable to confirm the death of the target even after the target of the request was killed. As for advanced programs, they confirmed the death of the target from submitting the image of the dead target. Nelia was trying to bypass that confirmation process. But all of her trials ended in failure thanks to the advanced control device and the advanced program that someone spread in the darknet. She also did not have the skill to hack through the program. Since Nelia could not do it, it meant that no one here could do it. Nelia sighed and said to Kane and the others, "There's nothing we can do about it, let's just give up." Kane yelled back in anger. "Give up, you say? Are you kidding me? How much money do you think is riding on this plan? How much do you think all the relics that we gathered are worth? If we sell them, we can at least get 10 billion aurum. No, we can get even more than that. Like hell, I would leave those relics here." The others around flashed looks of dread when Kane flared. If he went on a rampage with his formidable powered suit, no one in that place would be able to stop him. Looking at Kane, who was misunderstanding her words, Nelia exasperatedly said, "Who said anything about giving up on the relics? What do you mean? I was just saying to give up on bypassing that program." The terminal connected to the truck's control device was showing the target of that program's request. Nelia pointed her finger at that terminal and said, "Let's go and kill this boy." On that terminal was the image of Akira. Chapter 57, Force Field Armor. Akira continued keeping watch around the HQ, and there was no problem in particular. Thanks to Yasabayashi's treatment, the pain from his wounds slowly subsided and he was recovering from his fatigue. He was able to fight normally now. Akira lightly moved his arm to check his body. "It seems that treatment actually works, huh?" "Well, he did say that he made the liquid by analyzing old world medicine. Your arms seem to be properly healed, and not to mention that we got old world medicine too. All in all, that was a good decision." Akira replied optimistically as he heard Alpha, who sounded a bit surprised. "So basically it was good luck, huh? Well, after all of that bad luck, I guess this will reset the score back to 0. He thought that he had already gone through the last bad luck for the day. Not too far from where Akira was, there was an HQ staff who was talking with his subordinates. He sounded a bit irritated. "We still can't contact the temporary base. We're still trying to contact them, but we can't get any connections at all. We won't be able to contact the temporary base until the colorless mist weakens. It might be a better idea to send some hunters from the underground to the surface. Most of the hunters here are contracted to work underground. We might need to change the details of the request if we have to send them to the surface, but we don't have the right to do so. Sending them to fight those relics thieves is already barely outside their job description, you know? So we can't do that." The HQ was having a huge headache in deciding how to deal with the rest of Yajima's friends. Although the HQ successfully flushed them out from the underground, the HQ sacrificed a lot of hunters to do so. It was possible for them to request hunters to go down there due to the lack of information. But now they knew there were a group of at least 2 people in the surface equipped with powered suits and powerful weaponry. So they did not have the authority to send the hunters, who came for the Urata Scorpion Nest's extermination request, to hunt for that group. Not to mention, there was a good chance they already ran far away from the ruin with all the relics that they stole. The HQ did not think that they would be able to find that group even if they searched around the area. It can't be helped then. We have no other choice but to send someone to the temporary base and directly convey the message. I'm sure they're also thinking of sending someone this way. Find a hunter suitable for the job and dispatch him immediately." "Yes, sir." His men immediately operated their terminal to look for a suitable hunter for the job. They could not pick hunters who were already deep inside the underground city since it would take some time for that hunter to return to the HQ. They also could not pick someone from Drankum. If they assigned someone affiliated with a particular organization to a job outside their contract, the HQ would need to negotiate with the manager of that organization, which would take some time. They needed an individual hunter with no affiliation and who was already near the HQ, someone who would not cause any problem if they were sent away from that place. The staff were looking for a hunter who fulfilled all of those conditions. Fortunately enough, they immediately found one. And that hunter was Akira. That's so in short, I just need to carry this terminal to the temporary base, right? That's right. To be more precise, you just need to go close enough to get a connection with the temporary base and the terminal will automatically send the message. So please, can you do that for us? You may finish your shift and immediately return back home right after that. You just got yourself treated, right? So you must be injured. You can just go, quickly finish it, return back home and then take a good rest. I'm sure you also want to go back home as soon as possible. You just need to visit the temporary base on your way back home. Kira thought for a while. It sounded too good to be true for him. Welp, it seems that I really exhausted all of my bad luck for today. I guess I should quickly go back home, take a good bath, sleep well and get myself ready for my tomorrow's share of bad luck. Since he was told that he was allowed to finish his shift and return back immediately after doing that, it made him really want to go back home as soon as possible. So Akira accepted that request and got himself ready to return back home. Akira actually still had a lot of time left until he finished his shift. So he was happy that he could leave the underground city sooner than expected. He went to pick up his bike that he parked not too far away from the building connected to the underground city. He was smiling happily as he said to Alpha, "My job for today will be finished after I visit the temporary base. Let's finish this, quickly return back to the inn, and take a good rest." "Yep, let's do that. Your augmented suit is also damaged, so you might want to send it for repair as soon as possible. It would be great if we can get it temporarily fixed in Shizuka's shop though." "Well, in that case, I guess I have to visit Shizuka-san's shop on my way back." Akira got on his bike and headed to the temporary base. Most of the rubbles and wreckages were already cleaned out from the road connecting to the temporary base. If nothing bad happened, he would be able to reach the temporary base in no time. Alpha looked relaxed as she said to Akira, "Akira, it seems that the colorless mist around the temporary base is getting thicker. Just to be safe, I'll lower the speed." "Roger that. How about this area? Your detection ability falls off inside a thick colorless mist, right?" "It's alright. Although we're in a thick colorless mist, my detection ability is still better in this open place compared to when we were in the underground." "Huh, that only makes me not want to go back to the underground even more. I wonder if we can come up with some kind of excuses so that the city would reduce the length of my contract. Your only chance is if you pay someone with good negotiating skill. I have neither the connection nor the money to do that." Akira just gave up as he rode his bike through the wasteland. He paced his bike to the temporary base. But in all actuality, it was Alpha who was controlling the bike. He was just gripping on the handle and sitting on the seat. But since Alpha was also controlling his augmented suit, it could be said that it was her who was gripping the handle too. So in short, he was actually doing nothing, it was all done by Alpha. Thus Akira was caught off guard when Alpha suddenly made a 90 degrees turn. He turned to Alpha in reflex and asked her why she did that so suddenly. "Alpha? Why did you do that?" Akira's face froze the moment he saw what was coming at him. He was leaning so low that his shoulder almost touched the ground as he turned his head away from the ground. Far away from him, he could see a tall building crumbling down against the backdrop of the blue sky together with hundreds of small missiles that were pouring down in his direction. The countless small missiles cut through the colorless mist and left traces in the sky as they rained down on the area around him. Some of them hit the ground while some of them hit the walls of the buildings scattered around the area, followed by loud explosions that echoed through the area. They wrapped the area with explosions and smokes as they destroyed buildings and the paved road, leaving the area filled with new rubbles. Kane and Nelia were standing not too far from the area where the missiles rained down. Since the surface was wide open compared to the cramped underground, they could freely use the new heavy weapons that they installed on their powered suits. Especially Kane, he was carrying nothing but heavy weaponry. He was even carrying missile pods that were normally only installed on a special type of tank or vehicle. Kane was the one who unleashed those small missiles toward Akira. He detached the empty missile pod from his powered suit. The missile pod made a loud banging sound as it fell to the ground. He sounded delighted as he said, "And here I was at loss on how we are going to kill that boy, but to think that he would come out to the surface by himself. We're really lucky, aren't we? There won't be much trouble now to remove the lock from the truck's control device." Kane was in high spirits. He was savoring the feeling of satisfaction from killing his target by pouring down countless missiles at him. But that was not all. It was also because he thought he was finally able to remove the person who was preventing him from carrying all the old world relics that he had gathered. Nelia sounded completely normal as she replied back. "Although I've prepared so many different plans to go back to the underground, I guess they're all for naught now." "Well, it doesn't really matter. It's a good thing that he reduced the work for us." Kane and Nelia were gazing towards the Kusuharu ruin, which was blanketed in smoke, through the camera of their powered suits. Kane emptied one whole missile pod at Akira, so he thought that Akira would be dead for sure. "Nelia, is the lock on the truck removed yet?" Nelia sent the image captured from her powered suit's camera to the truck's control device. If the control device could confirm Akira's death from that image, it should be able to remove the lock on the control device. Nelia checked the control unit. "Nope. It's still locked." "Huh. But how? That should kill him, right?" "How would I know? Either it can't confirm the kill because of the smokes, or that boy is still alive and kicking. I'm sure it would be able to confirm the kill if we show the corpse up close or at least the head of that boy. I don't mind if you use big explosives to kill him, but if the program can't confirm the kill because of that, it would be all on you, okay?" I know. I just need to look for his corpse, right? I'll go." Kane went to look for Akira's corpse. The powerful reverse joint of his powered suit crushed the wreckages under him as he walked towards the ruin. Suddenly, a building close to him crumbled right onto his head, but it did not even damage Kane's powered suit. When he arrived at where Akira was, he used his head camera to look for Akira's body. But he could not find anything, not even a trace of flesh or blood. "Nope, nothing at all." Nelia could hear Kane's mumbling, so she snapped at him. "Don't give me that. He might be buried under the rubbles. Just dig through the rubbles and check the area using your information gathering device. It should be an easy job for your powered suit, right?" "Yeah. Give me a few minutes." Kane grabbed the wreckages using his huge hand and threw them out of the road. The huge wreckage made a loud banging sound as they landed on the ground. It simply showed the strength of his powered suit. But even then, he could not find Akira's body under the rubbles. But instead he found a destroyed bike. It was the bike that Akira was riding. The completely destroyed bike was a testament to Kane's overwhelming firepower. "I found his bike, he should be near." "There's nothing we can do with the bike. Find the body." "I'm searching for it right now." Kane had vented his irritation by using his overwhelming firepower. He regretted his choice now as he thought that he should have used something that would have caused less damage to the area. He thought that Akira's body should be around, so he pulled out his information-gathering device to scan the area. With its current setting, it should be able to find any corpse buried under the rubbles. Kane was looking for Akira's body while removing the rubbles that were reducing the accuracy of his information-gathering device. But he still could not find anything. Still nothing. Did his body get thrown away because of the explosion? He thought so and increased the scan range of his information-gathering device. But he still could not find any signal that looked like Akira's dead body. So he slowly increased the scan range. Even then, he still could not find anything. Kane started to get impatient and set the scan range to the max. He got a signal right after he did it. "Over there, huh?" He sounded happy as he turned the camera of his powered suit towards the direction of that signal. But the moment he did that, he could see Akira's CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle staring straight at him. When the missiles rained down on Akira, Alpha moved his body and tried her best to avoid the missiles. The moment her calculation showed that it was impossible to evade all of the small missiles, she quickly decided to move Akira to the safest place possible near him. She increased the output of the augmented suit to the maximum and intentionally let the bike fall to the ground. Using the inertia, Akira slid on his leg under the bike and used the bike as a shield from the missiles. Akira was able to defend himself from the missiles by using his bike as a shield. He also did not fight the explosions as he let the shockwave throw his body and quickly fixed his body position before landing to soften the blow. Everything happened in a short span of time with unbelievable accuracy. Even the slightest error would have spelt doom for Akira. Alpha controlled his augmented suit and moved his body with absolute accuracy. But even so, the damage was not small. The impact from the shockwave of the missiles, the stress that the augmented suit put on his body to pull those crazy maneuvers, plus the countless impacts that his body absorbed when he was slammed to the ground, all of them drained Akira's consciousness bit by bit. In the midst of that dangerous situation, Akira even lost consciousness for a few seconds. It was a complete coincidence that he was not dead. It could even be said that it was also thanks to his good luck. The good luck that he had the moment he met Alpha continued until now as it let him survive this attack. Akira, who just regained his consciousness, was still in a daze as he tried to confirm the situation around him. Although he had his cheek touching the ground, he did not realize that he was lying on the ground. What just happened? Did I just fall asleep? Since when I fell asleep? Where am I? Is this my room? Did I get back to my room? Am I already in my room? Or am I still on my way back? Akira kept asking himself those questions in confusion. He slowly got his senses back and eventually noticed Alpha, who was calling him. Akira! Wake up! Akira! If you don't want to die here, get up. Alpha was yelling at him. In the past, no matter how bad the situation was, in contrast to Akira, who was panicking, she would always smile. But that Alpha was yelling at him right now. The moment he noticed it, he quickly snapped back to his senses. Akira tried to push his body up, but he could feel stinging pain run through his whole body from Kane's missile barrage. It made him grimace in pain and dull his movements. But then Alpha forced his body to move by controlling his augmented suit. Shoot back at the enemy. Right now. Quickly. Akira quickly extended his hand to the CWH anti-material rifle that was lying on the ground. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while trying to follow Alpha's orders. He understood very well from his experience that if he did not do what Alpha told him as fast as he could, his survival chance would take a dive. He followed the movement of his augmented suit to grab his CWH anti-material rifle and took an aim. He did not even question whether the person, who he was aiming, was really an enemy or not. Kane could not move quick enough as Akira pulled the trigger faster than he could evade. The CWH special ammo hit Kane's powered suit and made a loud banging sound that echoed through the wasteland. A portion of the impact energy was converted into a blinding flash. Although the impact was still enough to throw him off, the automatic balance adjustment function of his powered suit saved Kane from falling to the ground. Kane used all the weapons that his forearms were carrying to shoot back at Akira even before he could regain his balance. The heavy weapons that were handled using his strength-focused powered suit released countless bullets towards Akira. The bullets were able to pierce, destroy, and crush any rubbles and wreckage along their way. The moment he saw Kane's arms move, Akira quickly took evasive action. Thanks to that, he was able to avoid the bullets' barrage. Nelia called Kane. Kane? What just happened? Did you find a monster or something? Kane answered back in panic. It's that boy. He's still alive. Is that so? Was he on the verge of death? You adjusted the missiles to at least leave a corpse behind, right? So then, did you just shoot him to make sure that he's dead? Did you properly kill him this time? That's not it. That boy evaded the missile's barrage. Moreover, he got a shot at me. And he also evaded my shot just now. He even depleted a huge chunk of my force field energy with his shot. Was that CWH special ammo? That's the ammo you usually use for hunting tanks or mechanical monsters, right? Isn't there only Urata scorpions in the underground? So why the heck he's using that ammo? This is just too strange. The level of firepower that was normally used to fight Urata scorpions would not be able to breach Kane's force field armor. But it was a completely different story if it was CWH special ammo. Kane could not help but get panicked. After all, he thought that it would be an easy job, a one-way fight thanks to his superior equipment, but instead he found himself fighting for his life now. Judging from the flash of light that the force field made, his shot packed a powerful punch. Nelia! You sent me first since you knew that this would happen, didn't you? Like hell if I knew. But I did expect him to be someone pretty strong since he killed Yajima. You should at least know that much, right? You're right, but still. Nelia made a guess about the situation and said to Kane. Before he died, Yajima did say that it might be an agent sent by the city, remember? So that might be him. Yajima might have made a mistake during the planning and got the whole plan leaked out. Or at least, something leaked out and the city somehow got suspicious that he would be stealing the relics. So that boy might be an agent who was sent by the city to blend in with the hunters in the underground. It won't be strange for him to be using CWH special ammo if he was expecting to fight against relics burglars. Although Nelia was absolutely wrong, her explanation fit the current situation. Kane was getting more and more panicked now. What should we do then? If that's true, then in the worst-case scenario, the city might even have sent its army this way, you know? There's no way we can deal with that. If the city was seriously expecting this to happen, there's no way they would send him alone like this. So in short, he was sent just for caution's sake. There should be no problem if we kill him quickly. Fortunately, thanks to the colorless mist, he shouldn't be able to contact the temporary base at the moment. So we have some time to kill him. In short, we just need to kill him fast and get out of this place, right? Yep, that's right. Let's go. Kane and Nelia chased Akira. There was a good chance that the defense squad from the city was heading their way. But fortunately, they had plenty of time to kill Akira. The relics that they had gathered would earn them a huge amount of money. Because of that, they just could not easily give up on killing Akira. After escaping the barrage from Kane, Akira was running among the ruins. His bike was already destroyed, so he had no choice but to use his legs. Akira popped out the medicines that he bought from Yatsubayashi. The intense pain slowly subsided from his body, but it was no more than the effect of painkillers from the medicines. His body was still in a very bad condition. He wanted to move his body with his own will, but his limbs were not in the condition to listen to him. As such, Alpha was forcefully moving his body through the augmented suit to make him run. Akira looked grim as he said, "Alpha, that guy just took the CWH special ammo head-on and survived. That's a force field armor. The impact energy from the bullet was converted into that flash of light. The force field can reduce the impact from external force by converting a portion of the impact energy into light, you see. That's not it. I wasn't asking about how he did that, I was asking what I should do now. He can take CWH special ammo head-on, so what can I do to fight him? I guess there's no other choice but to keep shooting at him hoping that it would at least deal some damages. Isn't there any weakness? In this situation, that would be no. Akira became worried. The CWH special ammo had more than enough firepower to kill any kind of monsters that he could find in that area. It could destroy any monsters as long as he hit his shot. He knew that and took solace in its firepower. But right now, he was fighting against someone who could survive his bullet and even shoot back at him right after. It was a shocking thing to him. Alpha noticed what Akira was feeling. Just don't think about it for now and get some distance from him. You also have run out of medicines too. I'll do anything that I can, just like always, you're right. I'll be counting on you. Leave it to me. Alpha replied back firmly, but she was still not smiling. She was floating ahead of Akira while guiding him with a serious face. Akira, who saw her expression, kept running while hoping that her support would be able to handle this bad luck. Akira followed Alpha's guide to run through buildings that were scattered in the Kuzuhara ruin. Eventually, he arrived on the third floor of a building where he could take a peek outside from his position. Alpha asked Akira about his body condition. Akira, how are you feeling right now? Akira moved his limbs to check them. He was still looking at his hand as he said, that I don't feel pain anymore. But I think this is because of the painkiller. Although I can move my limbs, I don't know if they're okay inside. Akira seemed to be able to move his limbs just fine. But that was only because of his augmented suit. He had no idea how it looked under his augmented suit, or more like, he did not even want to imagine it. Alpha made a serious face as she told Akira. Akira, try not to move at all to maximize the effect of the medicines. If they chase you all the way here, you'll make your stand in this place. So get your resolve ready, that I understand. It doesn't look like I can run away, huh? Looking at their ability to move, search, and the power of their weaponry, I think it's highly unlikely that you can run away from them. Judging from their first attack, you would have zero chance to win if you get out into an open space. Even back then, with that amount of wreckages and buildings around, you were only able to get out in one piece from there by using your bike as a shield, you remember? I don't remember at all, so something like that happened, huh? It's really regrettable that we lost the bike. If you had the bike now, you might have been able to run away from them. But since it would be meaningless if the bike was okay while you're not, I guess that was a necessary sacrifice. I see. And it's not like I can run away from them using my legs, huh? Alpha replied back jokingly. Want to try running away from them hoping that you're lucky that they don't have the expected mobility or scanning range or firepower? Akira smiled bitterly. No thanks. I'm not expecting to find any more good luck after I met you. Akira used all his life worth of luck when he met Alpha. That was why during his dangerous hunter work, he would try to do good deeds to replenish his scarce supply of good luck and then use it in tandem with Alpha's support to overcome any problems. She also told him something similar to that in the past, and he believed it. That was why he subconsciously believed that the moment he met a problem that Alpha's support could not deal with, he would not be able to do anything against it with his own power and he would just drop dead. Of course, he would fight back as hard as he could. After all, he had resolved himself to fight back as hard as he could in the face of death. But even so, although he was planning to fight back, there was a trace of resignation since he also knew that it would be pointless and it would not change the outcome no matter how hard he fought. As Akira replied back through telepathy, a part of his feeling and emotion that he did not convert into words were also unintentionally sent to Alpha. Alpha, who received that message, said to him resolutely, Akira, I'll say this to you up front. I have no plan of losing. Do you think that my support is something so worthless that it would not be able to fight back this level of a bad situation? Akira stared at Alpha as she stared back at him. It was not like Alpha was actually there. Akira was only seeing her image that was added into his vision. He understood that very well, but even so, he kept his eyes locked at that image of Alpha. The image of Alpha that he was staring at was looking back at him. It was not like those eyes were actually looking at him, but even so, Alpha kept staring at him. Akira, get your resolve ready. If you do so, this will just be like business as usual. Alpha smiled. Akira stared at her smile. There was a trace of his usual trust in his eyes. His subconscious shifted from fighting back as hard as he could in a futile fight into fighting back as hard as he could to survive the fight. Akira lightly sighed and smiled in return. Getting my resolve ready is my responsibility, huh? Alright, I'm sorry I got all pessimistic. Alright then. I'm ready. Just like he always did until now, in order to survive the harsh life that he was living or to cross the countless dangerous bridges that he had faced, Akira stood up. Alpha smiled and said, That's the way I like it. Seeing how Akira stood up, leaving all his hesitations behind, Alpha smiled happily. At that moment, it could be said that her expression agreed with her honest feeling. After all, seeing how her words could change Akira's inner will to a better direction, showed the fact that she was able to manipulate his will the way she wanted and that her will adjustment protocol was functioning as expected. Chapter 58, Searching Method. Nelia and Kane were easily able to find the building where Akira was hiding by following his tracks. Nelia's and Kane's powered suits were equipped with advanced information-gathering devices. Not to mention, There were particular substances stuck on Akira's body such as dust from Kane's missile barrage. So, they only needed to increase the sensitivity of their own information-gathering device to find Akira's trace even inside the thick colorless mist. Kane looked at the building and asked Nelia, "That building, huh? Is he thinking that we'll just catch up with him if he runs away?" "Yup, maybe he thinks so. It's a good thing that we don't have to chase him. Let's just quickly finish this." "You're right." The moment he said that, Kane's force field armor flashed brightly from the impact of a bullet. Away from them, Akira was aiming at Kane from the window of that building. Nelia hid behind Kane. It seems that the boy is expecting a fight. "That damn brat, looking down on us." Kane's powered suit's control device quickly analyzed the impact angle and made a conjecture about where the shot came from. The camera on the head of his powered suit captured the image of Akira holding his CWH anti-material rifle on one of that building's windows. Kane quickly aimed his 4 big guns toward Akira's direction. Those huge cannons then released a barrage of warheads at Akira, causing a loud bang. Those big guns normally could only be used by humanoid mechanical soldiers, but Kane was able to handle them thanks to his powered suit. The warheads released by those big guns could tear metals as if they were sheets of paper. But even so, they were only able to cause slight damage to that building. Nelia was shocked. That's one strong building. Although it might only be the outer wall that is durable, I wonder how long it has been standing there. There were many types of old-world buildings. Their locations, positions, and ages showed the different techniques and technologies used to construct those buildings. The people of the Eastern District did not know for sure about the era and the culture when the Kuzuhara ruin was constructed. But by seeing just how strong the building in which Akira was hiding, Nelia and Kane caught a glimpse of the culture and the era when Kuzuhara was thriving. But Kane just brushed Nelia's question. "Like hell if I know. So how was that? Did that finish him off?" "Nope, the control device is still locked." "He survived that again." As Kane shouted, he took another shot from CWH special ammo. Akira had evaded that barrage as he ran through the hallway and shot Kane from another window. "That damn BR." Another shot hit Kane, cutting his words midway. Akira judged that Kane would not shoot back at him, so he quickly took another shot at Kane. "Damn it." Kane fixed his stance and readied his guns again. Nelia stood behind him and also helped him shoot back. They showered the window where Akira was, with bullets that would easily turn a tank into papier-mâché. Those bullets passed through that window and created holes on the wall inside that building. Since Alpha told Akira to quickly leave that position, he was able to avoid those bullets. As he was running through the hallway, his face turned grim when he saw the walls that were about to crumble down after the recent barrage. Yikes. That's scary. I won't even leave a trace if I get caught in that. Although it's not as strong as CWH special ammo with a similar budget, that barrage has more or less the same amount of destructive power. I can only shoot 1 bullet at a time while he can go full auto. I'll be dead if I get shot even once, while on the other hand, he can take a direct hit from CWH special ammo just fine. This is just crazy. Akira smiled bitterly. Although he had decided to stand up against Nelia and Kane, it did not make them any weaker. Akira looked at the CWH anti-material rifle in his hand. It was indeed a rifle that carried overwhelming firepower when he was underground, but now, it was barely able to do any damage. But even so, it was true that it was his lifeline. Even if he loaded AP bullets into his H rifle, it would only ricochet on Kane's powered suit like water falling on an umbrella. Although I heard that this CWH special ammo can easily destroy a tank. But they didn't say that it can easily destroy any tanks, right? Well, that's true. It's just that I'm starting to doubt whether it can even do anything since it seems that my shots barely damage him at all. So how much do my shots affect him? Wait, it does affect him, right? That big-sized powered suit must have an equally big generator. I bet half of the generator output is routed to maintain his force field armor. Although it doesn't look like it had any effects, there's no doubt that each shot shaved its energy. So don't worry about it and keep shooting. Roger that. No matter how much it affected Kane, there was a limit on how much Akira could do. He crouched close to the ground while moving through the hallway to his next shooting position. As Akira was crouching through the hallway, he could clearly see Nelia and Kane through the wall. It was thanks to the vision enhancement from Alpha. Because of that, Akira was able to quickly line his aim at them the moment he peeked out through the window. If he took more time aiming, it would not give him enough time to evade the returning fire. Even the slightest delay would be fatal. He heightened his focus to the peak to maintain a high level of accuracy. He could even feel the time stretched out as he kept shooting. Akira peeked out for a short moment through the window and sniped Kane. He then quickly pulled back and moved to his next shooting position before Kane could shoot back at him. Akira was the mole in their game of whack-a-mole, but in his case, one whack would turn him into minced meat. In order to avoid getting whacked and to get the chance to shoot Kane at the same time, Akira repeatedly executed that dangerous sniping. On the other hand, the player in their whack-a-mole game, Kane, was aiming his heavy weapons toward the windows of that building while waiting for Akira to show himself. He was waiting to see Akira's muzzle the moment Akira took his aim. The 4 heavy weapons he was carrying were aimed at 4 different windows of that building, but of course, there were more windows in that building than his limbs. Kane aimed his guns toward the windows that he guessed Akira would shoot from. He set his rifles ready so he could pull the trigger the moment Akira peeked out. If Akira showed up in any of the windows that he was aiming, it would be the end for Akira. Thanks to his force field armor, even if his guess was wrong and took a direct hit from Akira, he could keep on playing this game just fine. He absolutely had the upper hand here. Akira kept on shooting from the windows that Kane was not aiming at. Although the impact threw Kane off balance, he was able to quickly return fire. But the moment he did that, Akira had already pulled back and was on his way to the other window. Next, Akira took another shot from a different window. Kane countered back, but it was too late. The extension limbs of Kane's powered suit were quite heavy. Not to mention that the 4 big cannons that those limbs were carrying added to the total weight he was supporting. On top of that, most of the generator's output was routed to his force field armor. Thanks to that, his movement was greatly slowed down. No luck. Next then. He only needed one correct guess as to where Akira would shoot from and it would be his win. But Akira was able to keep avoiding the windows that he was watching. Statistically speaking, if it was completely a uniform random chance, he would have killed Akira about 3 times by now. Kane kept on receiving CWH bullets from Akira while trying to shoot back at him. He kept on hoping that his next guess would finally get a hit, but after that so many misses, Kane started getting irritated. Next. 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 Damn it. Next. Kane thought that it was all because of his bad luck and started getting more and more annoyed, but in truth, that was not the case. Alpha was telling Akira where to shoot. She kept picking the right windows where he would be able to easily evade Kane's attack. With her superior detection ability, Alpha was able to ascertain Kane's stance and accurately calculate where he was aiming. She knew exactly where he was aiming and she placed Akira in the safest window when he sniped Kane. Kane noticed that Akira was somehow able to read his guesses. He didn't notice it until now because Akira was only able to barely evade getting hit. If Akira was able to perfectly evade his aims without any trouble, he would have found out sooner. Akira's lack of skill made him notice it later. Damn it. Damn it. Fucking damn it. Kane yelled in anger. Nelia looked annoyed as she said, Kane, you're too noisy. If you want to shout, cut the connection first. Nelia. You should take a better aim than that. I'm doing that even without you telling me. He's evading my shots too. Moreover, I never thought that he could evade this well. As expected of someone who killed Yajima, he might really be an agent from the city. Nelia continued wording out her guess. This means that he's somehow able to accurately read our movements, huh? I guess that's also the reason why he could survive that missile barrage from you. Kane sounded surprised as he replied. What do you mean? Even if he's really an agent from the city, does it have anything to do with his ability to evade our attacks? Or is it that he's carrying some kind of advanced information gathering device to read our movement since he's an agent? That's just impossible. Are you telling me that he's using some kind of advanced information gathering device that allows him to completely see our movement even from this distance? We're under the colorless mist right now, you know? Wait, it's possible that he's using one, but that level of an information-gathering device is something that the hunters in the front line would use. There's no way someone around this area would use something like that. That's not what I'm saying. But I guess it's something similar. Kane got more irritated since Nelia was being cheeky. Yeah, right, so what? Just tell me already. I'm sure that you at least know some facilities in this Kuzusuhara ruin are still operating, right? It's rather obvious when you see those big buildings in the deeper part of the ruin. There are many important facilities in the ruin that are guarded by powerful securities even now. I heard that the city plans to eventually control those facilities. I at least know that much. So, what does it have to do with this? I heard that among the relics that they brought back from the ruin, they found a device showing the full map of Kuzusuhara ruin in real time. Or was it the technology to access the full map of the ruin anytime? So then what? Just tell me already. What a clueless man. Just like I said, that relic shows the full map of the ruin, all the details, and in real time. You know it yourself just how unbelievable the old world technologies are, right? In the worst case scenario, he might be able to trace even every single bullet that we shoot at him. Of course, that would mean he can do the same for us too. So in short, he might be using that relic as an advanced information-gathering device which can only be used in this ruin. Using its data, he would be able to know where we're aiming. Kane was flabbergasted. Seriously? Well, it's just a possibility. Although it's just silly talk, there's another rumor coming around the same time when the rumor about that relic spread. That ghost story of the Kuzusuhara ruin, the beguiling ghost. I heard that the people who could access that full map by some kind of means were able to see that ghost and always ended up dead. Well, it might be just some kind of rumor that the city spread to prevent people from trying to connect to that network which somehow leaked out. That's why, if he's really an agent from the city, he might be connected to that network. Nelia seemed to be enjoying boasting her knowledge, but she suddenly realized that Kane had gone silent. Kane? Kane! Kane shouted. He sounded very irritated. That damn brat. The mole in this whack-a-mole game knew exactly where he would hit. Kane was so angry since he felt as if Akira was playing him for a fool. I'll fucking kill you. Kane readied his gun to shoot all the windows in that building. Akira was in the midst of moving to his next shooting position, but Alpha suddenly said to him with a grim face, Akira, go deeper into the building. Alpha moved his augmented suit the moment she said that. She moved him to the deeper part of the building through the hallway that connected the outer side of the building. Akira did not try to resist as he ran through the hallway. Akira ran through rooms filled with wreckages as he tried to go as far away as possible from where he was. He understood from Alpha's voice and expression that it was extremely dangerous to stay there, but he did not know why. Before he could say anything, something happened that made him understand without even the need of asking Alpha. He could hear countless explosions behind him. The shockwaves and the rumbles from those explosions reached him as a piece of it flew past him. The area was filled with smoke soon after. Kane emptied 2 missile pods onto that building. The missiles destroyed all the windows on the floor where Akira shot from. Some of them passed through the windows and destroyed the walls inside that building. The explosion funneled through the narrow hallway and smoke burst out from the windows. Nelia panicked. Whoa there! What do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you before that the control device wouldn't be able to confirm the target's death if you turned that boy into minced meat? Kane yelled back. Shut up. If he's really an agent from the city, his corpse would at least get left behind. And this is way better than wasting our time trying to hit him. Or more like, if this doesn't confirm his death, the death confirmation feature of that thing might be broken in the first place. The program should be able to recognize that the key target to remove its lock was in that building. So how was that? Did you get the kill confirmation? Wait for a sec, I'll check. Nope, still locked. Huh. Is it saying that the target is not dead yet according to the configuration of that program? That Yajima, it's not like he set the program so it would never get unlocked, right? As far as I can check, there's no trace that the kill confirmation function was ever modified in the past. Kane was obviously irritated, knowing which, Nelia sighed. But it can't be helped then. I'll go up close and check it myself. I'm sure I just need to get close enough to find at least a piece of his dead body. But in case if he's still alive, I'll just go ahead and kill him myself. Are you going alone? It would be bad if you try to blow him up again for no good reason. It'll be better if I go alone. Nelia's powered suit opened up and she jumped out from it. Just like Yajima, Nelia was a cyborg. She looked like a young girl from the outside. It was because she adjusted her cyborg body to look like a young attractive girl. If it was a fully all-natural organic body, she would not be able to get such a level of beauty unless she was born with that kind of blessing. Nelia was using a half-transparent, thin bodysuit. Some cyborgs regarded their bodies as if they were replaceable articles like a piece of cloth. That was why those people had no problem with showing their skin. There were also some cyborgs who used sexy clothes to boast to other people that their artificial bodies were no different from natural bodies. Either she was one of them or maybe even both. The bodysuit she was using only covered half of her body. There was a cord coming out from one of her exposed body parts. It was connected to her powered suit. When Nelia pulled the cord off from a plug, it quickly retracted back to her powered suit. She then looked up to Kane. I'll contact you if anything bad happens. Keep your eyes on the area around the building. I'll leave my powered suit here since it'll only restrict my movement inside the building. Just make sure to keep your hands away from it, okay? Kane replied back. Yeah, you're not going to bring a rifle with you this time? If you want one, I'll lend you mine. It's a bit huge though. Kane sounded as if he was teasing Nelia as he moved one of his big guns. No thanks, it won't be useful in close quarters. Nelia smiled confidently. She then pulled a belt from her powered suit. That belt housed a rusty knife and so many other sharp objects. Akira was lying on the ground. His hand twitched. Although he could feel pain all over his body, he was fully conscious. That I got blown away again. But I didn't faint this time. This was the second time his body got thrown by explosions today. If he was given the option, he would prefer facing two swarms of monsters on the same day instead. Akira looked up. He could see Alpha squatting near him while looking at him. Akira, if you're awake, then get up. Roger that. Looking at Alpha's expression, Akira knew that he just survived through some life-threatening situation, but at the same time, his life was still in grave danger even right now. Once you get up, take some medicines. There's no need to move from this place. You can take a rest here for now. Alright, but I already ran out of medicine, remember? You still have some of the cheap ones. It's better than nothing. Akira pushed his body up and reached for the cheap medicines inside his rucksack. On the medicine box, a warning was printed in big letters saying not to take a large dosage in a short time. Akira's hand stopped when he saw that warning, but he then resolved himself and completely ignored that warning. Akira swallowed the medicines and then smiled bitterly. No doubt about it, this is bad for my body. I feel like I'm going to faint again, like back then. Alpha smiled. If it is just like back then, it means that you'll faint after defeating the enemies when you are completely safe. So let's hope that would happen again this time. I really do hope so. Akira crushed the empty medicine box in his hand and threw it away. With this, he also ran out of the cheap medicine too. The old-world medicine that was still in effect was working hard to fix his body. But it was only a matter of time before the effect waned. The next time he got a fatal injury, he might really end up dead. He did not even move a finger to increase the effectiveness of the medicines as high as possible. A question suddenly came up in his mind. Now that I think about it, why did they start attacking me out of the blue in the first place? Alpha, do you know anything? Unfortunately, I have no idea at all. This is only a guess, but they might be the friends of that cyborg who you killed in the underground. That guy did say that his friends will take revenge for his death, remember? He might have informed them about you before you killed him for good. If that's true, they really care for their friend. I wonder if they would think that I'm dead with that attack and just leave this place. Normally, no one would survive that, right? I'm not sure about that. After all, even after facing that missile barrage, Rather than dropping dead, you even shot back at them. Ah, you're right. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed underground. My luck is really the worst. Is it because of that? Is it some kind of karma because I was planning to abandon the hostage back then? But result-wise, I saved the hostage too, right? Akira mumbled those words out. It somehow reinforced his thinking as he sighed. Looking at him, Alpha smiled. Nelia, who was already inside the building, stopped in the middle of a hallway. Nelia's cyborg body was also equipped with an information-gathering device, although it was not as strong as the one installed in her powered suit. Because of that, she was barely able to use that device to scan the area. The scan range is really bad because of the colorless mist. I guess it's the same if I just turn this off. Nelia smiled. She then turned off the information-gathering device installed inside her body and lowered her ability to detect the enemy. But even so, she was still smiling. The reason for that was because of the other object that she was carrying. To think that I got a chance to test this thing so soon. Nelia and her friends had transported a huge amount of relics into their truck, but she secretly took some of those relics for herself. Among the relics that she took, there was a relic that would allow her to connect to the network where she could see the full map of the Kuzuzuhara in real time. It was the relic that she was talking about with Kane just now. Well now, let's see if this thing still works. Nelia turned the device on. The data received by that device was then organized and converted before being added to her vision. Thanks to that, she was able to see the details of the building. She smiled since it was working as she expected. That went well. Since I limited the data only to the area around this building in order to reduce the amount of the incoming data, my data processing capacity should still be fine. But still, it's receiving a huge amount of data right now. I guess it really is impossible to process all of the data unless I use an information-gathering device too. But well, in this thick colorless mist, I guess this is better than nothing. Now then, where's that boy? Nelia looked around searching for Akira. Although the data that she was receiving was only limited to the area around that building, it even allowed her to see past the walls. Thus, she was able to quickly find Akira. Nelia was surprised the moment she saw Akira. She then contacted Kane. Kane, how's the situation over there? Nothing worth noting. How about you? Did you find the corpse? Kane, the death confirmation program was correct. That boy is still alive. What the heck? He might really be an agent from the city. Something like a child-sized cyborg. With his cyborg body, it's nothing weird that he could survive that barrage and evade our shots. But why would the city even go as far as to use a child-sized cyborg agent? It's not as strong as an adult-sized cyborg, or at least, it's not cost-effective at all. Isn't that because the agent wanted to blend in with the other hunters as a young hunter? After all, it seems that there are many young hunters under Drankum working in the underground. I see now. Wait, doesn't that mean that the city somehow had enough information to make them send an undercover agent? Where exactly did the information leak from? No idea. But one thing for sure, he must be heading to the temporary HQ to report back after encountering Yajima. Since he can't contact the HQ through the colorless mist, he has no other choice but to go there and give his report in person. So it's lucky that we can ambush him on the surface, huh? It would at least slow the defense squad from reacting. So then, what should we do? If he's really an agent, then he's pretty dangerous, you know? Of course, we'll kill him. It's kind of obvious, isn't it? Or do you think that I will lose in a fight in a narrow space like this? You just wait there and keep watch. I'll finish this in no time. Roger that. And also, hurry up, okay? Nelia then disconnected the call. Although she looked surprised at first when she saw Akira, she already returned back to smiling. But still, to think that there are two of them. So it's not like he ran to this building purely by coincidence, huh? Did he come here to meet up with his comrades? Past the multiple walls that separated them, Nelia could see Alpha, who was standing beside Akira. The reason why she did not say anything to Kane about Alpha was because she wanted to avoid getting found out that she secretly took some of the relics for herself. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. Nelia smiled and pulled out a rusted knife. the knife's cutting edge was completely dulled. It did not seem like it had any cutting ability whatsoever. Chapter 59, An Expensive Deathmatch. Alpha had changed her clothes before Akira realized it. "Alpha, why are you wearing this now?" Alpha was wearing an augmented suit that looked much like Akira's. Although its shape was different due to the difference in their build and gender, it more or less looked like another series from the same type of augmented suit. Alpha smiled. "I just thought that it might be fun to use the same suit as you from time to time. What do you think?" "Even if you ask me so, it looks normal." When she was training Akira for CQC, Alpha was usually in an augmented suit. But it was not a common augmented suit. It had the old-world feeling with a daring design that showed the difference in their culture. Compared to that augmented suit, the one that Alpha was wearing now looked very normal. Although it had a striking curve to house her voluptuous body, it was way better compared to her usual augmented suit that had a mysterious, useless opening in the front. Alpha looked exasperated. That was a straight and boring reply. "As I thought, it might be a good idea to train you in that department." Akira looked slightly annoyed. "Even if that's true, this is not the time for it." "Well, you're right. Let's talk about something else then." "Akira, one of the enemies has entered the building. It's the one with the smaller powered suit, while the other one is watching from the outside right now." Akira tensed up. He completely forgot about Alpha's appearance in an instant. "As I thought, they won't leave, huh? Even if you say that it's a smaller powered suit, it's still a pretty big one. So how did that girl get in this building with that powered suit?" The hallway where Akira was in was rather narrow and short. It would be pretty hard to move around in that space with all of Nelia's equipment. Akira was worried if Nelia was moving inside the building by demolishing the walls, but Alpha confirmed that it was not the case. "She left her powered suit behind. It seems that my plan to bait them into the hallway without their powered suit is going well. But even so, we still don't know how strong she's without her powered suit. She might be confident that she would be able to kill you even without the powered suit. That's why she entered the building without it. It's a good thing that she left her tank-like powered suit behind. Without her powered suit, the CWH special ammo should be enough to kill her, right?" He thought that it was at least better than repeatedly shooting at an enemy despite dealing almost no damage at all. Since continuing so would only shave his optimism bit by bit, Akira looked hopeful, thinking that he had a better chance to win now. But before his optimistic guess turned into a real hope, Alpha warned him. "It might give you a better chance, but it doesn't mean that you're in a better position now. So don't let your guard down. I know. They're stronger than me, so it's not like I can afford to lower my guard." Akira focused his mind and answered back firmly. Alpha smiled, satisfied with his answer. "If it's possible, it would be great if we can lure her into a long hallway where you can take aim at her from the other end of the hallway. We'll keep on moving until we find a good position." "Where is she right now?" "She's over there." Alpha pointed her finger towards nothing but the wall. But thanks to her support, Akira was easily able to see Nelia's image past the layers of walls. Although he was keeping his guard up since he knew he was fighting against someone better than him, with the layers of walls and the distance between them, Akira thought that there was no way Nelia would be able to see him as he instinctively lowered his guard. While Akira was observing Nelia, she too was looking straight at his face. Although there were layers of walls separating them, he could feel Nelia's gaze looking straight at him. Akira's and Nelia's eyes suddenly met each other. Akira, who had lowered his guard, immediately tensed up. "Get down." The moment Alpha said that to Akira, he quickly lied down on the ground. His move was almost perfectly in sync with his augmented suit. Thanks to that, he was able to quickly lie down. Right before Akira lied down, he was observing Nelia. That was when Nelia made a gesture as if she was cutting him down. Not only was there quite a distance between them, but there were also layers of walls separating them. Akira could see Nelia holding a blade that was not long enough to reach him. And even if it could extend to reach him, he thought that the walls between them should be strong enough to greatly reduce its cutting power. Thus, it was highly unlikely that Nelia could wound him from behind those walls. Normally, Akira would not even have to take any evasive action. But when he saw that, he instinctively forced himself to lie down onto the ground. If someone asked him why he did that, he could not answer back with anything else but intuition. After all, he really did that purely out of instinct. There were so many reasons why his instinct told him to take evasive action. There was no hesitation in Nelia's movement. It was as if she could completely see him. It looked like she did that knowing exactly what she was doing. It was not merely a random action. But more than everything, Akira remembered that he too had done something similar in the past. Nelia swung the blade in her hand as if she was cutting the air. The blade itself did not even reach the wall in front of her. But with that motion, the wall in front of her, and all the walls between her and Akira, were all split into two. The blade that she was using was an old-world relic. The blue light that shot out from it cleanly cut everything in front of her. Akira was barely able to avoid that slash. But his rucksack was not so lucky. It was cut open, spilling out everything that was inside. The magazines and medicines boxes inside his rucksack were cut clean into two. The bullets melted where it was cut and its cross-section looked like a mirror. Since the light that just passed above Akira's back did not transfer heat, the gunpowder inside the bullets did not explode. The blade simply erased everything that was on its path. After Nelia cut everything within a few dozen meters radius around her, the old-world blade that she was holding silently crumbled into dust and was blown away by the wind before the dust could even reach the ground. Nelia looked at the image of Akira, who was lying on the ground, and smiled. She immediately noticed that he was still alive. Nice. No, wait, that only cut open his rucksack? Well, I guess that's fine. But it at least cut his friend down. To think that he would evade that attack, as I thought, he could clearly see my movements. She looked at Akira's movements and from it, she could easily guess that he could also clearly see her. After all, it would be impossible for him to evade that attack otherwise. Nelia threw away the blade in her hand that had nothing left other than its handle. Good grief, I even wasted an old-world relic just to kill you, you know. You're really an expensive boy. Well, it doesn't matter. I still have a lot of other old-world relics. Just wait there, I'll chop you to pieces. Nelia pulled two blades from her belt. Those were nothing but handles without a blade. But when she firmly gripped those handles, liquid metal came out from those handles. Ignoring the gravity, it formed the blade's cutting edge. The blades kept on extending out until it reached 2 meters in length. She swung her blade at the wall in front of her. The blade cut through the strong wall as if it was made of jelly. She utilized the power of her cyborg body to kick the part of the wall that she just cut and sent it flying. She then used that hole to enter the room. She kept on cutting the walls in front of her as she walked to Akira in a straight line. She was smiling happily as she was enjoying the satisfaction of cutting down old-world buildings. Akira, who was lying on the ground, tried to confirm the situation that he was in. Although he had no idea what exactly Nelia did, he understood that he just barely escaped death from that blade slash which somehow even reached him. Because his rucksack was cut open, the things that were inside it were now scattered on the ground around him. Unfortunately, among those, Akira found his information terminal, which was already sliced into two. Since there was no need for him to operate his information terminal as long as Alpha was around, he normally kept it inside his rucksack. Akira clicked his tongue when he saw his sliced information terminal. He knew that Alpha was doing so many things in the background, which he did not even understand, to control his augmented suit. But one thing he knew for sure, Alpha controlled his augmented suit through the information terminal the first time she did. If the destroyed information terminal prevented her from controlling his augmented suit, it would significantly lower his fighting ability. Akira pushed his body up and turned towards Alpha's direction as he said, "Alpha, the terminal is destroyed. Am I going to be okay?" Akira was completely shocked the moment he saw Alpha. She was lying on the ground, sliced into two, and covered in blood. He could not believe what he was seeing. This scene should have been impossible to happen. Because of his shock, he forgot about Nelia and shouted, "Alpha?" He ran towards Alpha's dead body in a panic. He extended his hand to grab Alpha's upper half that was already separated from its lower half. but his hand passed through her body and hit the floor. Calm down. Did you forget that I'm only an image? Akira, who was utterly confused, snapped back to his senses the moment he heard Alpha's voice, which sounded as if nothing worthwhile had happened. She was still lying on the ground with her sliced body as she turned towards him and smiled. I'm just showing an image of what would have happened if it was a corporeal body that was cut into two by that attack. Although it looked as if Alpha was cleanly cut into two, for her, it was as simple as changing her clothes. Akira felt relieved as he understood that she was completely fine, but he then asked her while looking totally surprised. Why would you even do this? Akira thought that it was not like Alpha did it just to surprise him. When he asked her that question, he started to think for any valid reason. But she quickly stopped him. Save your questions for later, I'm completely fine. Keep one thing in mind in this battle, you'll fight the enemy in close quarters. Get yourself ready. I'll stay like this for a while, but you can still talk to me normally and it won't affect my support for you too, so don't worry about that part. The moment he heard the word enemy, Akira tensed up. He put all of his questions for later and focused on Nelia, who was coming at him. Akira quickly got on his feet and aimed his CWH anti-material rifle at Nelia. He hesitated for a moment since he could only see a wall where he was aiming. But he kept the muzzle aimed at the image of Nelia behind the wall and pulled the trigger. The bullet that he shot at point-blank range made a crater on the wall, but it did not create a hole that Akira could pass through. The CWH special ammo could not penetrate the wall although it was shot at a point-blank range. Akira was surprised at how durable the wall was. Whoa, this wall is crazy hard. How the hell did she slice through it? She used an old-world relic after all. You two did the same thing before, remember? Akira remembered that he once used an old-world blade to cut through the building wall together with the thug who attacked him. But at that time, there was only a single layer of wall separating them. So, Nelia was clearly using something more powerful. That thing, huh? What a huge pain in the ass, what should I do now? You have no other choice but to somehow lure her to a place where you can get a clear shot at her. I don't know how far you can fight with your augmented suit, but one thing for sure, you'll have to do crazy maneuvers. So just grit your teeth and get yourself ready. Alright, I get it. Please somehow end the fight before my limbs fall off my body, okay? Akira yelled back as if he had already given up. He had already used all of his medicines. And on top of that, the medicines that he had taken would eventually run out of their effects soon. The next crazy maneuvers that he would do would put his body under immense stress, which might rip his limbs off for real this time. Alpha's image was still lying on the ground, sliced into two. I'll put in extra effort to comply with your request. If Akira judged from only her voice, it sounded as if Alpha was standing beside him just like usual. Although it calmed him a little, he still sounded panicked when he said, "You should answer back with full confidence like always. Don't worry. Even if you get some muscles torn, you can still walk back home as long as you have your augmented suit." Akira could not see Alpha's expression since he was watching Nelia, but he somehow thought that Alpha must be smiling teasingly at him right now. In response, he just smiled bitterly. Nelia kept on slashing through the walls as she was walking towards Akira. Eventually, she reached the last wall that separated her and the room where Akira was. She could see Akira holding his CWH anti-material rifle aiming it at her, waiting for the moment she would step into the room. She stopped in front of the last wall and smiled. Standing there means that you've done the same thing in the past too. You know that I can't use the old world relic that I just used to cut down your friend. That's correct, I can't use that old world relic twice. Although, to be honest, it would have been really great if you had dropped dead with that attack. Good grief, you're really a troublesome boy. Nelia readied her blades. You can't shoot me with that gun through this wall, right? Although my blade can cut through the walls, I can't cut you from far away. So we're basically at an impasse here. If we just stand here waiting, the colorless mist will go away and you'll be able to call for reinforcement. You might be hoping that would happen, but I'm sorry, we're in a hurry here, you see. She spun the blades in her hands in a full circle on the ground. That's why I'll go there right away. She then raised her leg above her head and swung it down at the floor. The part of the floor that had been cut in a circle cracked and collapsed. Nelia smiled and fell to the floor below together with the crumbled pieces of the floor on which she was standing. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira could clearly see Nelia's actions behind the wall. He was surprised when he saw her fall. The moment he noticed that she did that deliberately, his face turned grim. Akira quickly jumped out from where he was hiding. A few split seconds later, 2 silver blades protruded from the floor below him. Everything that those 2 blades touched were cut clean. Fortunately, the blades only cut through the air and a few strands of his hair. Nelia, who was in the room below, also noticed that she failed to cut Akira. Nelia aimed her blades at Akira from the floor below. With her cyborg body, she jumped close enough to the ceiling and slashed towards her target, who was above that ceiling. The silver blades in her hand could easily cut through the wall that CWH special ammo could not even penetrate. So of course, Akira's augmented suit would not stand a chance against them. Akira was desperately evading the blades that were coming at him from below. He could not afford to get cut by those blades, and it was not like he could use his rifle to block them either. In the worst-case scenario, the blades might cut through his CWH rifle as easily as they cut through the walls, which would render his rifle useless. If he lost his only means to fight back, he would lose any chance to win this fight. He understood this fact from his fight against Yajima. He could not render Yajima unable to fight even though he used all his strength to punch at Yajima. So, that might also be the case for Nelia too. She was not someone that he could defeat without a weapon. Nelia's blades vigorously cut through the floors while chasing Akira as he kept avoiding those blades from touching his body. Normally, using the same blade to cut that floor that even CWH special ammo could not penetrate would gradually dull the blade. But the blades that Nelia was using were old-world relics. Those blades retained their sharpness no matter how many times she used them to cut through that floor. Those blades were formed by holding liquid metal within a force field. This force field would distort every time she used them to cut through objects, but it would quickly return back in no time, thus maintaining the highest sharpness no matter how many times she used them. Akira was still inside that room while evading the blades. Every time he tried to get out of that room, Nelia would slash at him and prevent him from getting out. Because of that, he was trapped inside. On the other hand, he had no means to shoot at Nelia. The floor was made of the same material as the wall, and also because of the length of his CWH anti-material rifle, he could not aim straight down to where Nelia was. Alpha. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before my legs give up. In order to evade Nelia's blades, he had to keep jumping around. Successively accelerating his body followed by a quick stop put his legs under immense stress. He had already numbed from any other feelings except the pain. Both his body and his augmented suit were close to their limit. Alpha gently said to Akira, trying to calm him down. Endure it for a little bit more. It's okay, they're not torn yet. That means that I would get a chance to shoot at her soon, right? It's not like you're saying that my limbs are going to tear off soon, right? But I can't guarantee that your body will be okay after you take a shot at her. Just tell me that I'll be okay. That would be a little impossible. It meant that he would get a chance to shoot at Nelia, but the sacrifice would be big. Akira frowned while desperately evading Nelia's blades. Nelia had sliced at Akira so many times, but she could not get a hit at him at all. Although she found it surprising, she kept smiling since she thought she still had the upper hand. It might look like Nelia was only randomly slashing at Akira, but that was not the case. The ceiling for her was the floor for Akira. By cutting it at a certain angle, she made parts of the floor brittle. Nelia was planning to restrict Akira's movements and lure him to any of the brittle parts of the floor. She would then break the floor with a kick, throwing him off balance and cut him down while he fell to the below floor. She constantly adjusted her attacks to push Akira to that particular part of the floor. If he did not evade her attack, it would cut him to pieces, but if he did, he would be slowly led to that trap. Both outcomes were to her advantage. Unaware of the trap, Akira kept evading and finally stepped on the brittle part of the floor. The moment Akira stepped into that trap, Nelia smiled and kicked the ceiling. She used the full power of her cyborg body to deliver that kick. The floor where he was standing cracked due to the impact of her kick, which could even bend steel. But even with that powerful kick, strangely enough, the ceiling did not crumble down as she had expected. Even though it was brittle and had absorbed a powerful kick from her, that part of the floor stayed in its place. Wadash! Nelia shouted in shock. At the same time, recoil from her kick threw her off balance. Since the floor that she kicked stayed in place, all the force rebounded back to her. That floor was already fragile enough after it got slashed so many times by Nelia's blades. After that strong kick, it finally started to crumble and fall. Nelia could not immediately figure out why there was a delay in the crumbling of the floor or why she was hit with recoil. Among the crumbling pieces of the floor, Nelia could see Akira, who was also thrown off balance, falling down just like her. Akira's eyes were locked onto her. When Nelia kicked that part of the floor, Akira also did the same from above as instructed by Alpha. Alpha had already read Nelia's plan and used it against her. Right before Akira kicked the floor, he pointed his CWH anti-material rifle upward and pulled the trigger. The kickback from that shot was absorbed into his augmented suit and increased the force of his kick that he released after pushing his augmented suit to its limit. His kick more or less packed the same amount of impact power as the kick from a cyborg body. The reason why the floor did not crumble when Nelia kicked it was because Akira's kick balanced the force on the floor. In that short chaotic moment, Akira, who was thrown to the air due to the recoil from his kick, looked at the crumbling floor he was standing just a moment ago. The floor was breaking up into chunks as it crumbled down. He felt the time slow down. This sudden change confused his perceptions so much that it felt like he took forever to load a new magazine into his CWH anti-material rifle. He still did not have a clear shot at her. He could only see the image of Nelia, who was on the other side of the rubbles, because of Alpha's support. What should I do? I won't be able to hit her even if I try to shoot her now. I'll be falling down at this rate and she might try to cut me while I'm in the air. I won't be able to evade when that happens. It's not like I can freely move in midair. What should I do? The time still felt like it was running slow as Akira was thinking hard on what he should do. But his body suddenly moved on its own. It was Alpha who was controlling his augmented suit. Akira quickly pointed his CWH anti-material rifle straight up again and pulled the trigger the moment he finished loading another round. The kickback blasted his body down and pushed other rubbles between him and Nelia down with him. Nelia tried to attack while still in the air. She was about to throw the blade in her hand. But Akira, who was falling down fast because of the kickback of that shot, brought all the rubbles between them along with him and smashed onto her, preventing her from throwing the blade at him. After they crashed onto the floor below, Akira and Nelia were once again got thrown off to the air. The impact made both of them let go of their weapons. But they quickly regained their balance and grabbed a weapon near them as they landed on the floor. They were now ready to fight again. They stood against each other with their weapons ready in their hands. Nelia was standing ready with a blade's handle in her right hand. While on the other side, surprisingly enough, Akira was also gripping the same object in his right hand. Nelia smiled at Akira. She then turned her blade on. Just like before, liquid metal came out from its handle and formed a blade. Too bad. What are you planning to do with that handle? It's not like you can get the blade out just by grabbing it, you know? Old world relics have security measures installed in them. Unless you know how to remove it, you won't be able to dash. Nelia was smiling contently, thinking that there was no way Akira could use that weapon. But her words were cut short when a blade came out from Akira's handle too. She was completely taken aback by what she saw but quickly regained her composure. Ah, I see. So you know how to use it too, huh? A normal hunter should not be able to get that information though. It's secret information that even an agent from the city should not be able to get easily as well. So, who exactly are you? Akira really did not know anything about operating the blade, but Alpha knew. He too did not even know how she knew about it, and it was not like he wanted to know anyway. If someone asked him who he was, he would say that he was just your everyday common hunter. The one that made him different from your everyday common hunter was Alpha, and of course, it was not like he could tell Nelia about Alpha. That was why Akira did not reply. Nelia took that as him refusing to answer. I see, in that case, can you at least tell me your name? This must be some kind of destiny that we met here. So at least let me remember your name. Akira hesitated but eventually replied. Akira. I see. I'm Nelia. I'll remember your name until I kill you. To be more precise, that would happen in about 30 seconds. Nelia suddenly closed the distance between them as if she just warped right next to him. She then swung up the blade that was long enough to almost touch the ground. Akira evaded her blade by jumping to the side. Had he jumped back then he would have been cut down even if he knew the exact length of that blade. After all, the blade suddenly extended when it was swung. Then Nelia's blade made a sharp turn, chasing Akira who jumped to the side. Akira used the blade in his right hand to block it. Both of their blades clashed. Nelia's blade broke at the contact point. The broken part turned into liquid metal and splattered on the ground. But even after losing a part of her blade, she didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped in and lunged at him with her broken blade. Akira bent over and evaded. Right after she lunged, her blade, which was broken, returned back to its original length. If Akira had stepped back, the blade would have definitely reached him. Although Akira lost his balance when he evaded, he made a big sweep with his blade. But it did not extend like Nelia's blade. As a result, she evaded with just a jump as he made that sweep. Both gained their balance immediately after and were standing facing each other again. Akira made an extremely grim face, while Nelia was smiling leisurely. While adjusting the distance between them, she said, "Anyone else would have normally died after my previous attack. Seriously though, who exactly are you? Looking at your movements when you evaded, you're properly trained. Not to mention, you also know how to use that weapon. A normal hunter should not be able to do these things." Akira did not give any reply. After all, he could not answer the question to which he himself did not know the answer. "Alpha, I still didn't get any chance to strike back though." "Well, at least we've escaped the situation where she was one-sidedly attacking you. Originally, I was planning to shoot her with the CWH special ammo while we were falling down, but the rubbles were blocking your shot so it was impossible to do that. Unfortunately, it seemed that you didn't have enough luck to execute that plan. If only you had better luck and was able to take that shot, you would have won by now. Well, I guess I'm really left with a scarce supply of luck. No wonder I always get to be in this kind of dangerous situation. By the way, why won't my blade extend like hers? The liquid metal stock in your handle is low. She might have intentionally emptied the liquid metal stock of the blades that she was using when she was attacking you from below. So basically I got the handle with the less liquid metal, huh? Did she go for that handle knowing that it has more liquid metal? Or was it simply a pure coincidence? I think it's pure coincidence. I said, good grief, what the heck is going on with my luck? I'll also give my best to substitute for your bad luck. Well, thanks for that. He knew for sure that the moment Alpha's support could not substitute for his bad luck, he would get killed. Looking at how Nelia was smiling leisurely, Akira tried to disturb her mood in order to change the flow of the fight and to get the upper hand. He mockingly said to her, "It's already well past 30 seconds, isn't it?" Akira hoped that Nelia would get annoyed after hearing that, or at least, it would make her movements rougher. He tried his best to make a mocking expression towards her. But instead, Nelia laughed at him. "I'm happy that you remember what I told you." Akira frowned. How in the world did she even come up with that reply? He was a bit overwhelmed by that unexpected reply. Nelia kept making an unwavering happy face in front of him. "But still, I'm surprised that you can even evade all my attacks. It's pretty amazing for someone your age to have enough skill to fight evenly against me with a blade. Or is that you're actually a child-sized cyborg? Don't tell me that you're actually an old man. Well, I don't really mind either way though. By the way, are you already taken?" Akira looked puzzled. He did not understand the meaning of Nelia's question. "What exactly are you talking about? If you're not taken yet, want to try dating me? My boyfriend just died not too long ago, so you came at the perfect time. I like men who are stronger than me, you see. And I have nothing to complain about your skill too. To think that you can even joke like that, you must be really enjoying this." Akira brushed it off thinking that Nelia was only joking. But she replied back with a smile. Oh my, I wasn't joking. I'm serious, you know. I'm seriously asking you, so what's your answer? Even if it was only a ploy to shake him off, Akira thought that it might really change the flow of the fight if he went along with her acting. So then he asked Nelia. Well, say that I accept your proposal, will that save me from this situation? Nelia immediately replied without a trace of hesitation. Of course not, I'll still kill you. This and that are two different things, you see. Me killing you and me going out with you are two completely separate things, don't you think so too? She slowly got closer to Akira while still smiling. Akira frowned and took a step back carefully. Her bizarre reply successfully shook his inner belief, but Akira was barely able to make a bitter smile as he jabbed back at Nelia. Are you seriously hitting on a guy that you're trying to kill? Are you sure you're right in the head? Is it strange? Humans are creatures that could even kill the person who they've loved for years. So, I don't see anything strange with killing the guy who I just dated. What's more, whether it's a tragedy or a comedy, having a death match with your lover is not something that you can usually experience, right? It's a kind of experience that can add some spices to this boring life. You only live once after all. It would be a waste not to savor such experiences. For some reason, Akira did not think that Nelia was lying. Although he did think of asking for a confirmation from Alpha, he decided not to. After all, he did not want Alpha to confirm that she was indeed telling the truth. Akira was even more overwhelmed by Nelia's way of thinking since he just could not understand it. The conversation that started as him trying to disturb her focus ended up as being counter-effective. Nelia somehow let out a pressuring smile at Akira while she kept closing the distance between them. So, what's your answer? In order to erase the unexplained fear that was growing stronger inside him, Akira yelled back. No thanks. Is that so? That's just too bad. Nelia did not seem to be acting as she looked seriously disappointed. She then quickly closed the distance between them and swung her blade at Akira. He evaded her blade and struck back immediately. Both of them were using blades that could easily cut through an object that even the CWH special ammo could not penetrate. Had they left unused, those blades would have fetched a huge amount of money. Originally, all Old World relics could be sold at a high price. But if they were used, meaning that the energy saved inside it were reduced, then the value would also be decreased. And of course, their values would be significantly lowered if they were broken. Akira and Nelia were constantly reducing the value of the Old World relics that they were using to kill each other. The lesser the value of the relic in their hand, the lesser the energy inside it, and the closer they would be to death. It was indeed a luxurious deathmatch. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.